When Yimo suddenly woke up, he realized that everything around him seemed to have changed. He has been transmigrated into the modern earth where spiritual energy is scarce. His pretty master from his former world was nowhere to be seen. Most importantly, he found himself in the body of a young man who has been abandoned by his clan for an embarrassing reason. Chapter 251, Insane Killing Intent. Luo Ying calmed herself and gently patted Yimo's hair. I'm fine, it'll just be hard on you, you need to take care of yourself. Yimo couldn't understand Luo Ying's words and pushed her into his arms. Luo Ying's body froze but didn't push him away. After a long while, Ying pushed Yimo away and looked at him carefully until Yimo felt it was a little awkward. Then, she said, "Moer, go out and wait for me, I want to clean myself." "Okay, I'll be outside." Although Yimo didn't know what Jingxi said to Luo Ying, he wouldn't let Jingxi go no matter what. Even if he would starting feud with Serenity, he would finish this wretched nun. As soon as Yimo walked out of the door, he saw that dark-faced nun. She sneered at Yimo, "Such a cocky Xiaobei, you dare to be arrogant in Serenity." The nun pulled out her horsetail whisk and was about to attack. Her power wasn't even as strong as Lone Wolf. Yimo wouldn't be afraid of her, but before the two attacked, Jing Xian walked over and said to that nun, "Jingwen Shimei, I have a few words I want to say with you." Shizhu, TL note, Shizhu, what nuns and monks refer to other people not in their religion. It essentially means patron. This black-faced nun didn't dare to disobey Jing Xian and quickly said, "Yes, leader Shijia." Yimo had some good impression of Jing Xian and also thanked her. Jing Xian looked at Yimo and said, "Yi Shizhu, come with me." Yimo saw Jing Xian bring him to the room she brought him to yesterday and felt strange, thinking, don't tell me this nun is going to do the same as well. What Yimo worried about didn't happen. Jing Xian took out a bag and gave it to Yimo. This was left behind by Susu's master. "When you take Susu away today, give this to her. Susu is a kind soul, you must let her be mistreated." Sigh, before Shirmei left, she left Susu under my care, but I let her be mistreated too much. After pausing for a moment, Jing Xian continued, "Yi Shizhu, don't go down the sea of fire today. No one can pass that. I will talk with Jingxi Shirmei." He took the bag and felt strange. Why didn't she give it to Luo Ying straight away? But still, he replied, "Thank you, Jing Xian Shenbei. Shenbei, please rest assured. I won't let Susu be mistreated. Even if I suffer, I won't let her suffer." Humph, so bold statement. Jingxi appeared at the door again. Yimo got up abruptly. His eyes were extremely cold. If it wasn't due to Jing Xian, he would use all his means to kill his disgusting nun. Jingxi also looked coldly at Yimo. "You don't need to wait for Susu. She won't leave with you. She had left Serenity. You won't be able to find her forever." "Ha ha, do you know, no matter how pretty she makes things sound, she is just lying to you." "Huh, what?" Yimo immediately charged out and went to Luo Ying's room with his fastest speed. The room was empty. Last night's bamboo mat was still there. On it was a letter and a small pouch. Yimo ripped open the letter. The content was very short. "Moer, I'm going, don't think about me. You need to stay safe. There's a strand of my hair in the pouch, let it stay with you forever. Jingxi is a mad woman, don't bother with her. I'll be happy as long as you're fine. Moer, I really don't want to go, I don't want to lose you, it's because I love you. I don't want you to be my brother, I can't accept this fact, I just want to love you." The remaining content was soaked wet by tears. Why? Luo Ying. Susu. Veins on Yimo's forehead popped as he roared, "Susu, master. Don't leave." Yimo barged out of the room, his spirit sense searching everywhere. He went to the entrance with the stage and the metal chains, but he didn't see Susu. Yimo went back to Serenity but was stopped by the black-faced nun. Under intense range, Yimo threw more than 10 fireballs and didn't even care about Jingwen's horsetail whisk. While Jingwen was surrounded by the fireballs, she punched Jingwen more than 10 meters away. Jingwen was paralyzed on the ground, spitting out blood. She didn't expect Yimo to have such power, but Yimo's back was also bloodied by the horsetail whisk, but Yimo didn't care at all. A few other nuns wanted to stop Yimo but was stopped by Jing Xian. "Let him be. He's emotionally unstable now, wait till he stabilizes." A few nuns stared in horror at the fireball charms Yimo threw out. Even Jingxi didn't expect he had such a killing move. Yimo charged into the frost room where Susu was kept. Other than the frigidness, there was nothing inside. Yimo could no longer control the violence in his heart and smashed towards the wall, forgetting that his fist was dripping with blood. this room just drew the frost from underneath the ground, it wasn't very stable itself. Under Yemo's constant barrage, the stone wall finally started to crack, rumble. Yemo punched the wall again. This room that once imprisoned Luoying finally crumbled into rooms under Yemo's furious attacks. Yemo saw this room crumble and gradually calmed down. Jingshi, this old hag. Luoying left him because she listened to her words. Killing this nun wasn't enough to release his hatred, plus Luoying also said she would kill this nun. No matter why, Yemo had to kill this nun. Thinking about this, Yemo charged back to the big yard with eyes red. He stared coldly at Jingshi and said, "Old nun, what did you say to Luoying?" "Speak," Jingshi shivered subconsciously. She was actually afraid of Yemo subconsciously, but she soon calmed herself down and laughed. "What did I say? I just spoke the truth. You are Luoying's siblings. You siblings did something interesting, ha 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 ha." Everyone looked at Jingshi. Her hair was covering her face and she seemed quite crazy. Unexpectedly, Yemo still looked at her coldly without any emotions. "Are you dumb, knowing that the person you love is your own sister?" Jing 11 was very unsatisfied with Yemo's reaction. Yemo sneered. He had understood why Susu asked him those words. It seemed Susu was mistaken. He grabbed more than 10 fireball charms and said coldly, "Before you die, I will let you be an enlightened ghost. I was adopted by the Yi family at Luohong Temple indeed, and I also have a sister. We both have a bracelet to recognize each other. See, it's this one." Yemo took out a bracelet and wobbled it in front of Jing 11. Then, he continued, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, my sister is younger than me. She was also adopted from the Luohong Temple, but Susu is 2 years older than me. She wasn't picked up by the Ning family from the Luohong Temple. Impossible, Susu was adopted from the Luohong Temple." Jingshi's face became hideous. Yemo sneered. "Susu was picked up by Qingshua's mother outside the Luohong Temple. There was still some distance with the Luohong Temple. You probably didn't know that when Susu was adopted, she was already more than one. Impossible, this is impossible." Jingshi was losing control. Her eyes became red as she pointed at Yemo. "Jingshi is you and Susu's mother. It's Jingshi, that wretched bitch." "Enough." Jing Xian couldn't help and reproached. Jing Xian looked disgustedly at Jingshi before saying slowly, "Jing Xian was a virgin even till the moment she died. How could she have children? Jingshi, you're stepping over the line. Luckily Yi Shizhu isn't siblings with Susu. If they are, then your actions won't be allowed by the heavens." "What? Jing Xian is a virgin? Ah ha ha." Jingshi seemed to have heard the funniest joke and laughed hysterically. At this moment, the black-faced nun and 2 other nuns closed their hands and said, "Jingshi Shirmei, Jing Xian Shijie is right, Jing Xian Shirmei was indeed a virgin." Before she left, her virgin mark was still on her arm. "We can testify to that, she isn't." Jingshi murmured, "All I've done was for nothing." "Nothing, no." Yemo sneered and could no longer resist his killing intent for Jingshi. He rushed up and raised his fist. Jingshi, who was half crazy, was smashed away by Yemo's fist, spitting blood in midair. Yemo was about to follow up but was stopped by 2 nuns. Although these 2 nuns no longer wanted to kill Yemo couldn't escape their barricade. Yemo threw out more fireball charms under his rage and yelled, "Out of my way." The 2 nuns knew how strong Yemo's fireball charms were and didn't dare to block it. They quickly dodged. When they looked up, Yemo had already charged past them. Yemo came in front of Jingshi with his fastest speed and punched again. Jingshi had claimed down now. She flicked up her horsetail whisk at Yemo. Yemo wanted to smash Jingshi to pieces now. He didn't even bother with the whisk and still punched. "You're crazy." Jingshi saw Yemo ignoring her whisk and yelled in shock. Although Yemo wasn't crazy, his eyes were crazed with killing intent that anyone would shiver upon gaze. Slap. When Jingshi's whisk hit Yemo's chest, Yemo's fist also landed on Jingshi's stomach. Chapter 252, Flying Sword Maid, Pumph. Jingshi felt into the deep abyss outside Serenity. At the same time, Yemo retreated many meters and crashed into the wall. Many of his ribs were broken, and he also spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Yemo took a lotus life pill as fast as he could. He slowly stood up and turned to look at Jing Xian. He didn't say anything and just left this place that made him sad and disappointed. The reason he didn't talk to Jing Xian was because he wasn't very happy with her either. It was obvious that Luoying was going to die after being sent into the frost room. Jing Xian was the leader of the sect, but he did nothing about this. This made Yemo lose his good impression of her, and while he killed Jingxi, he had a subtle feeling that he was being used. Although he knew that Jing Xian might not have thought it that way. But he was still uncomfortable. Seeing Yemo disappear from Serenity, Jing Xian sighed and didn't go after Yemo's responsibility. Instead, she turned and walked to the frost room that was shattered by Yemo. Yemo didn't go very far after leaving Serenity. He found a distance place to sit and recovered his injuries. Then, he left Serenity along the mountain path. He came to the platform and walked over the metal chain. However, he didn't go down the mountain. He dug a hole in the cliff face tens of meters below the metal chains. The stone cave had an area of about 3 to 4 meters. Yemo had 2 reasons to stay here. First, he wanted to digest the essence chi stone, and second, it was to try his luck and see if Luoying would come back. The place he was at was just about 100 meters from the top. If someone passed here, he would be able to notice it. When everything was ready, Yemo started cultivating. There was a little amount of spirit chi in the essence chi stone, and it was much harder to digest than spirit stone. Although he still had a lot of things to do, he still haven't gone to Fongnan even though he promised he would do so. As for that taekwondo thing, he already forgot it. He didn't even have time to go to the Song family, much less the North Sand. Without power, everything was unachievable. If he didn't have the resources, never mind, but he had an essence spirit stone. If he just left it in his ring and didn't use it, it would be a waste. Although he could still cultivate at other places, he still had a sliver of hope that Luoying would come back. After experiencing this series of events, he knew that he shouldn't be weak here. Luckily, he still had food in his ring, and it was fine even if he stayed here for a few months. Time flies as one cultivates. A week later, when Yemo's essence chi stone had become dust, his power was at the peak of stage 3. If he still had another one or a little bit of fortune, he could reach stage 4. Yemo sighed, he had to stop. Resources. Without resources, he wouldn't be able to progress no matter how much time he used. However, he was very satisfied with his progress in a week. He had only been here in this world for less than a year, and this place was seriously not suitable for cultivation. But still, he was able to reach the peak of stage 3. What could he say? When he first came here, he thought he would never be able to reach stage 3, but now, he was about to reach stage 4. Plus, the reason he could cultivate to this stage was mostly due to fortune. Without those, perhaps he would still be struggling in stage 1. He needed to improve his power, but he couldn't cultivate, so he could only forge the flying sword. Luckily, all the materials were ready. Yemo really wanted to thank this auction. Without it, not only was there not enough materials for his flying sword, but he wouldn't even be able to reach peak of stage 3 as well. He casually took out the gung iron essence, deep sea buttonwood, green silver sand, star jade, and other materials. Yemo felt satisfied looking at them. These materials were top-grade materials for making flying swords even in the cultivation realm, but he actually managed to gather it. He would have never believed he could gather it when he first came here. Yemo's power increased a step and his chi fire was also much stronger. Although chi gathering state chi fire was still a bit weak for making flying swords, Yemo had to make one. If he didn't, he wouldn't be able to beat Earth-level masters. Plus, once his power increased, he could reforge it. The reason he chose this place to make the flying sword other than waiting for Luoying was because Yemo believed the auction holders wouldn't just let him go. It must have been a hidden sect power that held the auction, and he also heard Jingxi say it was some space organization. Even though Yemo knew these hidden sects wouldn't appear in the mortal world, Yemo didn't dare to be careless. They didn't appear in the mortal world, but it didn't mean they couldn't. If there was something they desire, they would be completely able to come out. For them, it was too easy to lock down Wuliang Mountain. Yemo collected his thoughts and started up a gust of chi fire. Then, he put the gung iron essence, deep sea buttonwood, green silver sand, star jade, and the other materials into the fire, making the slowly melt and mix. Because Yemo's power was so low, while he was forging the sword, he had to slow down just to recover chi. The impurities of the materials were slowly removed under Yemo's control. If he was foundation establishment stage, Yemo could finish this in one day, but due to his low power, he took half a month to finish refining the materials. After taking them out, he started to forge them into the shape of a sword and mark formations on it. After another half a month, even though Yemo slowed down and rested in between, he was still so tired that his face was pale and his chi was empty. However, Yemo was getting more and more excited because his flying sword was about to be finished. there was a clear chirp and Emo immediately spat out some essence blood on the flying sword. A 30 centimeters long sword floated in front of Yemo's eyes, emitting a faint purple light. Emo knew it was due to him adding the star jade. Star jade was such an overpowered material. With Yemo's power, he actually made a high-grade flying sword. Emo waved his hand and the sword landed on his hand. There was the sense of blood relation. His power was too low, and he couldn't change the size of the flying sword. Once he got stronger, he could turn the flying sword into a small light dot and put it in his dantian. Or he could turn it into more than 3 meters long and fly on it. The flying sword seemed intelligent and emitted a sense of intimacy. Go. Emo casually threw the flying sword out, and it flew around in the air by itself like a glamorous shooting star. Emo took it back and couldn't help to feel proud. Zhang Zhihui, you old fatty, don't let me see you again. If I see you, I will use your blood to sacrifice to my flying sword. And that auction place as well. Emo knew that they had bad intentions for him, but he couldn't really just go attack on their doors. After all, they haven't done anything bad yet. Pity he was only a bit away from stage 4. Once he was stage 4, he could just step on the flying sword and fly away. Emo took the flying sword back but didn't leave immediately. He made more fireball and wind blade charms. At the same time, he used the remaining materials and made Su Ping a long sword. 10 days later, there were 200 more charms in his ring. Emo stood up with disappointment. It was time to leave. It had been more than a month, but Luo Ying was still nowhere to be seen. She probably wouldn't be back for now. Emo jumped up the platform in disappointment. He should go back to see his sister first before going to Beijing. Wuliang Mountain seemed desolate in the middle of autumn, and Emo no longer had the elevated feeling of when he came. If he didn't know Susu was Luo Ying, perhaps he would feel better, but now that he did and still brushed past her, he felt very bad. Plus, he was worried about her. Although the necklace he made her had defensive and offensive abilities, she was too weak herself. I thought you would cower in Wuliang Mountain and not come out. Where else can you hide today? A cold and sinister voice sounded ahead of Emo. Zhang Zhihui? It's you, old fart. Emo stopped. He was worried about Luo Ying and didn't notice that Zhang Zhihui was still waiting for him, but now, he was very calm. He was at the peak of stage 3 Qi gathering, and he had a flying sword. Even if he didn't have the sword, he could smash this old guy to death with his fireballs. Humph, you got balls. Xiao Bei, learn how to be a human next life. Originally, I just wanted you to leave the Lu Blue Carrot behind, now you will leave your life behind too. Zhang Zhihui heard Emo's disrespectful calling of him and became angrier. Emo coldly looked at Zhang Zhihui and blandly said, Old fatty, you're really persistent. You actually waited here for more than a month. In that case, I'll sacrifice your blood to my sword. Chapter 253, I will make sacrifices to my sword. Xiao Bei, you're cocky indeed. I just didn't expect your qinggong to be so excellent. But no matter how good your qinggong is and how talkative your mouth is, this is your last time. I'm afraid Broken Fist Hall will kill you first. So I'll send you on your way, Zhang Zhihui said. The long jian on his back was already in his hand. He swung it, bringing out a sharp sword ray. Emo coldly looked at this. He didn't expect this old guy to still have more moves. It could be seen that these old farts in Earth level weren't easy to mess with. They weren't so superficially angry as they looked. He knew the reason why Zhang Zhihui wanted to kill him so much was to find the Lu Blue Carrot. If he fought with Zhang Zhihui head-on, Emo was sure he was no match for him. However, he was a cultivator, and with a flying sword, why would he need to fight head-on with Zhang Zhihui? Emo stood and raised his hand, then a faint purple flying sword quickly took on the flying sword ray. Clank, Zhang Zhihui's jian ray disappeared, and a 15 centimeters piece of the tip of Zhang Zhihui's jian fell to the ground. It was just one move, and Zhang Zhihui's long jian was broken. Emo felt satisfied remembering how Zhang Zhihui hacked so many crevices into his sword last time. Flying sword. Zhang Zhihui stared at the flying sword in shock and was dumbfounded. He held his jian, dumbfounded. After a long while, he looked at Emo with extreme shock. You can actually use a flying sword. You, who are you? Emo sneered. What, old fart, weren't you going to rob my stuff? How come you look like a PSSY now? Old fart, how dare you try to rob me? you really think you've lived long enough? Hot Zhang Zhiwei's face was green, but he didn't dare to move. He knew that if he moved, the flying sword above his head would immediately decapitate him. He really didn't imagine someone in this world could use a flying sword. This was only in the fairy tales. If someone else told him that he saw a flying sword, he would for sure say that person was dumb, but now, he saw it with his own eyes. Since you have nothing to say, I'll use your head to sacrifice to my flying sword. Yi Mo sneered. The flying sword made a beautiful swirl in the air before landing on Zhang Zhiwei's neck. Don't, Zhenbei. Zhang Zhiwei didn't dare to talk useless things anymore. Although he could dodge this one. What about next time and the time after that? As long as there was a flying sword, he was dead for sure. Yi Mo controlled his flying sword and blandly said, "Any last words? Or you can tell me which sect you're from, I'll annihilate them all." At this moment, Zhang Zhiwei no longer dared to doubt Yi Mo's words. Yi Mo really had the power to annihilate an entire sect. Zhenbei, please have mercy. Although I belong to the hidden sects, I'm from the Xian River Zhang family. Zhang Zhiwei knew that if he spoke one word wrong, the flying sword could easily pierce his head. Although the flying sword was only an inch away from his neck, he could feel his skin was already pierced and bleeding. He didn't dare to lie. After all, quite a lot of people knew about him from the hidden sections. Xian River Zhang family? Yi Mo repeated and took back the flying sword. He had heard of this family. It was the biggest of the 5 great families, but it was very strange that their main power wasn't in Beijing. Although there were some, their main power was in Xian River. No wonder they could become the first family. They had an Earth-level middle stage master. Which other family could compare to this? Before he had a flying sword, even he couldn't mess with Earth-level middle stage masters. Yi Mo was thinking about whether to kill this old fart or get some benefits out of him, as though seeing what Yi Mo was thinking. Zhang Zhiwei quickly said, "Zhenbei, although our Zhang family isn't so good, if there's anything Zhenbei needs, we have a lot of manpower at the Zhang family." Yi Mo smiled. He knew what Zhang Zhiwei meant. He didn't really mean they had a lot of manpower, but that their Zhang family had been passed down for so long, they have a certain amount of savings. The reason this Zhang Zhiwei could reach Earth level must be due to Zhang family's huge wealth other than his own luck. Although Yi Mo had a flying sword, his cultivation speed here was too slow. If he could use the Zhang family's wealth to help him search for some herbs, it would benefit both. Thinking about this, Yi Mo took back his sword and said, "In that case, I'll let you go for now, but if I find that you're useless to me, I will still kill you. Yes, Zhenbei, I will do everything that you order." Zhang Zhiwei wiped the sweat from his head. Knowing that he finally saved his life, he was sure that Yi Mo didn't want to expose himself in front of so many people. If Yi Mo wanted to kill him last time, it would be all too easy, but then, everyone would know that he could use a flying sword. Funny how the Space Association still wants to act against him. He was fine falling from such a high cliff, so it must have been intentional because he had the ability. Luckily, Zhang Zhiwei was a fast thinker. Otherwise, he would be killed immediately, much less reach Earth-level tertiary stage. In his view, Yi Mo was older than him, perhaps a master of the legends. Although Yi Mo looked young, he had face-preserving pill. Who knew how old he really was? Brother Zhang. Since he was going to cooperate with Zhang Zhiwei, Yi Mo gave him some respect. After all, he was that old. However, it would be impossible for Yi Mo to call him Zhenbei or something like that. Zhang Zhiwei heard this and shivered. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Zhenbei, you must call me Brother Zhang, just call me Zhang Zhiwei." In his heart, Yi Mo was at least a master beyond the Earth level, perhaps more than 100 years old. Yi Mo smiled. The reason he didn't kill Zhang Jihu was firstly due to the Zhang family's huge wealth. Another was that Zhang Zhiwei cultivated ancient martial arts. Since he was at Earth level, it meant that he knew about ancient martial arts. Yi Mo didn't know that much about it, so it would be good to ask him about it. Seeing Yi Mo not talk, Zhang Zhiwei stood by the side not daring to talk, but his heart was like a ravaging river. In his eyes, Yi Mo was a magical person. If he could get on his good side, perhaps he would get some unimaginable benefits. Yi Mo thought a while before saying, "In that case, Zhang Zhiwei, your current power is Earth-level middle stage, then after Earth-level peak stage, would you be heaven stage?" Zhang Zhiwei was dazed and looked strangely at Yi Mo. "Xianbei, did you not reach beyond Earth level?" "After the Earth level it's not heaven stage, we call it great heaven level." Yi Mo embarrassed himself. There actually wasn't heaven stage but instead great heaven level.
However, he wouldn't show any weakness in front of Zhang Zhihui and smiled.
The things I'm cultivating is beyond ancient martial arts. You could say my current power is equivalent to heaven stage. If he wanted Zhang Zhihui to be obedient, he couldn't say his power was too low. He was barely an earth level, but with a flying sword, normal earth level masters were no match for him at all. Zhang Zhihui immediately showed a more reverent expression.
His anticipation was right. Those who could use the flying sword were indeed extraordinary. Then what about after great heaven level? Yemo asked again after seeing Zhang Zhihui was shocked. After great heaven level?
Zhang Zhihui murmured and shook his head.
According to what I know, there is currently no one who is at great heaven level, much less after it. What? There's actually no great heaven martial artist? You mean earth level is the highest here? Yemo asked in surprise. Zhang Zhihui seriously nodded.
Yes, Chen Bei, those who cultivate martial arts here including the hidden sects, the highest is not at great heaven level. Of course, I don't know if there are a few who reached great heaven level and goes hidden. But to be honest, there are even barely a few earth level tertiary stage, much less great heaven level. Yemo took a sigh of relief. If it was really like that, he didn't need to worry.
There wasn't even a single great heaven level master.
His flying sword should be able to dominate them all. Seeing Zhang Zhihui wanting to say something, Yemo immediately said, "If there's something you want to say it, yes."
Zhang Zhihui quickly agreed.
It's said that Wu Dao monk of Wuliang Mountain is already halfway great heaven stage.
He should probably be the strongest in the hidden sections. Wuliang Temple? Is it in Wuliang Mountain?
Yemo really wanted to go find this monk and test his flying sword.
Zhang Zhihui shook his head. Wuliang Temple's Wuliang isn't the same as Wuliang Mountain's Wuliang. There's a great difference.
Wuliang Temple means no one knows where it is, or no one can find it anymore. Yemo waved his hand. He already knew the approximate state of the hidden sections. He had no intentions of asking where the Wuliang Temple was. He just asked, "You said the Broken Fist Hall is here." Hearing Yemo ask about this, Zhang Zhihui quickly replied, "Yes, Chen Bei, when I came, I found the Broken Fist Hall people blocking the outside. They say you killed their elder." Yemo grabbed the flying sword on top of his head and looked at Zhang Zhihui. "I will go make sacrifices to my sword." Take me to those clowns. Chapter 254, Make sacrifice to the sword, exert dominance. Zhang Zhihui didn't reply because he didn't need to. At the moment, more than 10 people had surrounded them. Yemo scanned these people coldly and didn't talk. Out of the 12 people, there was 1 earth level elementary stage, 4 black level and 7 yellow level. Brother Zhang, we Broken Fist Hall also know what you're here for. We just want to ask that you give us this Mo Xiaobei after you take the Lu Blue Carrot. I, Jing Chengfa, will pay you back. It was the earth level talking. He thought Yemo was apprehended by Zhang Zhihui. Zhang Zhihui didn't even look at this earth level martial artist and said very respectfully to Yemo, "Chen Bei, these are the people from the Broken Fist Hall. Because Chen Bei killed Jing Qingzi last time, who was the brother of their leader, they brought almost all of their elite here. Their head is the leader of the Broken Fist Hall, Zheng Qinfa." Zhang Zhihui, what are you doing? The earth level heard Zhang Zhihui's words and was shocked. Although they had a lot of people, numbers were useless against earth-level masters. Yemo scanned Zheng Qingfa and blandly said, "From today onwards, the Broken Fist Hall no longer needs to exist. I will erase it from existence." "How dare you, Zhang Zhihui? Do you think you can take on our Broken Fist Hall all by yourself? Your Zhang family will experience bloodbath from us." Although Zheng Qingfa was concerned with Zhang Zhihui, he wouldn't resist anyone who stopped him from getting revenge. He believed that the reason Yemo was so bold was because Zhang Zhihui was supporting him. "You talk too much." Yemo didn't want to waste words. His flying sword turned into a purple beam and smashed towards Zheng Qingfa's forehead like a shooting star. Clank! Zheng Qingfa blocked the flying sword in that instant, but his sword was already in half. Before he could see what projectile it was, Yemo's flying sword turned and pierced the back of his neck. Flying sword. Zheng Qingfa just spat out these 2 words and fell dead to the ground. The intense shock was still there in his eyes. The flying sword still floated in the air with purple rays striking fear into people's hearts. The remaining 11 people were frozen on the spot. What was this, flying sword? The legendary flying sword. No one believed it, but their strongest leader had been killed. He had only blocked once, and that was because he sacrificed his precious sword. They were far from earth level and didn't have good swords in their hands. They wouldn't even be able to see the sword before they were killed. Zhang Zhihui was sweating.
If he didn't act fast, he would be a cold body now too.
Even if he could block it 3 times at most. This flying sword was fast like a comet. Any Earth-level master wouldn't be able to block more than 10 strikes unless it was a great heaven-level master.
Arg! A black-level peak master was the first to react.
He looked at the sword floating in the air and screamed. He could no longer control the fear in his heart and turned to run.
Yi Mo sneered.
Since he killed, he had no intentions of letting any of them go. The Broken Fist Hall was different to Zhang Zhihui. It was a hidden sect, so if he didn't kill them all, it would come back again. Plus, he killed the brother of their leader, so there was no way around this feud. The only way was to erase it. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhihui had a large family wealth and had his concerns. Plus, he didn't have that much feud with Yi Mo, so it would be far more useful to let him live than kill him. Under the control of his spirit sense, the flying sword twisted into a purple beam and pierced all of their heads quickly. In the blink of an eye, there were only 2 people left. Yi Mo controlled the sword to spin in the air but didn't move anymore. The remaining people were shocked by Yi Mo's carnage and kneeled down after half a beat, not daring to say anything. All they did was keep bowing their head on the ground. Seeing the bloody scene, Zhang Zhihui shivered. This was real carnage.
At this moment, he wouldn't doubt for a bit that Yi Mo could kill his entire family.
This guy killed without any emotions. He could tell that Yi Mo often did these types of things. Broken Fist Hall was still a middle-ranked hidden sect. But more than 90% of their elites were gone like that. This Qian Bei was far from as easy to talk to as he had imagined. He didn't kill him probably due to other reasons. Thinking about this, Zhang Zhihui wasn't just feeling cold, he could even feel his calves shivering. Suddenly, Zhang Zhihui felt a frigidness and he subconsciously looked at Yi Mo and saw that Yi Mo was staring at him and sneering. Qian Bei. Zhang Zhihui's head was tingling. Yi Mo didn't say anything but just stared at him once and looked away, closing his eyes. What did the Qian Bei mean? Zhang Zhihui was scared.
Was he going to be killed too?
But then why did he leave 2 alive? Yi Mo didn't seem to hear what Zhang Zhihui said but just looked up at his flying sword and his eyes were indifferent. Zhang Zhihui couldn't understand Yi Mo's intentions for a long time, but now he saw Yi Mo look at his flying sword and then on the 2 remaining people on the ground.
He suddenly understood, Yi Mo wanted him to kill them.
If he didn't show his loyalty now, perhaps this Qian Bei's flying sword would pierce his head immediately. Thinking about this, Zhang Zhihui didn't dare to wait at all. He immediately picked up his sword and rushed quickly in front of the 2 remaining people and sliced twice. The 2 kneeling on the ground was confused. They didn't why Zhang Zhihui killed them instead of the flying sword wielder Qian Bei. You're very good. Yi Mo scanned Zhang Zhihui and took back his flying sword. Zhang Zhihui secretly wiped some sweat, thinking he almost didn't understand what Yi Mo meant. Since you want me to kill them, just say it. Why be so mysterious and stuff? Zhang Zhihui took a breath of relief and said, Qian Bei, these Broken Fist Hall people are evil. They dare to offend Qian Bei, serves them right to be killed. Just wait for me to deal with these bodies first. Zhang Zhihui was about to clean away the bodies. After all, even though it was fighting amongst the hidden sects, they still needed to deal with it in secret. Yi Mo smiled and said, no need. Then, Yi Mo casually threw out more than 10 fireballs. He was stage 3 Qi gathering peak now, so he could barely use 14 fireballs at once. The bodies on the ground were burned to ashes, and even the ground started to crack. Zhang Zhihui was dumbfounded. If the flying sword gave him great shock, then this fireball made him realize it was the means of gods and sages. He stared at the bodies that had become ashes in disbelief and couldn't say anything. Zhang Zhihui. Yi Mo had asserted his dominance, so he no longer needed to be polite. Yes, Qian Bei. Zhang Zhihui immediately reacted and looked at Yi Mo with reverence and fear. Yi Mo, of course, knew that after the club, he needed to feed the old guy a carrot to make him completely obedient. Now, he nodded satisfactorily, seeing Zhang Zhihui state, and said, do you know the address of Broken Fist Hall? Yes, I've been there once. Zhang Zhihui didn't dare to hide anything. Okay, in that case, you go finish them. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Yi Mo looked at Zhang Zhihui, giving him an invisible pressure. He wasn't afraid this old man wouldn't agree. He purposely left the last 2 men for the old man to kill. Now, the old man had to listen to him and exterminate the Broken Fist Hall. Zhang Zhihui didn't dare to say half a no. Even if he didn't kill the Broken Fist Hall people, he didn't dare to disobey Yemo's words. Okay, in that case, after you exterminate them, wait for me at the Zhang Familu.
You've stayed in Earth level middle stage for quite some time, right? As long as you make me happy, I don't mind letting you progress a step further. Yemo knew it was time to give the sweet fruit. Zhang Jihu was shaken.
He had been working hard for decades, but he still wasn't able to break through Earth level middle stage. If he could, he wouldn't be robbing Yemo's blue carrot. It was because the seduction of breakthrough was too great for him that he tried to rob Yemo. Now that Yemo said he could help him break through, it was like dropping a nuclear bomb. He didn't doubt Yemo's words the slightest bit. Yemo was a great heaven-level master, so how could he care about a mere Earth-level middle-stage breakthrough?
Plus, if he couldn't break through, his lifespan would be up soon.
Even those ancient martial artists who cultivate to Earth-level peak stage couldn't extend their life. At most, their bodies would be healthier, and they would live a few extra years than mortals. Only those who reached the legendary Great Heaven level could extend their life by 60 years immediately. However, if he couldn't even reach Earth-level tertiary stage, how could he even reach Great Heaven level? Yemo promised that he could reach Earth-level tertiary stage, and Zhang Jihu was willing to do anything even if he sold everything he had. After a long while, he woke up from this huge joy and immediately knew that Yemo wanted him to show his loyalty. As such, he quickly said respectfully, "Xianbei, don't worry, I won't let a single person escape from Broken Fist Hall."
Chapter 255, not a minor thing. Okay, in that case, go do it and wait for me. Remember, if there are some rare herbs and ores, collect it all for me. I will give you a list in some time, help me find the herbs on it. I won't mistreat you, Yemo noted. Zhang Zhiwei took a breath of relief. He was afraid Yemo had no requests, but since Yemo had some, he felt assured. If he had no value, he didn't believe a decisive killer like Yemo would let him go. When Zhang Zhiwei left, Yemo glanced at the brush on the side and sneered. This person was hiding there when he killed Zheng Qingfa. However, Yemo didn't expose him. He knew it was that Shi Wushan from the auction. He believed that after the old guy saw his powers, the people from the auction wouldn't dare to mess with him. The reason he didn't get into more conflict with the auction association was because of resources. Perhaps he could collaborate with the association again. However, if they tried to play any tricks, he could annihilate them at any time with his current power. As soon as he left Wuliang Mountain, Yemo called Xiao Gang. After all, he promised him to race for him but had delayed it due to his own things. He didn't know whether it was finished already. But regardless, he had to greet Xiao Gang since he took his money. Xiao Gang was very surprised to hear Yemo's voice. "Big bro, I thought you had forgotten about this. I tried calling you but can't reach you. The race is in 6 days, where are you? I'll come pick you up." Yemo didn't expect the race to not have begun yet. He looked at the calendar on the phone and discovered that it wasn't the end of the month yet. In that case, he would help Xiao Gang. After all, Xiao Gang's money helped him in a time of great need. Thinking about this, he immediately said, "I'm going to Tandu Shirfan University to find my sister. Just find me the day before the race." Great, the race is near Tandu, in the Guilin Valley. I'll come pick you up at that time. Thanks, how do I call you, brother? Xiao Gang was worried for a month. Just when he was lost, he received Yemo's call and was very excited. It was not that he thought Yemo was a fraud, but he felt with Yemo's supercar skills, it would be too easy to earn hundreds of thousands, and there was no need to cheat him. "I'm Yemo." At this time, Yemo no longer needed to hide. The hidden sects already know of his identity. He hid his identity because he was too weak. Now that his flying sword was made, unless he wanted to fight the entire country or the entire hidden sects, he didn't need to be scared. Those two conditions wouldn't even exist. He didn't harm the country, and in addition, he was the instructor of flying snow and had the permit to kill. Shishuang Temple. A few people rushed over into that secret meeting room. Shi Wushan was already restless. "Elder Shi, why did you call us in a hurry over here?" The one talking was Lady Fong. Yusher Xiong sat down slowly and said, "Lady Fong, don't worry, I think we probably found that Moing." However, Shi Wushan stood up and said, "Yusher Xiong, I have indeed found his traces and also saw his real face. That young man is only in his 20s, but you saw him being attacked by the Broken Fist Hall people?" The goatee said. Shi Wushan nodded, but before he said anything else, Lady Fong continued, was he killed by the broken fist hall people? If that's the case, are they not giving us space association any face at all? Yusher Xiong shook his head and calmly said. Lady Fong is too hasty. Their broken fist hall is not bad, but they're not at the stage to disregard us. Even if that MOing killed Zheng Qingze, they wouldn't dare to act so confident. I think she sure D has something else to say. We must get MOing. What conditions did they bring up? Shi Wushan shook his head and said, Broken Fist Hall didn't say anything. That's impossible. Even if they are giving us face, they will certainly still have some conditions. Yusher Xiong shook his head. He believed his judgment was right. Shi Wushan seriously said, it's not that they won't, but they can't. The 12 people who attacked MOing, including their leader Zheng Chengfa, were all killed by MOing. What? Yusher Xiong exclaimed as his cup fell to the ground. It splashed water, but he didn't notice it at all. After half a beat, he gasped and said, Zheng Qingfa is at the peak of Earth-level elementary stage and he has 11 good men. That young man can kill him. Was he pretending before? Shi Wushan heavily nodded. I think he might have been acting before. I clearly saw from the side that this person is very decisive in killing, and he is also merciless. He could actually kill Zheng Qingfa and 11 strong men's attack. She sure die. What level is he? Yusher Xiong recovered from the shock and calmed down. Shi Wushan seriously said, I suspect he has reached Great Heaven level already. What? Not only Yusher Xiong was shocked again, but also Lady Fong and the goatee. Great Heaven level? Was Great Heaven level this easy? Ancient martial arts hadn't had a Great Heaven master in over a few centuries. She sure die. Did you see wrong? This MOing once killed Lone Wolf, but it's too much to say he's Great Heaven level. Yusher Xiong's face was getting more and more serious. Shi Wushan shook his head and said, I'm sure I saw it right. I was suspicious last time when he fell off the cliff. Even an Earth-level peak stage master would die if they fall from that cliff, but he even managed to survive unscathed. And, you know how many moves he used to kill Zheng Qingfa? You might not believe it. But he only used 2 moves. However, I feel that these 2 moves was only a single and very simple move. The remaining people were shocked into silence. Killing an Earth-level martial artist with 1 move, even an Earth-level peak stage couldn't do that. Then perhaps it was really possible that he was Great Heaven level. Seeing these few people with their mouth open in shock, Shi Wushan sighed. I saw it with my own eyes, otherwise I wouldn't believe it too. At that time, there was Zhang Zhihui by his side, but he was also defeated by MOing and he even surrendered to him. Do you know the weapon he used? He actually used a flying sword. You won't believe it, but he could actually command a flying sword. The speed of it was like a comet and even emitted light rays. Although Zheng Qingfa blocked that sword sliced apart his sword and then, the sword flew back and pierced Zheng Qingfa's heart from the back. I really can't describe that sword, flying sword. The people in the room had turned to stone. Before, they still believed that the young man was really Great Heaven level, but now, after knowing that he could use a flying sword, there was certainly no doubt that he was at Great Heaven level. After a long while, Lady Fong murmured, he could use a flying sword. Is there really a Great Heaven level master? It's really, Shi Wushan sighed. That's not what shocked me the most. What stunned me was that he could throw out fireballs with his hand, and those 12 people were burned to ashes. Ha! Yusher Xiong could no longer control the shock in his heart and sat down with a pale face. After a while, he and Lady Fong murmured, we dared to challenge a Great Heaven level master. He was actually a Great Heaven level. We're crazy. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and stood up. She sure die, immediately stopped the investigation and tracking of him as well as any operations on him. We can't mess with someone like that. Shi Wushan bitterly smiled. It's too late. I'm sure he noticed me when I hit on the side, but he just stared at me and sneered. He didn't call out my name, but I'm certain he noticed me. He's that strong? Cody sighed after a long while. Yusher Xiong sunk into a long silence before slowly saying, if he really wanted revenge against us, we have no way to stop him. Since he discovered she sure D and didn't point it out, it meant he has some other intentions or some place where he needs our help. Plus, we haven't really offended him yet. Zhang Zhihui offended him that much, but he didn't kill him and instead took him under his wing. Perhaps we can be like Zhang Zhihui too, Shi Xiong you mean? Shi Wushan's eyes lit up. He couldn't say this analysis was wrong. Yusher Xiong had calmed down now and said again. This person can take out something like Lotus Life Pill and Face Preserving Pill meant that he's definitely someone powerful and cares a lot about herbs.
The reason he didn't fight with us was not because he was scared of us, but because he wants to borrow us to do something for him just like Zhang Zhihui. Then what do we do now?
Contact him?
Lady Fang said. Yu Shixiong shook his head, however. No, this Qian Bei has a weird temper and plus he's probably more than 100 years old.
We can only wait for him to come to us.
If we annoy him again, our space association will really be in danger. And, we need to notify our elders. This is no minor issue, although Yemo wanted to give the association some pressure. He didn't expect the effect to be so well. Now, he was on the plane towards Tandu. He would go see Tang Beiwei and treat her mother. Last time, he gave a pill to her, so Yemo was sure it could save her mom's life for at least half a year. Chapter 256, Meeting Beiwei again. It was the second time Yemo came to Tandu. The first time was with Wendong, but he didn't even go in the city and just left with Wendong after they blew up the mansion, so he wasn't very familiar with Tandu. However, Tandu Shirfan University was quite famous. He called a taxi over, and the taxi driver knew where it was. Yemo stood at the gate of the university watching the pairs of guys and girls. They either had their arms around each other or were holding hands. If he didn't know this was a university, he would have thought it was a place for wedding registration. He sighed. The students here seemed more open than Ninghai University students. However, he didn't really know that much about Ninghai University as he stayed in the library all day. Although there were a lot of students going in and out, Yemo seemed very spiritual and out of this world just by standing there. And due to cultivating for a long time, he had this ethereal temperament. Plus, his clothes were chosen by Yiling, which not only suited him but was also good brands. So immediately, he seemed to stand out amongst the students, perhaps due to his out-of-this-world temperament. Many students discussed about him. He didn't know where Tang Beiwei was and didn't know which course she was in. The only thing he knew was that she studied here. He walked to the front door and stopped a girl with a few books and said very politely, "Hello, may I ask?" Before Yemo could finish, he saw the girl glare at him and say, "I don't know, don't know?" Yemo was confused. He didn't even say where he wanted to go. Who said only girls knew where the girls' dorms were? Yemo thought guys should know its whereabouts too. Why did he have to ask a girl? Yemo blamed himself for being too dumb, but this girl was too rude. He stepped aside and stopped the guy behind her. "Hey! Do you know where the girls' dorms are?" Before the guy could reply, the girl just then immediately turned around and politely said, "Hey, sorry about just then, I know where the girls' dorms are, how about I take you there?" A minute ago, she told him she didn't know coldly, but now, she was full of smiles and offered to take him there. The change was too great. Yemo turned and looked at this girl and frowned. What was this? The guy Yemo asked saw this and quickly smiled and slipped away. This girl's change had aroused Yemo's suspicion. He started to study this girl. She seemed to be in her 20s and were more mature than most students. However, she was relatively pretty. Her skin was white. And her hair was shoulder length. Amidst her cold temperament, there was also arrogance. Her lips were rather thin, and it could be seen she was a little cold-hearted. This girl was weird. Yemo didn't want any trouble, so he said, "No need, you can just point a direction for me." The girl seemed to be bemused, but she quickly enthusiastically said, "No, I'll take you there. I'm afraid you won't be able to find the way if I just point a direction." But her cold temperature didn't match this hospitality. Before Yemo could talk, a bright red sports car stopped in front of him, and a handsome youth got off. This youth walked over and said to the girl in front of Yemo, "Hichi, I saw you from across the road. It's such a coincidence. Let's go, we'll go together." Yemo looked at this car. He had no knowledge about cars. Other than some really good cars, he knew nothing about it. He didn't even know what brand this car was. This Ichi was suddenly about to grab Yemo's hand, but Yemo just swung his hand back and the girl missed. She looked at Yemo in surprise. There was no hint for her movement, but this guy could dodge it. However, she immediately began to feel uncomfortable. She was a pretty girl. Was he going to lose something if she grabbed his hand? If this guy didn't have such a temperament, she wouldn't even get help from him. Yemo had understood now and was filled with disgust towards this girl. He thought of Sume. She was exactly the same like Sume, wanting to use him to avoid this youth. There was actually such a woman. He didn't even know her, and she wasn't even willing to help him with the way, but now she wanted to use him. Yemo was not only disgusted but he also extremely detested this girl. If she helped him point the way, then perhaps he wouldn't mind helping her. However, this Ichi not only wouldn't help him point the way, but she also wanted to use him to block a guy she didn't like.
It was obvious this man driving the sports car was no ordinary person. If it was any other guy, they wouldn't have a good ending.
It could be seen how heartless this woman was. Only thinking about herself and completely disregarding others, Yemo sneered. He didn't want to help this girl at all. Hello, I'm Zhang He.
This youth took his hand and wanted to shake hands with Yemo.
His mannerism was elegant and seemed very polite. However, Yemo's spirit sense scanned a small prick on this youth's ring, and a blue light flashed very quick. This prick was very small. If he shook hands with him, the needle would pierce into his hand. Such a malicious guy, this pair of animals. The youth smiled so amicably but was so malicious. He didn't even know who he was or who Yemo was to this girl and wanted to attack him. Although Yemo didn't know if the tip was poisoned. He knew this needle wasn't a simple thing. Yemo casually hit out a strand of chi into the palm of the youth and coldly looked at the youth.
Not interested.
Then he turned and left. This youth saw that Yemo didn't even want to shake hands with him and his eyes immediately went cold.
He didn't believe anyone would see the prick on his ring because it was extremely small. Wait for me, ah.
The girl saw Yemo ignore the youth and turned to leave. She was surprised but immediately reacted and chased towards Yemo. Piss off. Yemo stopped and said without remorse. Not only the girl was shocked, but so was all the students around the school. Someone actually told Princess Chi to piss off.
Was this guy drunk? This girl was also shocked. It was the first time she was told to piss off. However, she reacted real quick and immediately said, I have nothing to do with Zhang He, don't misunderstand me. Then, she charged up and attempted to grab Yemo's sleeve. Zhang He was extremely furious. The girl he liked said she had nothing with him in front of him to explain to another guy. Yemo was so angry he laughed instead. He was just asking for the way and asked out such a problem. He pulled the girl's hand away, then looked coldly and said, You have nothing with him just because you say so? I don't think a woman like you would have nothing with anyone. I'm not interested in a woman like you the slightest bit.
Don't pester me or don't blame me for what happens next. The girl was shocked. She didn't expect there would be such a person like Yemo, ignoring her beauty like it was nothing. In her view, it would be the guy's honor that she used him for a shield, but this guy was completely different. She couldn't accept this at all. She was arrogant and had nothing with the Zhang He, but this male student said such words. At this moment, she calmed herself and looked at Yemo.
Other than a different temperament, this student had a handsome face with distinctive features as well as this out-of-this-world temperament, making her forget to rebuke Yemo's words. Beiwei, Yemo's spirit sense scanned a girl walking to a classroom with her head low. It was obviously Tang Beiwei. At this moment, he had no mood to waste time with this woman, so he took a few steps over. When the girl reacted, Yemo was already tens of meters away. Hichi was stunned. She didn't even see how Yemo left. All that remained was a back figure. She rubbed her eyes. Did she see wrong? However, Zhang He put down the phone and sneered at Yemo's back. He originally only planned on making Yemo suffer a little, but he was really pissed now. Beiwei, what's wrong? Yemo saw Tang Beiwei didn't go in the classroom but cry in a dark corner. Tang Beiwei suddenly heard Yemo's voice and drastically looked up. She was dazed for a moment before calling out, Big brother. She ran into Yemo's arms and started crying. Yemo grabbed the necklace on Tang Beiwei's chest and his face sunk. It was obviously activated before, meaning that somebody had attacked her. He patted Tang Beiwei's shoulder and said, Beiwei, what happened? Why are you so skinny? Did someone attack you as well? Tang Beiwei took a breath of relief and rubbed her eyes. Then she looked up at Yemo and said, Big brother, I thought I wouldn't be able to see you again. I couldn't reach your phone. Don't rush, talk slowly. You still haven't eaten dinner, right? Let's go, we'll talk as we eat dinner. Yemo helped Tang Beiwei wipe her tears and comforted her. Chapter 257, Fury. Tang Beiwei, you're quite bold, you dare to be with another guy so intimately. A guy wearing a black shirt took out his phone. He coldly looked at Tang Beiwei as he spoke. Then, he immediately made a call as though he was reporting to someone. Not just this guy but tens of other students were all looking on. Their eyes were either filled with pity or sympathy. Some emotional girls were already worrying for Yemo. Although it was fun being with the prettiest girl in Tandu,
but the following consequence wouldn't be what he could deal with. This guy looked pretty handsome too. Brother Qianhe, Tang Beiwei is actually hugging with another student.
Yes, just below our building.
Oh, okay.
The guy hung up and sneered to Emo while walking over slowly. Punk, you dare to touch the woman Brother Qianhe pre-ordered?
As soon as this man spoke, two other guys came from behind him. These two signaled the one who made the call and surrounded GMO and Tang Beiwei. Leave Tang Beiwei aside, break this guy's leg first. The first guy said to the other two. They dared to look at his sister like an item, and they would even break the person's leg as long as they made contact with his sister without even asking questions. Yemo's killing intent rose. Wait. Just when the few guys were about to attack, the girl from before came over and yelled. The man who made the call stopped and looked at Ichi before saying, Sister Chi, this is Brother Qianhe's order. It's best you don't get involved, otherwise. The He-Chi girl's face changed. Obviously, she knew who Qianhe was and felt threatened by him. However, she still said to Emo, I didn't know you had such relationship with Tang Beiwei. Leave her quickly and apologize. Otherwise, if something happens, don't blame me for not reminding you. Emo coldly looked at Ichi. Move aside, don't piss me off or I'll beat you too. Emo had no good impression whatsoever of this woman. Ichi finally couldn't take Emo's attitude anymore. Her face changed and wanted to say something but eventually didn't. She really moved aside but her eyes were full of contempt. After the girl moved away, Emo scanned the student who made the call and slowly said, You said you were going to break my leg just then? Indeed, but now it won't just be that. Your hand needs to be broken too. Charge. Then, the guy charged up and smashed towards Emo's face with his fist. The two guys from the side also came up kicking towards Emo's left and right leg. Obviously, it wasn't the first time they were fighting together and had good cooperation. Before Tang Beiwei reacted, Emo had already jumped up and kicked out his foot. This foot kicked over the left guy before kicking into the front guy's wrist. And that wasn't the end. It continued to kick into the left leg the right guy kicked out. When these three were kicked into a pile by Emo landed with Tang Beiwei. It was a perfect 360 turn and these three didn't even turn Emo's clothes, so handsome. People were already cheering. Kicking three people with one kick and spinning a circle in the air with someone in his arms. This was too awesome. This Ichi looked at Emo in a daze. She just remembered that Emo left her without her even noticing. There were rays in her eyes. She had an instinct that this handsome guy was no ordinary person. Tang Beiwei looked at the three guys kicked onto the ground. She didn't talk and wasn't surprised. She knew how strong her brother was. He even killed people. Emo walked over, looked at the three guys and said once again, just then, you said you were going to break my hand and leg, right? That's right, punk. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you know a few moves. You won't be able to die even if you want to after offending Brother Qianhe. You dare to mess with Brother Qianhe and take his woman, you don't want to live anymore, arg. The guy could no longer talk because Emo had stepped on his mouth. Emo could crush the guy's entire head, but with so many students watching, he didn't want to do that. He just broke off all of his teeth, leaving behind a mouth full of blood, arg. The guy didn't expect Emo to be so cruel, however. He didn't expect that what followed next would be more cruel. Emo kicked a few times, producing a terrifying cracking sound. In that moment, Emo broke all of their limbs. The students looked on in shock. This guy seemed very amicable, but he was so cruel when he attacked. Not only did he beat up Qianhe's men, but he also crushed all of their limbs. This wasn't breaking but pulverizing. These three students were gone, but so was this guy. He was really gone. He messed with someone he couldn't mess with. The people around didn't expect this to not be over yet. Emo kicked the three unconscious guys into a pond before leaving with Tang Beiwei. After a while, people remembered that if they didn't pick the three up, they would drown to death. This wasn't a fight, it was murder. He-Chi looked and shivered. Although she had seen many cruel people and heard about the stories in mafias, but this was the first time she saw someone almost kill in a school. This person was too cruel. However, the three guys didn't drown to death. As soon as Emo left, their men dragged the three out and sent them to the hospital, but most people knew that even if they were sent to the hospital, they would have to spend their life on wheelchair. Brother
Tang Beiwei worriedly called out. Yemo waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, Beiwei, we siblings won't mess with other people, but other people can't mess with us. As long as I still have a last breath left, no one can touch you," Tang Beiwei hummed. The fear and depression that had been suffocating her for 2 months were finally starting to dissipate. "Tell me what happened later. This has just started, and I won't let it go like this. Is my sister so easily bullied? They're blind." Yemo saw the terror in Tang Beiwei's and felt more furious. "This student, stop." When Yemo and Tang Beiwei reached the school gate, a security guard with a black stick stopped them. Yemo pulled Tang Beiwei behind him and coldly looked at the security guard. "What, this student can't leave the school yet?" The security guard pointed at Tang Beiwei. If he didn't see Yemo teach those few guys a lesson, perhaps he would have attacked Yemo already. Yemo's eyes went cold. He didn't need the guard to explain, and he knew why. This guy had quite a lot of power. He actually guarded his sister and imprisoned her in the school. Yemo walked up, and before the guard could react, he had already picked him up by the neck. Then, he slapped him before kicking him away, crashing into a wall, unable to move. Then, he slowly said, "I'm taking her out today, what can you do?" Although he taught the guard a lesson and the other 2 guards didn't dare to move, Yemo was getting more and more unhappy. This was a university. Why was it like a private backyard for hoodlums? What bullshit university was this? As soon as Yemo left with Tang Beiwei, a top of the Range Rover charged into the school grounds. It stopped at where Yemo beat up those guys. A fierce man got off the car. He had 2 sturdy bodyguards behind him. The fierce man's face sunk and asked, "What happened?" "A guy broke my brother in them limbs." They were sent to the hospital and this man took away Tang Beiwei. We were no match for him. Immediately, 2 guys came and spoke carefully. At this moment, the 2 guards rushed over and saluted to this fierce man before saying, "Young master, someone took away Tang Beiwei just then and beat our guard. Humph, useless." This fierce man swore and continued, "He dares to touch the woman I pre-ordered. He wants to F King die." The police siren sounded and 4 police cars drove into the school grounds. A middle-aged policeman got off the first car. He saw the fierce man and immediately ran over, saying respectfully, "Young master, someone called us saying you've suffered some losses." "I came immediately," the fierce man nodded. "Lao Wu, good job, investigate where the man took Tang Beiwei and notify me. You don't need to worry about capturing him." "Yes, young master, I'll be going then." The police officer then went into the police car and left. The fierce man looked at the leaving police car and his eyes grew cold. "You dare to take my woman and break my subordinate's limbs. If I let you walk out of Tandu, then I don't need to live." Chapter 258, Tang Jing's Love. Shillong restaurant wasn't too far from the university, and it was near the lake. Moreover, the environment was elegant, though the price was a little expensive. "Hey brother, the things here are very expensive, let's go another place," Tang Beiwei said. Yemo waved his hand and said, "No need, eat here. If people come later, I can let them go take a shower in the lake. I've earned some money recently, and I still have a few millions." Yemo knew that the person who could imprison his sister in the school had extraordinary power, perhaps even not far from the Song family. "A few million? How do you have so much? I still haven't used the card you gave me last time." Although Tang Beiwei was shocked, she thought about the fireball charms and understood. Each one of those would probably sell for quite a lot. Yemo brought Tang Beiwei to the 2nd floor in a private room near the lake, and after the waiter served water, he asked, "Tell me what happened. How is your mother?" Tang Beiwei's eyes darkened after a while. She slowly said, "I gave my mother the pill you gave me. She got better in just a day. I originally had enough money to take her to do surgery, but I still wanted to wait for you. Don't worry, 99% of the diseases are no problem for me." Yemo smiled. Tang Beiwei nodded. I was thinking so as well, but the second day, a man in his 50s came to my house. When mother saw him, she was very excited and talked to him for a long time. I heard mother cry from outside." Yemo frowned. This person seemed to come at this time too coincidentally. Tang Beiwei sunk into that day's memory as she spoke. Tang Beiwei felt strange. Usually, there were no guests in the house and she had never seen this middle-aged man before. However, when her mother saw him, she was stunned. Who was he? He talked with her mother for a long time. Her mother's voice was very excited and kept sniffing.
but the man's voice was very calm. Beiwei. Tang Beiwei heard her mother's crying and wanted to go in and see. But her mother called her from inside. Tang Beiwei quickly went inside and saw the man holding her mother's hand. She was shocked. She didn't know who the man was, but she had a guess that this was the person who abandoned her. She didn't expect he had the face to come back. However, her mother was too kind-hearted and believed him so quickly. Beiwei, this is Uncle Song I told you. Before Tang Jing finished, Tang Beiwei immediately understood. That must have been the man her mother was talking about. She immediately pointed at the man and swore, "Piss off, don't come to my house again. You harmed my mother before, and now you're here to harm her again, piss off." Tang Beiwei thought about the hardship her mother had been in and felt more contempt towards this man. He harmed his mother for her entire life and now he dared to come back. Tang Jing's ruddy face immediately became pale. She quickly sat up and said, "Beiwei, don't curse at Qiming, he had his troubles. When he wanted to come find me, I had already left Beijing." Beiwei. Tang Beiwei rushed beside her mother and helped her up while staring coldly at Song Qiming. "Go, I won't curse you anymore due to mom, stop trying to trick my mom." Song Qiming looked at Tang Beiwei in shock. No wonder Dongfang she wanted to use her to seduce Emo. This Tang Beiwei was too pretty, but she wasn't his daughter. If Tang Jing didn't tell him, he would have thought Tang Beiwei was his daughter. Thinking about Tang Jing's miscarriage, he finally had some guilt, but it then disappeared very quickly. "Beiwei, please don't make mom." Tang Jing saw that the person she had lived with for most of her life being so aggressive towards the lover she had forgiven and spat out blood in a fit of worry. Tang Beiwei no longer dared to say anything about Song Qiming. She quickly came up and helped her mother up. "Mom, sorry, what's wrong?" "Beiwei, forgive Qiming, he really didn't mean it, Before Tang Jing finished, she started breathing heavily. Song Qiming brought a tub of water and washed Tang Jing carefully. Then, he looked at Tang Beiwei and said, "Beiwei, regardless of whether you believe me, the biggest mistake of my life is not finding your mother. Now that I found her, even if I use up my remaining years, I will treat her condition and I won't let her stay outside anymore. I want to get your mother to Beijing. How about I help you transfer schools and you can come as well?" Tang Beiwei coldly looked at Song Qiming and ignored him. She didn't believe the cruel-hearted person would repent. Although Tang Beiwei didn't know what happened, she didn't trust Song Qiming. "Mom, are you really going to Beijing?" Tang Beiwei really didn't want to leave her mother, and she didn't want her mother to go Beijing Song family either. She immediately knew she was wrong. Her mother just grabbed Song Qiming's hand, her eyes were full of hope and happiness that she didn't even hear her daughter's words. Tang Beiwei suddenly felt sad. She had been living with her mother for more than 20 years, and her mother treated like a real daughter, but this Song guy stole away his mother as soon as he came. Was this the power of love? She knew she was being tricked, but she still lied to herself to believe the Song guy. She suddenly remembered Emo. Was her mother's desperation to see this Song man the same as her desperation to see her brother? No, her feelings were sibling feelings, and it was different to her mother, but she felt something wasn't right. If it was kinship, she felt she was closer with her mother than Emo. Although Emo was her brother, she felt he was more of a friend. "Beiwei, come to Beijing with me as well, I'm worried about you staying at Tandu by yourself." Tang Jing finally remembered her daughter. Tang Beiwei's heart sunk. This Song man made her mother completely trust him in half a day. If she knew earlier this would happen, she wouldn't have let him in. "Mom, I want to stay here and wait for brother." Tang Beiwei wanted to stay with Emo more. If her mother didn't leave, it would be best if the three of them could live together, but her mother wanted to go to the Song family. Tang Jing shook her head, grabbed Tang Beiwei's hand and said after half a beat, "Beiwei, I'll be rest assured if you stay with brother. Your brother gave you so much money the first time he saw you. I can tell he loves you a lot, I'm not worried. You've suffered quite a lot living with me all these years, your mother is very useless." "No, Mom." Tang Beiwei felt more sad and didn't want to leave her mother. However, for the first time, she saw her constantly depressed mother feel happiness, so couldn't tell her mother to not leave her. Song Qiming looked at Tang Jing in confusion. "Brother," Tang Jing immediately told him that Tang Beiwei was siblings with Emo. Hearing this, Song Qiming's face changed. No wonder Dongfang she was going to use Tang Beiwei was a bait. It wasn't due to beauty, but because they were siblings. This Dongfang she was malevolent indeed. but looking at Tang Beiwei.
Dongfang Shi's plan failed for sure.
If he succeeded, Tang Beiwei wouldn't be in state. What's wrong, Qiming? All of Tang Jing's attention was on Song Qiming. Song Qiming's face changed for a while before sighing. I also know that GMO, he's someone powerful, but our Song family offended him, and now, he wants revenge on the Song family. I sigh.
I didn't expect he was Beiwei's brother, huh?
Tang Jing also yelled out in surprise, but she immediately understood the relations and turned to Tang Beiwei and said, Beiwei, can you persuade your brother to let Qiming go? Tang Beiwei immediately began to suspect Song Qiming's purpose.
Perhaps he already knew that she was siblings with Yemo and came to her for mercy. Seeing that Tang Beiwei didn't talk, Tang Jing was more worried and said, Beiwei.
Her eyes were full of anxiety. Tang Beiwei sighed. Mother, I don't really know about what my brother does, I'll ask him then. Although she didn't want to agree, her mother's hopeful eyes made her feel very bad. Her mother brought her up for more than 20 years working tirelessly. She really couldn't reject this request. Hearing about this, Yemo's face was bleak. Song Qiming, even if you get the god of the heavens, I will still annihilate your Song family. Tang Beiwei finished and saw Yemo not talk, then she continued, then, that Song Qiming bowed to me and begged for mercy, but I ignored him. However, my mother said I must beg for mercy from you. My mother was taken to Beijing by him. I didn't want to go, so I stayed. I really don't understand why mother would listen to that Song Qiming. Even, Tang Beiwei really couldn't finish her words. Her mother was number one in her heart. She must have been first in her mother's heart too, but she didn't expect her to be worse than Song Qiming in front of love. Yemo knew that since Song Qiming took away Tang Jing, when he goes for revenge at the Song family in Beijing, the Song family would push out Tang Beiwei's mother for sure. No matter what, he can't let the mother who raised Tang Beiwei for more than 20 years be hurt. This Song Qiming was really malicious. We'll put this aside first. Who did you offend at the university? How dare he act against you like this? Yemo wanted to know who was targeting his sister. Chapter 259, same place, we'll talk after we eat. Yemo looked at Tang Beiwei's distressed look and knew she was troubled heavily by this recently. Tang Beiwei nodded and felt more comfortable after telling what happened with her mother. And, since this restaurant's food was quite good, she had a big appetite. Those people who watch me call their boss Chen-he, no one dares to mess with him in Tandui. Only knew I was already in their list a long time ago when I came back. However, they brought my name forward. Tang Beiwei ate some things and felt more energy. Yemo dazed. What list? Tang Beiwei said, that Chen-he is a demon. I don't know why he is still able to roam free today. But he has harmed a lot of girls, from those in high school to those in uni. He has a list with girls' names on it. It's not just from school, but as long as there's a girl he wants, he would write it into his list. Then, Tang Beiwei subconsciously moved more towards Yemo before saying, when I was in third year, I was already in his list. His list is very clear, which day, what place and which girl he needs. There's an order. Originally, he would take me a few months later, but after I came back from Woliang Mountain and ate the face-preserving pill, I was brought forward. It said he would take me away at the end of the month. End of the month? Isn't it only a few days? Yemo was shocked. If he came back a few days late, the consequences were unimaginable. Tang Beiwei nodded. I originally didn't know. We had a school queen called Cece. I was very close to her. A month ago, she was taken away. When she came back, her face was tawny. When she found me, I knew that she saw that list and I was one of that. And she also heard those people discussing about me. She told me to run as soon as possible, and after she told me that, she ran away herself that night. Why didn't you go? Yemo asked strangely. Tang Beiwei shook her head. The night she ran away, she was captured, and the next day, I heard the report of her jumping off the building. I know she didn't do it because someone did this to her. Then, I wanted to leave the school, but the guard didn't let me leave. I realized that I was being watched everywhere and had to wait until I was taken away. Yemo's face was getting bleaker by the moment, such overt defiance of the law. Tang Beiwei continued, a few days ago, I borrowed a friend's phone to call the police. The second day, my friend had a beating. The injuries were very serious, and he was sent to the hospital. Luckily, you gave me a necklace. That night, someone wanted to attack me, probably to teach me a lesson, but he was bounced away by the necklace. So, I always kept a few fireball charms on me. If they were really going to take me away, I would use the fireball charm to hit them.
But I knew I only had a few.
If you didn't come back, I might still fall into their hands. Yemo sunk into silence. He didn't understand why the guy needed so many girls.
Was he really cultivating some evil art like in the cultivation world and needed virgins? This wasn't too realistic.
After all, those types of cultivation methods were very rare even in the cultivation realm, much less here. Brother, today is the day I'm most relieved.
I don't want to go to Shurfan University anymore. I've already graduated.
I originally planned on continuing my studies, but now I don't dare to go there. The worry in Tang Beiwei's eyes weren't completely gone yet, just when Yemo wanted to speak. The room's door was kicked open and 3 men went in. Tang Beiwei subconsciously moved closer to Yemo and worriedly said, "Brother, I've seen one of them go to our school. It's the tallest one." Cici was taken away by him. As soon as she finished, the tallest man had walked over and grabbed towards Tang Beiwei.
"You dare to run? I want to see where you can run to."
"The girls from your school are intolerable. Not only one wants to run." Yemo's eyes went cold and kicked onto the tall man's face. This man was immediately kicked flying and smashed into the wall. Smash. The wall broke, showing the other room. A few customers were eating inside and were shocked by the scene, before the other 2 men could react. Yemo went up and stomped on the tall man so hard that he bled from every hole on his body. Suddenly, organs were spat out from his mouth. At this moment, those customers reacted and immediately ran out of the room. At the same time, the 2 other men was frozen seeing that Yemo stomped the man to death as soon as they met. Then, Yemo turned around and looked coldly at the other 2.
"Did you 2 come to just die? You actually killed Black Panther, you?" One of them pointed at Yemo and said. "He didn't dare to go up and attack Yemo. I killed him. What are you going to do?" Yemo sneered. "Nice powers, we're no match for you, of course, we don't dare to anything."
"Goodbye," the long-faced man spoke. Worried. He knew that Black Panther could beat them 1v2, but Black Panther was no match for the person in front of them. They would just die even if they went up. Yemo wiped his hands with a tissue on the table.
"You think you can come and go as you please? Do you think I'm so easy to visit? What do you want?" The long-faced man stared nervously at Yemo.
If Yemo attacked, they were no match for sure, and Yemo killed more cruelly than them. Even they didn't dare to kill openly in the streets, but this person did. All they thought right now was how to escape. "Nothing, you 2 carry this dead guy away." Yemo pointed at the tall man. The long-faced man immediately agreed. Okay. We'll go immediately. Tai, carry Black Panther and let's retreat." Although Tang Beiwei had seen Yemo kill and she had killed with a fireball charm before, she couldn't help but feel revolted by this bloody scene. Yemo grabbed Tang Beiwei's hand and sent some chi over, helping her calm her stomach. Then he said, "Beiwei, I will go with them." "You?" Tang Beiwei immediately said, "Brother, I will go with you. I'm scared to stay here alone." "Okay, in that case, let's go together." "I'm just worried you won't be able to take the scene." Yemo nodded and said, "It doesn't matter. As long as you're there, I won't be afraid." Tang Beiwei knew this brother she just met was no ordinary person. Just as he said, he knew Dao magic. She didn't need to worry about her brother. Those who knew Dao magic were like those in the fairy tales. The long-faced man was surprised and looked at Yemo. "Why you're going back with us?" Yemo sneered. "What, didn't you guys come to invite me? Now I'll do as you want and go with you guys. Is that not okay?" "It's fine. Tai, carry Black Panther, let's go back immediately." The long-faced man was decisive and quickly left. Yemo walked to the front desk, took out his card and said, "I'll pay by card." The chubby manager at the front desk was already shaking uncontrollably. "You've already paid, no need." He didn't dare to ask these people for money. These people killed, and he didn't even dare to call the police. Yemo knew that the 3 men probably warned the manager, so he didn't bother to waste time with him. He held Tang Beiwei's hand and went on a Land Rover with the long-faced man. The car drove out of the city. It was very fast and came to a private mansion in the rural in less than an hour. To be exact, this wasn't a mansion but a private ranch. There was a large patch of forest and an artificial lake. Yemo came here and found this place to be familiar. He came here with Wen Dong to exchange the model. He didn't expect to come here a second time, but last time, the mansion was blown up. It had only been 1 year. And the mansion was built again,
and it was even prettier than before. Yemo sneered. He didn't expect he would encounter this mansion twice.
It meant those who lived here had bad luck. The car stopped in front of the ranch.
The guard checked and let them in. Take them in.
When the long-faced man got off the car, a man with a knife scar on his face came over. The knife scars had 2 black men behind him.
Killing intent spewed out when the knife-scarred man looked at Yemo, but he didn't attack. Knowing someone would deal with Yemo, he didn't need to do anything.
Obviously, word has spread of Yemo killing Black Panther. Yemo held Tang Beiwei's hand and followed the long-faced man into the hall.
Tang Beiwei was a little worried.
The people here looked ferocious, and each had weapons as though it was a secret organization of the government. Before Yemo went in, he scanned. There were more than 10 in the hall. Clap, clap. When Yemo walked in, a monotone clap sounded.
Not bad, you got balls. Not only do you dare to kill my men, but you also have the guts to come here. But no matter how much balls you have, you will die after you offend me. Nya Wubian, Nya Wubian?
Yemo suddenly remembered that seductive Nia Schwangschwag here and her words, I'm still a virgin, chapter 260, who's more gruesome?
Xianhe, what do you want bringing me here?
I know you have a lot of power, but Aichi won't be afraid of you. Yemo heard a familiar voice. Yemo turned around and saw the girl who wanted to use him was also brought here.
She seemed to have some power judging from her tone, but didn't this guy just call himself Nia Wubian? How did he become Qianhe or Zhenhe, you?
He walked in and saw that Qianhe, who she said had a lot of power, stood respectfully below.
Sitting at the very top wasn't Qianhe. Yemo studied Nia Wubian.
He had long hair, white face, and no facial hair. His eyes were demonic and looked in his 30s. He had black-level elementary stage peak power.
Other than that Otanhu, he had never seen someone who had black-level power in the city. Qianhe?
Ha, he's just one of my dog. You're He, you look quite good. It's your fortune being able to come here.
Tang Beiwei, you're even better.
Last time, someone said you're the prettiest flower in Tandu. I didn't believe him, but now it seems to true. You are indeed the prettiest woman I have seen, and you're still a virgin.
Not bad, not bad.
You're even prettier than my Shermei, Mhm, Xianhe, you've done great. It's very useful leaving such a pretty woman for me at the end of the month, Nya Wubian said. He then realized that Yemo and Tang Beiwei was also here and said in shock, how are you guys here too? Yemo didn't reply and studied the place. Within the range of his spirit sense, there were 36 people altogether.
Other than the strongest Nya Wubian, that Qianhe was already yellow level middle stage.
Although it was a short time, Yemo was sure this was no place where the rich played with women. This Nya Wubian seemed eerie, and Yemo didn't know why he needed so many women. He stopped after one sentence. She seemed to realize her situation. Since Qianhe was only a slapdog, then it meant this eerie-eyed youth was perhaps much more powerful. Nya Wubian coldly looked at Yemo. I really admire your courage. You think you can do whatever you want just because you learned some martial arts? I'll show you what is real martial arts today.
Bring the 2 here. Yemo didn't talk. He really wanted to go on a carnage now. But Tang Beiwei was here. The scene would be too bloody.
He was worried his sister wouldn't be able to take it.
If he used fireball, this Ichi was still here.
He didn't want to kill her, so he must not reveal his powers in front of her. Just when he was hesitating, he saw the 2 men who went to capture him being brought up. Their face was pale, and their legs were shaking. Obviously, they didn't expect to be punished after coming back. Nya Wubian walked to the long-faced man and smiled. You've done well. You talk about how strong someone else is and don't even dare to attack him. Why do I need dogs like you? Waste of food. Grandpa Nya, forgive us. The 2 knelt on the ground with their teeth shaking.
I said, I don't need useless men.
Then, Nya Wubian raised his palm and struck twice, blood shot high in the air splashing on Nya Wubian, making him seem more hideous.
However, he actually licked the blood on his hand and relished the taste.
At this moment, their heads rolled out far. Arg. He, who originally thought this wasn't much of a deal, could no longer take this gruesome scene and dropped unconscious on the ground. Tang Beiwei's face was pale and her heart raced. Yemo quickly pressed her meridian to faint her and put her next to Ichi. Not bad, you have some balls, no wonder you dare to kill my men.
Nya Wubian looked coldly at Yemo and the derision on his mouth was getting more potent. Yemo had noticed this Nyawubian was only black level elementary stage, but his chi was almost equivalent to black level middle stage. It really wasn't simple to decapitate two heads with just pure inner chi. I'm thinking, do you want to fight me now? Or have you lost your courage? Nyawubian seemed like an eagle looking at a chicken. Yemo looked at Nyawubian inside.
He also smiled and said, I really agree to your words. If you think you can do what you want just by learning a few moves, then I'm sorry. I wanted to say the same thing to you. I'll show you what real martial arts is. Then, Yemo raised his hand and swiped his palm left and right. There were 18 people in the hall. And Yemo stopped after swiping 16 times. Arrogant fool, you want to copy me and use inner chi. Nyawubian's voice suddenly stopped here. His face was full of shock as he looked at his 16 men. Blood spewed out. It was like a slaughter ground. 16 heads and 32 arms fell on the ground. Then, all of them fell to the ground together as though they were trained to do so. The direction they fell to was the same. Nyawubian was stunned. I'm dreaming, this must be a dream. He kept explaining to himself, but he knew this wasn't a dream, it was real. He was more shocked and didn't dare to say a thing. Finally, there was terror in Nyawubian's eyes. Cultivating till now. He had never known terror, but today, he knew what terror was. When he killed his two men, he used a gruesome way to kill them, trying to scare this young man. He did scare one, but that was Chi, and this young man seemed to be fine, but then the young man used more gruesome means than him. Even he had never seen such a bloody scene. He was sure this youth's action was intentional. Slapping him hard in the face, Yemo walked over Nyawubian. Nyawubian moved aside subconsciously and kept retreating. Yemo ignored him and sat down in the chair where Nyawubian was sitting before, and then he coldly looked at Nyawubian. Who are you? At Nyawubian's terror, he realized this young man was far stronger than him. Perhaps even in Earth level. He didn't know which chromosome he was missing. Why did he mess with someone like that? Yemo sneered. I've seen people like you, it's not just you. Not long ago, there was someone called Lone Wolf. Apparently, he's strong, but I killed him in 3 swords. And another sect called Broken Fist Hall, their leader Zhang Qingfa brought his sect members to kill me, but I killed them all. But you seem to have a few days less training than them. Why are you so cocky? Zhenbei, please have mercy. Nyawubian could no longer hold the terror in his heart and knelt down. Who was this guy in front of him? Why was all the people he killed at Earth level? His petty power was nothing compared to Yemo. Shenhe's face was paler after realizing his master had encountered a tough one. Do you know why I still haven't killed you now? Yemo coldly looked at Nyawubian and said. Nyawubian's entire body was shaking now. He finally knew what it felt like to look at death in the face. Before, it was always other people begging for mercy in front of him, but now, he was begging in front of someone else. Yemo scanned Shenhe. You dare to hit on my sister, you're quite bold, but do you know why I haven't killed you? But Shenhe was shaking and couldn't even say a single word. Although he was very fierce, he couldn't help but to shake facing such a gruesome scene. Yemo ignored him and looked at Nyawubian. A year ago, I blew this place to rubble and killed everyone here. I didn't expect to come back here a year later. It seems I'm quite connected to this place. Nyawubian was full of regret. Why couldn't he choose another random city? Zhenbei, have mercy on me. Nyawubian didn't want to die. His talent was the best in the sect, how could he die? But now, he really didn't know who could save him. Perhaps even his master couldn't. Yemo threw out fireballs casually and the bodies were all burned, and even those 2 who were killed by Nyawubian were turned to flying dust. Nyawubian was completely shocked. He was still thinking if he could escape if the Zhenbei didn't let him go. But now he knew he couldn't. This person could even shoot out fireballs. In the years he was cultivating the hidden sects, he had never heard of anyone who can shoot out fireballs to attack. He saw Yemo's eyes grow colder and colder and couldn't stop his head from sweating. He said, Zhenbei, I'm from 4 State 9 Moons Temple. I came to Tan due to refining energy due to reaching black level, so I needed a lot of virgins but I haven't killed them. I just took there, there is actually such an evil sect. Your sect no longer needs to exist. You didn't kill them, then what happened to my sister's friend Cece? Yemo's eyes were freezing cold. He wasn't some hero of justice. But even he couldn't allow such a malignant sect to exist. Yes. Nie Wubian was sweating. Yi Mo walked beside him and kicked on his chest.
Nie Wubian felt some sort of fire surge into his dantian, which stayed in there. Although he knew it wasn't something good, he didn't dare to resist. Go kill the remaining 18 people and bring the bodies here, Yi Mo said with a plain face. He wouldn't let anyone here go. Chapter 261, Ungraduated Doctor. Nie Wubian didn't expect Yi Mo to be this easy to talk to. He actually told him to go out and kill people. Then, couldn't he have run away using that opportunity? If you want to run, go ahead.
Yi Mo's voice was cold. No.
I definitely won't dare to run. Nie Wubian quickly retreated.
He knew that this youth could do things faster.
Nie Wubian thought that if he acted obediently, then perhaps this youth would let him go.
He saw Nie Wubian go out to kill people and his legs were shaking more.
You're very cocky, aren't you? How does it feel so good to be a dog? Tell me, how many people does Nie Wubian has left in Tandu?
Yi Mo thought that it would be too easy on Xianhe to just kill him. At this moment, Xianhe calmed down a little and quickly replied, "Yeah, everyone is here because they need to go back at the end of the month."
I don't know why. Since you don't know anything, then go die.
Yi Mo sent out a fireball, but this fireball burned from inside to outside. Xianhe was surrounded by the fireball but couldn't die instantly. He could only howl in pain, but no matter how much he screamed, he couldn't make any sound. In this short time, Nie Wubian had killed everyone and brought them all in. He saw Xianhe, who gradually lost all hope from the fireball, and felt as though he was being bitten on the back by a snake. This person could control fire to such a terrifying degree. Burning Xianhe inside the fireball, Nie Wubian could no longer resist it and ran. He would rather commit suicide than to be slowly burnt to death like Xianhe. This young man wasn't a human but rather the devil. He himself had killed countless people but had never expected to see such a demon, but when he just reached the door, a gust of fire burned from his dantian. He felt his internal organs were going to be charred. Nie Wubian could no longer endure such torture and patted his hand with his other hand. Yi Mo no longer looked at Xianhe, who didn't have much life left. He carried his sister and dragged Yi Chi and walked out of the mansion. He smashed a few fireballs onto the mansion from outside. The fire grew big.
Yi Mo sighed.
He had actually destroyed the mansion here twice, but he knew that people would come soon after the fire got bigger. He didn't want trouble, so he brought his sister and Yi Chi and left. When it was near the city, he patted Yi Chi awake.
Before she could react, he brought Tang Beiwei and left. Brother, are we out already?
When Tang Beiwei woke up, she found out that she was already in the city. She knew that Yi Mo must have solved everything there and taken her back. Yi Mo nodded.
It's done. Do you still have anything left at the school?
If you don't, then let's go immediately. I'll take you to car racing and after that, we'll go Beijing. If you still have something, then we'll go pick it up. Tang Beiwei knew that Yi Mo's done meant completely done, so she felt relieved. I still have some minor things left and I need to say goodbye to the people in my dorm.
And I still have a schoolmate in the hospital. She was beaten up after she lent me the phone.
I haven't been able to go visit her. Okay, then we'll go to the hospital first and treat your friend. Tang Beiwei's friend was hurt due to her, thus he had to help her friend. Tan Kong Hospital. Zhong Yuan looked at the ceiling. She didn't know what her future was. She just lent a phone to Beiwei and had her legs broken as well as 3 of her ribs. The hospital came to the conclusion that she might have to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of her life. She wasn't satisfied. She was only 20 or so, but her life was ruined like this. However, she didn't dare to call the police because she knew that if she did, she might get herself into a worse state.
That powerful faction was not a simple one. Cici was forced to jump off by them.
Although she regretted lending the phone a little, she didn't blame Tang Beiwei because she knew Tang Beiwei's situation might be worse than hers. Zhong Yuan's mom's eyes were red.
Her father just said to call the police and was beaten up as well. Although it wasn't serious, Zhong Yuan's family knew that there was no way they could beat them. Yuan, how are you? Tang Beiwei opened the door and saw Yuan with numb eyes.
She felt regretful.
If it wasn't for her, Zhong Yuan wouldn't be in such state. Zhong Yuan became startled.
A few seconds later,
she reacted. Beiwei, how did you come? Why didn't you run since you got out? Why are you still here? Who is he? Chong Yuan spoke and immediately looked at Yemo. She thought that Yemo was there to monitor Tang Beiwei. Tang Beiwei's eyes went red. Yuan, he's my brother. Yemo, sorry, I brought this upon you. Huh, he's the brother you said who could save you? He really saved you? Chong Yuan looked at Yemo in shock.
She was in the same dorm and she of course knew what was happening with Tang Beiwei. She also knew that Tang Beiwei had found her brother and that her brother would come to take her away. Yemo walked over.
Yuan, hello. I'm Beiwei's brother.
Sorry.
Beiwei brought this on you.
This girl's skin was very white. Although she was average looking, her round face was quite likable. Yuan's eyes grew faint and she immediately said, perhaps this is my fate. Beiwei is not to blame for this. Although he saw regret in her eyes, Yemo was still very grateful to this girl. Perhaps before she lent the phone she knew what the consequence would be, but she still lent Tang Beiwei the phone. Yuan, don't worry. My brother said he can cure your leg. Tang Beiwei walked in front of Chong Yuan and comforted her. Chong Yuan immediately froze, but she reacted quickly and grabbed Tang Beiwei's hand, then said shakily, Beiwei.
Are you being serious? My leg can still be treated, I'm serious.
I can cure your leg and make it healthier than before, Yemo interrupted. Although Chong Yuan received the report that her bones were pulverized, she didn't believe Beiwei would lie. She had been friends with Tang Beiwei for so long and trusted Tang Beiwei's character. Although it was impossible to be completely cured of her condition, the desire for health made her rather believe Tang Beiwei's brother for real. Yuan, Dr. Lu has come. He specializes in. A distressed woman opened the door and said, but then she saw Yemo and Tang Beiwei, resulting in her stopping halfway through her words. She looked at Yemo in vigilance. Chong Yuan felt happier because Yemo said he could cure her leg, so she quickly said, Mom, she's my schoolmate, Tang Beiwei, and that's her brother Yemo. Her brother can help me treat my leg. When the distressed woman heard it was Tang Beiwei, her face immediately dropped. Her daughter had become like this due to Tang Beiwei, but she didn't say anything. That Dr. Lu looked at Yemo, insolence.
This is the first time I've heard someone who can completely cure such a condition. Mate, did you just get your graduation certificate? Obviously, this Dr. Lu thought Yemo was a noob. What do you mean? Just because you can't cure it, doesn't mean my brother can't. You underestimate people. Tang Beiwei was soft on the outside but tough on the inside. Plus, Yemo was someone unshakable in her heart. How dare this doctor question her brother? Yemo waved his hand and stopped Tang Beiwei, then looked at Dr. Lu. Just because you can't treat it doesn't mean other people can't, but I haven't gotten my graduation certificate yet. Dr. Lu's face immediately sank and looked at Yemo coldly. Very well then, treat her. Sister Fu, it's not that I don't want to help, but there's a more high-level doctor here to treat your daughter. Goodbye, then. Dr. Lu turned and left. Chong Yuan's mother quickly followed suit. She spent a lot of money to get this specialist here but was sent away by this ignorant youth. After half a minute, Chong Yuan's mother came back in by herself. She was very unhappy. Not only was her daughter harmed due to Tang Beiwei, but now, the specialist she invited was angered by Tang Beiwei's brother and left. It would be strange if she could be happy. Mom, brother Yi can really cure me. I don't want fake legs. I trust Beiwei. If Chong Yuan really got a fake leg, then she would really be disabled. Chong Yuan's mother sighed, but she couldn't do anything about it. Auntie, sorry, but please don't worry. I will cure her, Yemo said. Although Chong Yuan's mother was angry, he could understand her sigh. The mother didn't say anything. Yemo walked to the bed and said to Chong Yuan, don't worry, I will treat you now. The few people looked at Yemo bewilderedly. What treatment was Yemo going to use? When he had nothing in his hands, Yemo smiled and took out a box of needles as though he was performing a magic trick. Then he told Tang Beiwei to help him pull open the blanket. Chapter 262, Magical Doctor. You're really funny. You still smell of your mother's breast milk and you probably only read a few textbooks, but you say you can cure bone marrow necrosis and pulverized bones. Why are all people now so arrogant and boastful? Dr. Lu went back to his office and cursed. Obviously, he was angered by Yemo. All the young people nowadays are like that. Old Lu, using my daughter's words, if you take them seriously, you lose. Another middle-aged female doctor at the corner laughed. Dr. Liu patted his head. That's true, the insolent has no fear. Why am I angry with such a young person?
I'm just making the patient suffer. Sir, you must not touch the patient. A nurse walked in and stopped Emo. Emo casually pulled her to the side and the golden needles in his hand landed on Chong Yuan's leg in a flurry of shadows. The nurse was stunned by Emo's movements. There was a Chinese medicine doctor in their hospital too, and even their hospital executive was an old Chinese medicine doctor. His skills were very strong. And she had also seen the old doctor use acupuncture, but he was nowhere near as fast. After her shock, she began to suspect if this young man really had skills, but moments later, she reacted. Regardless if this person really had skills, it wasn't something she could decide. She had to report this to the hospital immediately. An outsider was practicing medicine in their hospital. This was no small thing. No one cared about the nurse who ran away, but Chong Yuan's mother was shocked. Such speed, it couldn't be reached even if no needle was used. Chong Yuan just felt her bones constantly being pierced by the needle and the needle was pulled out really quickly.
She couldn't even feel when it went in and when it came out.
She just felt a warm power moving around her leg bones. She could even feel that power made her very comfortable. She even forgot to be embarrassed when Emo placed his hand on her broken ribs near her chest. This was too unfathomable. The nurse just ran out of the door and saw a royally dressed middle-aged woman come down from upstairs. She rushed up and said, "Who executive, someone is treating a patient in our hospital and he isn't a doctor of our hospital." Who exec heard this and his face sunk. He immediately said, "Call security to stop him immediately." What is he doing now? He's using acupuncture to treat the patient in room 203 on her leg wound.
However, his speed is absurdly fast that I can't even see it. The nurse quickly said, "Acupuncture? 203? The daughter of the woman who cried in my office last time?" Who exec remembered.
This woman couldn't take it that her daughter had to get fake legs and cried. "It's her," the nurse replied. "Oh, wait.
I'll go have a look first." "Oh, never mind, I'm busy."
Who exec seemed to have remembered the middle-aged woman beside him. The woman seemed to be in thought, and when she heard the exec's words, she smiled then said, "This person is interesting. I actually want to go see." The Who exec wanted to see how this person was going to treat the patient with acupuncture, and now that the middle-aged woman asked, he immediately agreed.
Okay. In that case, let's go. Emo knew that two people came into the room. But he didn't know that it was the hospital executive.
Even if he did, he wouldn't say anything as long as the exec didn't stop his treatment. Hu Yang looked at Emo's movements and was shocked.
He started out from Chinese medicine and was very proficient in Chinese medicine. However, he had never seen someone who could use acupuncture like Emo.
His two hands were like a flurry of shadows.
The needles in his hands went in and out of the skin.
Even he couldn't see where exactly the needles went in, much less see which chakra point it was. The 108 golden needles with Emo's spirit chi continuously recovered Chong Yuan's bones as well as her ribs. As soon as he noticed it was out of place, he would use spirit sense to sense it and his chi to move it back to place and stabilize it. As Emo continued his treatment, Chong Yuan became more and more joyful.
She could feel it the most.
The numbness and pain gradually disappeared and she could now feel her legs more and more. She even felt she could start walking now. Although Emo was at stage 3 chi gathering, this exerted a large amount of chi so he couldn't maintain this pace.
Sweat kept emitting from his forehead.
Tang Beiwei took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped Emo's sweat for him. Hu Yang and the other middle-aged woman was in shock.
They knew they had met a master today. This was a real master.
Even Chong Yuan's mother knew that Emo had great capabilities. After an hour, Emo gasped and gave a pill to Chong Yuan. "It's done, eat this."
Chong Yuan took the pill in joy and didn't even think about it before eating it. Yuan, how do you feel now?"
Chong Yuan's mother asked desperately. Chong Yuan tried to move her leg and was able to raise it up. She immediately said in surprise and joy, "Mom, I feel that my leg is completely fine.
I can even walk on the ground. And I also don't feel heavy on my chest anymore." Then, she realized Emo performed acupuncture on her chest and felt a little embarrassed. Emo smiled. "You can't walk yet. You need to wait for a week before you can."
After the nourishment of her bones with his qi, she would need to rest for 1 week, and by then, she would be fully recovered. Chong Yuan's mother was so excited that she was about to bow her head on the ground to Yimo, but Yimo quickly pulled her up. Thank you. If my Yuan really has to have a fake leg, I really wouldn't know what to do. Thank you, thank you. The doctors in this hospital are all useless. They always say fake legs. Chong Yuan's mother didn't even notice Hu Yang behind her as she swore. Hu Yang didn't even care about the mother's words. He looked in shock as Yimo packed away the golden needles. He looked at Chong Yuan. Who could raise her leg now, and sighed after a while. He came in front of Yimo and bowed. God doctors, God doctors. I've seen Yuan's case and I know about it the most, but you actually managed to cure it in such a short time. I've broadened my view today. There really is one mountain that is taller than another. Yimo studied Hu Yang before asking, "Who are you?" Hu Yang immediately took out a name card and handed it to Yimo respectfully. I'm the executive of this hospital, Hu Yang. May I ask for your royal surname? At this moment, Hu Yang no longer dared to treat Yimo as a noob. In his heart, Yimo was a god. If he could keep a godly doctor like Yimo here, perhaps Tan Kong Hospital would become a world-renowned hospital. Oh, I'm Yimo. Yimo took the name card and looked. He could tell what Hu Yang wanted by looking at his eyes, but that was impossible, as though seeing that Yimo was not too enthusiastic about the hospital exec. The woman beside Hu Yang walked up carefully. Mr. Yi, hello. I'm Peng Haixiang of the Hong Kong Da-Di Corporation. I'm flabbergasted by your medical skills today. May I have the honor of having dinner with you? The wealthy lady beside Hu Yang also had eyes filled with fervor. However, her eyes were more of desire rather than fervor. She took out a name card that was actually made out of pure gold. Yimo smiled. Sorry, I don't have time. Then he turned to Chong Yuan and said, Yuan, if you have time, let's go eat together in a few days. Thank you for helping Beiwei, okay? Brother Yimo, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do. Chong Yuan's leg was cured and she returned to her happiness. Chong Yuan's mother had a face full of gratitude. However, she just didn't know what to say to thank Yimo. Yimo just said he didn't have time for food but then invited Chong Yuan to food in front of their faces. This made Hu Yang and that wealthy lady quite awkward. However, that wealthy lady didn't mind at all and walked up with respect and ingenuity. Mr. Yi, sorry, I know this is very rude of me, but my husband hasn't been able to get out of the bed due to his illness. He's about to, so I came to Tan Kong Hospital to borrow a Chinese herb from Wu exec. However, I didn't expect to meet you here. I know you are a master, so I wish to ask you to. Then, the wealthy lady's eyes turned red. It seemed she cared a lot about her husband. Yimo frowned. He wasn't interested in treating illnesses. He only didn't want to see Chong Yuan lose hope and thus helped her. He should have closed the door before. Seeing Yimo not talk, the woman walked up carefully and said, As long as you cure my husband, I'm willing to pay any price. Yimo sighed. He wasn't stone-hearted. Since the woman said this, if he rejected again, it would be too inhumane. Thinking about it, he said, Okay, this is the only exception. Get people to send your husband here. I will come treat him 2 nights later. The wealthy lady was immediately filled with joy. Thank you so much, God Dr. Yi. I will go contact them immediately. Yimo nodded, and just when he wanted to talk, a fit of sirens sounded. 5 police cars drove into the hospital and more than 10 policemen charged in and surrounded Yimo with guns. Chapter 263, Don't mess with me. Yimo saw the policemen surround them and knew they came for him, but he didn't care. What are you guys doing? Hu Yang immediately went up and asked. The middle-aged policeman in front laughed and pushed Hu Yang aside. Hu exec, I know you're a respected doctor in Tandu, but please don't obstruct our job. We suspect these 2 to be involved in an arson case. Please move aside, Officer Wu. We were under your protection when we came here and we are very thankful to the Tandu police force for that, but this is too absurd saying that God Dr. Yi is an arsonist. He has such magical medical skills. Does he need to be an arsonist? Peng Haixiang immediately stood out. Regardless if Yimo was a suspect, she couldn't let Yimo get hurt. This concerned her husband's life. Officer Wu's face looked worse. He looked at Pang Haisheng and said, "Lady Pang, you're an important guest at Tandu, but please don't obstruct our job." Pang Haisheng's face turned grim, but she couldn't say anything else. Yemo didn't want to get things bigger in the hospital. Even if there was something, he didn't want so many people to see. This Officer Wu was obviously in the same alliance as Qian He. He wondered if this officer would still be so cocky if he knew that he had killed Qian He and his big boss. "In that case, I will go with you. Sister Pang, I will be here tomorrow night. Just send your husband here. Don't worry about me. I don't need you to do anything either. I will come on time." Yi Mo then sneered at the Officer Wu. "Your own evil deeds will lead to your death. Come back on time, keep dreaming." Officer Wu sneered, then he pulled Tang Beiwei into the police car. Officer Wu's face was absolutely grim. This guy was so cocky. He knew that Qian He had a boss behind him. Even Head Commissioner Liu didn't dare to do anything about the boss, but now, the mansion Qian He lived at was burnt. Even though Qian He was killed, he still had to forcefully capture the people. Otherwise, how was he going to explain to that big boss, looking at the police car take Yemo away? Pang Haisheng had a face full of worry. Hu Yang comforted, "Don't worry, I know Vice Commissioner Lin of Tandu, I'll give him a call." The few police cars whirled past the road and came to the police department very quick. Officer Wu and another tow cops brought Yemo and Tang Beiwei in. Immediately, he picked up the phone on the table and called, saying the people had been brought here. "You're very cocky, but you won't be able to, now that you're in my hands." Officer Wu put down the phone and looked at Yemo contemptuously. He had that expression as though he could squish Yemo with a single finger. If Yemo dared to resist at all, he would immediately fire. However, Tang Beiwei looked at this man hatefully. She knew that this officer dealt with Shishi's police call. In the end, Shishi still wasn't able to escape her fate. It could be seen that this person was definitely affiliated with those trash. Yemo looked at the two police standing at the door with guns and said to Wu Zhengfei, "Can I take this as you threatening me? And you're threatening me with the identity of a cop, ha?" Wu Zhengfei laughed, "Indeed, I'm threatening you as a cop. What can you do? Nothing. If I'm not concerned that this would be hard for Han Zixin, I would kill you immediately. Though I will still kill you later, but before I do, I need to wait for people to make a verbal verdict." Yemo had to kill Wu Zhengfei, but it would be too impulsive to kill a cop like this, especially since he had a little status. Although he was proud, he wasn't proud enough to face off against a country. Plus, he had some relatives here and didn't want to overdo things. He was decisive in killing, but it didn't mean he had no brain. Was he going to bring his relatives running around with him everywhere? He didn't believe the strongest people in the country were in flying snow. Han Zixin was an old fox. He wouldn't tell the trump card of the country to him, and Yemo wasn't sure if someone had used Otanhu to massacre his entire family 20 years ago. If even the Song family could find someone like Li Mingxiang, a black-level tertiary stage master, to cooperate with, Yemo wouldn't believe it at all if the country couldn't find an earth-level master to cooperate with. Perhaps, things just weren't to that degree yet. Humph. A sneer sounded from outside the door and middle-aged man walked in. "You are cocky indeed. This is the first time I, Lu Feng, heard someone dare to say killing a cop in the police department." Yemo really didn't lie. He had the killing permit. If he was sure of Officer Wu's crimes, he really could kill him immediately. However, if he didn't deal with this properly, it could be used as an excuse for others in competition with Han Zixin. Old Han was not a bad person. He didn't want to give old Han's political enemies any excuses. For him, it was the same whether he killed earlier or later. He didn't mind this time. Hurried footsteps sounded and another person rushed in from the door. It was a fat middle-aged policeman. He saw Lu Feng and immediately said, "Commissioner Liu, Yemo is Hu X's friend. How can he be the suspect at the mansion? Was something wrong, Vice Commissioner Lin? This isn't about whether there was a mistake or not. I just heard with my own ears that this Yemo said he will kill Wu Zhengfei. I won't doubt Wu Zhengfei's words at all now. For a social scum that dares to even threaten the police, if we don't punish him legally, how are we to be responsible for the citizens of this city? Tell me?" Vice Commissioner Lin, Yemo sneered. He immediately knew that this Commissioner Liu and this Vice Commissioner Lin weren't on good terms. And this Vice Commissioner Lin probably came due to someone's request to help him.
The fat man was choked for words. He subconsciously looked at Yemo, meaning that if you can even say such words publicly, how am I supposed to help you? But at this time, he had calmed down. Things wouldn't be so simple, he thought. Lu Fang wouldn't come here for someone trivial. He only charged in desperately due to old Hu's phone call. Now that he calmed down, he wanted to know why. Although he didn't get along with Lu Fang, he wouldn't make mistakes on such important issues. Ring ring, Lu Fang picked up the phone.
Mayor Yu, yes, I know.
I've captured the people. Okay, I will. Putting the phone down, Lu Fang looked at Fatty Lin and couldn't even be bothered to look at Yemo.
He just said to Fatty Lin, Vice Commissioner Lin, Mayor Yu just called saying that this incident is very malevolent.
We must deal with it seriously and harshly. Yemo and Tang Beiwei, being the main suspects of the crime, will be apprehended immediately.
Do you have any other ideas, Vice Commissioner Lin? Fatty Lin heard Mayor Yu talk and knew that things weren't good. He seemed to have fallen into a trap and couldn't help blaming Hu Yang. He thought that it was just a small issue, but now even Mayor Yu was involved. Just when Fatty Lin didn't know what to say, Yemo spoke. Vice Commissioner Lin, thank you for helping me speak up.
I think you may have to remove the vice very soon.
Lu Fang's face was green. Take the two down and investigate carefully. We must find a result. Yemo didn't even wait for the vice commissioner to speak and turned to look at Lu Fang.
If you can't investigate anything, are you going to apply torture in the interrogation? But that won't be necessary, as I will be interrogating personally now. Open your eyes, look at what this is. Commissioner Lin, prepare to record. You're mad, chain him first.
Lu Fang looked coldly at Yemo and wanted to urge the two cops behind to apprehend him, but then, Yemo took out a blue booklet and waved it in front of Lu Fang.
You tell me if I have the right to, flying snowhead instructor?
Just reading out the 4 words and seeing the stamp made Lu Fang speechless. That stamp was real. Vice Commissioner Lin also quickly reached his head and looked. He also recognized the stamp and immediately, there was liveliness in his eyes.
He reacted quickly and said, "Oh, so it's Instructor Yi coming here personally. Ha, I'm Lin San. It's an honor to meet you, an honor." By then, he had already extended his hand. You're Yemo?
You're the Yemo from Beijing. Lin San suddenly remembered who Yemo was and began to stutter. It was actually the Yemo of the legends. Lu Fang also saw that identity booklet and his heart went cold.
However, he didn't completely lose his mind. Even though Yemo was an instructor and could kill, he couldn't be involved in the police department's crimes.
Plus, this was personally addressed by the mayor, but when he heard the 2 words Yemo and saw the name on the book, his head buzzed and could no longer suppress the worry in his heart. Perhaps a lot of citizens didn't know the big name of Yemo, but how could he not know who Yemo was? The One Song family was afraid of, and the person who exterminated the O family all by himself. Any random person from the O family was a mayor. Lu Fang started to sweat behind his back and his head felt dizzy. He knew his life was over, really over.
Yemo didn't lie at all that he could kill Wu Zhenfei.
He was telling the truth. He really could casually kill Wu Zhenfei and didn't need to be held responsible at all.
Chapter 264, You may call the police now. Lu Fang had a bit of regret, but there was no regret in life.
Yemo, I knew he was called Yemo from the start.
Why didn't I remember it?
Other than Yemo, who dared to mess with that Nye guy in Tandu?
Yemo looked at Lu Fang and sneered.
Seriously, I didn't go mess with you, so why come fuck with me?
You think that Nye guy can help you?
He has already turned to dust. And don't bring out that mayor of yours. He will soon become like you, idiot. If regret and eyes could kill people, Lu Fang would have already killed Wu Zhenfei countless times.
This bastard, why did he have to mess with Yemo?
And Nye Wubian was actually killed. Someone with such a background was killed so easily by Yemo. If Yemo wanted to kill a mere police commissioner like him, it would just be all too easy. Lu Fang regretted more.
If he knew that Nye Wubian had been killed already, he wouldn't even come out. Now that Nye Wubian was killed, why did he even bother getting revenge for a dead and useless person?
Lu Fang regretted so much, he no longer dared to use Mayor Yu as his shield. It was a joke to use a mayor as his defense in front of Yemo.
Did he mention Han Zixin before? Before, Lu Fang didn't mind, but now, he remembered who Han Zixin was and his face went pale white. Instructor Yi, the sound recording device has been prepared. I will be transcribing personally. You may begin your interrogation. Lin San immediately understood that this was his opportunity after his initial shock. This opportunity was too rare. He could already imagine that as long as he utilized Yimo's power, he could kick away Lu Fang. Yimo meant this when he said Lu Fang could take away that vice, and this wasn't even the main thing. The main thing was, he could use Yimo's power to bring down that mayor who supports Lu Fang while he can step up a level. Perhaps, his higher-up would take this chance to heavily damage their opponents. Thinking about this, Lu San's eyes were full of joy. Yimo suddenly looked at Lin San. Although he didn't know politics, he could tell clearly that Lin San wanted to use him. Feeling Yimo's eyes, Lin San shivered. It was as though everything he was thinking was easily discerned by this young man. I just want that after things have surfaced, do what should be done. If someone dares to use me as an excuse to do what they like, then don't blame me for the consequences. Yimo looked at Lin San and plainly said. Wu Zhengfei already knew at this moment that Yimo was no ordinary person. Although he didn't see that small blue booklet, he knew that there was a killing permit that was also a blue booklet. He thought about Yimo saying that he was going to kill him and immediately started to sweat. He looked at Lu Fang, but Lu Fang couldn't even save himself. How could he save him? Plus, Lu Fang was full of anger towards Wu Zhengfei now. Yimo didn't need to do anything to Wu Zhengfei, but that heavy pressure was already making him sweat. Wu Zhengfei didn't even dare to hide anything and revealed everything. He knew that he was a goner and he didn't even hide anything for Lu Fang. There were many things Lin San didn't know, but now hearing Wu Zhengfei say them all, he was shocked. A police officer was actually protecting a hoodlum who searched around for pretty girls everywhere and even forced a student to commit suicide. This wasn't it, he did it so inconspicuously. Was there no one who called the police? Lu Fang finally couldn't hold it in and he slumped down. If it was someone else, he would perhaps still resist a little, but he knew that if he resisted in front of Yimo, he would be killed immediately and wouldn't even have a chance of recovering. He was in Beijing when Yimo annihilated the O family. He knew the whole process very clearly. Wu Zhengfei seemed to feel relaxed a little after confessing and also slumped down. Chain them up. Lin San heard Wu Zhengfei's confession and looked at Lu Fang, who also slumped down and felt satisfied. He didn't hesitate to tell people to cuff Wu Zhengfei. Yimo ignored Lin San's words and looked at Lu Fang. It's your turn, don't think that your Mr. Mayor can help you. Lu Fang wouldn't even suspect Yimo's words. If it was someone else, he could not believe it, but it was Yimo who said this. He had to believe it because he knew Yimo had the ability. Lu Fang's confession involved a lot more power factors, but that was unrelated to Yimo. He didn't care if Lin San could utilize this confession to the greatest extent, take them away and lock them up. Then, Lin San started to make calls. Hold up. Yimo stopped the two policemen who were going to take Wu Zhengfei away and casually took out the gun Han Zixin gave him and said, I said I will kill you. This is for Shishi. Lin San looked and was worried. He quickly said, Instructor Yi, don't you think we should lock them up first? It's not suitable to execute them now. They will be judged fairly. Bang! Before Lin San even finished, Yimo had put a bullet through Wu Zhengfei's head. Looking at the body fall down, he looked plainly at Lin San. Commissioner Lin, I'm grateful for your help, but I already said that I will kill him. If there's anything wrong, you can report me. Then Yimo scanned the two police who came in with Wu Zhengfei but who then cuffed him and said, I know your asses aren't clean. If you don't make it clean and I see you again, I will kill you as well. Spread my word out, Lin San cursed to himself. This Yimo was just as Lu Fang said, too cocky, but he couldn't do anything about it at all. If Wu Zhengfei wasn't killed, he would have more cards, but now, he could only watch as Wu Zhengfei died. Lu Fang saw Yimo really kill Wu Zhengfei in front of him and was now even more worried. He knew that even if Yimo killed him, nothing would happen to Yimo. However, he finally felt relieved when he saw Yimo walk out with Tang Beiwei ignoring him. Although he provided a confession, it should still be enough to stay alive. He couldn't help but feel relieved that these things were all done by Wu Zhengfei and he was not directly related. But he didn't know that Yimo did something to his body. He only had half a year to live, although Lin San and Lu Fang knew Yimo's identity and also knew he had the power to be cocky. The surrounding policemen were shocked.
Even if Wu Zhengfei was a criminal, it was the first time they saw something like this. Brother, you killed that Wu guy, would.
Tang Beiwei didn't really think that Mo would dare to kill in the police department.
Even though that policeman conducted heavy crimes, such a thing was too extreme. Mo smiled and said, if I didn't record a confession, I may be persecuted for killing that Wu guy.
But it should be fine now. That Wu guy dared to attack you.
If I don't kill him personally, my power will stop growing.
Like I said before, no one can mess with my sister. No one, brother. Tang Beiwei subconsciously held Mo's hands closely.
It was warm, but she didn't know what to say now. Let's go to your school first. Mo stopped a taxi. The police department wasn't too far from the Shuri University and the taxi arrived in a little more than 10 minutes. As soon as Mo got off the car, he was stopped. I finally found you.
You saved me today, right? Thank you, you're really powerful. I'm He Chi, a classmate of Beiwei. I want to invite you out to dinner. You won't reject me, will you? And I also told what happened to my dad.
He Chi had been waiting at the door for a long time. As soon as Mo came, she went up. Hearing He Chi's words, Mo immediately knew that she probably didn't know he burned down that mansion. However, he didn't have the slightest interest in eating with a woman like He Chi. He immediately refused. No need, I still have some business with Beiwei. Is Tang Beiwei your girlfriend? She's really pretty, the prettiest girl in our school.
You're really lucky, but don't worry, no matter how strong that Chen He is, he won't dare to do anything after I tell my dad.
He Chi was obviously interested in how Mo brought her out from Qianhe, but she just couldn't ask right at the front gate of the university. Mo didn't say anything. He didn't believe it at all that He Chi's dad could suppress Qianhe. Nie Wubian's power wasn't something that a government official of a city could manage.
It's you again, you dare to touch Qianhe's woman. You really have balls. A bleak voice sounded.
Mo immediately knew that Zhang Yi had come. The Tui of Tandu was both annoying. He Chi immediately glared and said, Zhang Yi, move aside. You have no business here.
There will be one less he in Tandu Qianhe dared to capture me. I've already told my dad. Qianhe will be gone soon, you could escape after Qianhe captured you?
Zhang He immediately said in surprise.
But afterward, he immediately realized his words weren't appropriate.
Thus, he stopped the topic. He wouldn't believe it at all that He Chi's dad could do anything to Qianhe. Mo's eyes scanned coldly at Zhang Yi.
This bastard might also be related to Nie Wubian.
It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to get rid of him. Do you believe that I will beat you up immediately but the police would still come and take you away? As though a little threatened by He Chi, Zhang He stared coldly at Mo and said.
He was extremely annoyed at Mo.
He didn't know Mo and Tang Beiwei got together, but Qianhe was still not making an appearance. If it wasn't for Qianhe, Tang Beiwei would have long been his. Mo walked up and raised his hand, slapping twice on Zhang Yi's face. He slapped Zhang Yi so hard that he spun a few circles before falling to the ground, spitting out blood and a few teeth. Now you may call the police. Then Mo took out a handkerchief from somewhere and wiped his hand before throwing it to the ground. Rumble. As soon as Mo threw the handkerchief on the ground, a crystal blue sports car drove here, spinning a few circles before stopping in front of Mo. And then, Chapter 265, Plan for Revenge. Zhang Yi looked at Mo's action and the handker he threw on the ground.
How could he not know that Mo did this on purpose?
He wiped off the blood from his mouth and his face was green in anger. He knew that although he knew a few moves, he was far from being a match for Mo. He didn't even think and took out the phone to call the police. Brother Yi, it's such a coincidence.
I didn't think I would see you as soon as I came. My luck is really good this time. Xiao Gang jumped off from the sports car, shaking Mo's hand. Mo had a great impression of this young Master Xiao. He didn't play tricks and he wasn't arrogant. This was a very rare personality of a young master. Judging by his mannerisms, this young Master Xiao didn't have such a simple background. You're being too polite, young Master Xiao. This is what I promised, and I took your money. Since I have time, of course I will do my best.
Mo smiled. Xiao Gang immediately said, you're being too polite talking like this.
That money isn't even much to Brother Yi.
If I didn't happen to be at the right place and the right time,
I really wouldn't have such fortune. The first time I saw Brother Yi, I knew you weren't a simple person. Hee, my eyes have always been right.
This time, I'm betting everything on you. Before Yemo could talk, Zheng Yi had crawled up from the ground and looked at Xiao Gang in shock. Xiao, young Master Xiao, this really is coincidental. Although he was talking like that, Zheng Yi was having a tsunami in his heart. He had already looked at Yemo as though he was a dead person and wanted to think of every possible way to harm him, but he didn't expect Xiao Gang to know Yemo and treat him so well. What was happening? Xiao Gang only saw Zheng Yi crawl up now and pointed at Zheng Yi in astonishment. Exaggeratingly saying, "Big young Master Zhang, why are you rolling on the ground? People say I FCK around, but you FCK around way more than me. You even like to play this." Yemo smiled. He didn't believe that Xiao Gang couldn't tell he beat up Zheng Yi. Xiao Gang must be saying this intentionally. Zheng Yi laughed awkwardly. "I'm not that bored, young Master Xiao." Then he looked coldly at Yemo. No matter who Yemo was, even if he couldn't mess with Xiao Gang, he wouldn't let Yemo go. "Young Master Zheng Yi, don't try anything with Brother Yi. If you dare to, don't blame me then." Xiao Gang also saw the hatred in the way Zheng Yi looked at Yemo. "Young Master Xiao, this has nothing to do with you. If you must intervene, then I can only call for my cousin." Zheng Yi knew he was no match for Xiao Gang as he was only a member of a branch family of the Zhang family. Although he had some power in Tandu and Huzhong province, he had no power at all. However, his cousin Zhang Dian was the direct descendant of the Zhang family and was the successor of the fourth generation. His status was the same as Xiao Gang in the Qiao family. Hearing Zheng Yi's words, Xiao Gang's face turned askew, but he still sneered. "Yemo's a valued guest of our Qiao family and also my friend. If you dare to do anything to Brother Yi, then don't blame me. Even if your family leader comes, there's nothing to reason about." Valued guest? Zheng Yi began to contemplate and looked carefully at Yemo. Suddenly, he thought, with the Qiao family being on par with the Zheng family, why would they let such a young guy like Yemo be a valued guest? This was strange. Zheng Yi suddenly realized something that caused him to laugh. "So your Qiao family wants him to represent your family in the race?" "Ah, I finally understand." Xiao Gang's face changed. He didn't expect Zheng Yi to be this smart. He just said one sentence, yet Zheng Yi had already guessed his motives. It seemed this guy wasn't just an idiot, but so what if he knew? Thinking about this, Xiao Gang sneered, then said, "Indeed, I want to ask for Yemo to help out with the race." "What can you do?" "Nothing, but I will also be going to the race, so don't let me meet him." Zheng Yi sneered and wiped off the blood from his mouth. Yemo, a minor character, dared to hit him. He didn't know why the Chen He bastard wouldn't look for Yemo for trouble, but even if Chen He didn't do so, he would make Yemo regret it. The race. A police siren sounded and a police car drove over quickly. Two policemen got off the car and they saw Zheng Yi, who still had blood on his mouth, and became frightened out of their wits. Which bastard actually had the gall to attack Zheng Yi? Young Master Zhang, who did this? The tall policeman immediately knew that if he didn't handle this matter properly, his career was over. Who else could it be? It's him. I was obeying the law, but he hit me. See it for yourself. Zheng Yi sneered. Even though I can't do anything to you, Xiao Gang, I can still get Yemo into the detention center for a few days just to piss him off. Xiao Gang immediately realized Zheng Yi's plan. Although he could save Yemo, if Yemo went in, he would lose this round. This would cause his reputation to be besmirched. He was a direct descendant of his family, yet he couldn't even beat a branch young master who FCKs around all day. Xiao Gang was similarly someone who cared about his image, plus, these two policemen definitely didn't know him and perhaps wouldn't even bother with him. After making a call, Yemo would have been taken away already and might even be taught a lesson. "Young Master Zhang, don't worry, this is a legal society. We won't let such mafia-like behavior go." That tall police finished speaking and just walked towards Yemo. He even took out his handcuffs. He obviously wasn't going to let Yemo argue at all. Xiao Gang was worried about him, so he took out his phone while he tried to stop this policeman. Yemo, however, stopped Xiao Gang from making a call. "No need to worry, they won't dare to take me." That tall policeman walked up in front of Yemo. But before he could even raise the handcuffs, he was kicked right in the chest by Yemo and fell back more than 10 steps. He then crashed onto Zheng Yi and the two fell to the ground. "You dare to attack the police?
Yemo didn't use much power on this kick.
That tall police just felt his chest was heavy but soon crawled up. He took out his handcuffs again while putting his other hand on his gun. Zheng He and Xiao Gang were shocked.
Even He Chi on the side couldn't react. It was already absurd that Yemo knew Xiao Gang, but he dared to attack the police in broad daylight.
Even a young master like Zheng He wouldn't dare to attack the police openly.
Even if he was to teach the police a lesson, he had to find a place with nobody. Attacking the police? You think too highly of yourself. Have you the right to be a police? When you walked over, did you even ask me anything? You just heard the words of one party, yet you want to cuff me away.
That kick was done lightly. If you don't pack away your gun, then don't blame me. Yemo looked coldly at the police, then said, just when the other policeman put his hand on the gun, he recognized it was Yemo and then began to release cold sweat all around his body. He quickly put his hand down and was prepared to alert his colleague, but that tall police had also stood down. He had also become quite frightened. He also recognized it was Yemo, the person who killed Wu Zhengfei at the police department, and walked out unscathed. If he pissed Yemo off, then the consequence would really be unpredictable.
The tall policeman cursed at himself silently for not realizing the person's identity beforehand. Xian He and Wu Zhengfei had already been killed. Now, this he had also messed with Yemo. If he didn't retreat now, then he would really be asking to die. Thinking about this tall policeman quickly walked up and said, sorry, I just heard one side of the story and caused an error in my judgment. After speaking halfway, the tall policeman looked at Zheng He. He couldn't mess with him, too. These facts turned into his misfortune, but if he really had to offend one side, he would rather offend Zheng He. At most, he would lose his job or have some physical pain, but if he offended Yemo, things wouldn't be so simple. Yemo saw that situation was difficult for the two policemen, and he knew that these two weren't completely to be blamed. With Zheng He's authority, how would a policeman think of fighting against him? He waved his hand and said, you two should go. You have dealt with the things here, yes. The two police heard Yemo's words and felt it was like heavenly music. They quickly got on the car and disappeared. Zheng He wasn't able to react for a long time. What society was this? Someone dared to be cockier than him at Tandu beating the police, but the police didn't even dare to talk back. Were his words so useless now? You're quite amazing, brother Yi. Even I don't dare to do that. I knew it, brother Yi is no ordinary person. Let's go eat, it's on me today. Xiao Gang was quite satisfied seeing Zheng He suffer, but at the same time, he was also shocked. This Yemo definitely had a great identity, not just normal great. Yemo patted Xiao Gang's shoulder. Okay, let's go have a meal. I will also go, young Master Xiao. You will welcome me, won't you? He finally found the right timing to butt in. Xiao Gang seemed to just notice He and quickly smiled. Of course not, I didn't think Mrs. He was also here. It's my honor, Zheng He saw them leave and felt as though he had eaten a fly. He immediately took out his phone and called. Dad, it's me. Mishem, I just saw Xiao Gang come to Tandu, right? He found a racer, but I don't know how good he is. This racer is called Yemo. He's very cocky. He dared to slap me and it was very hard. He even smacked down a few of my teeth. What, he dares to be so arrogant? Even Xiao Gang can't be so arrogant, daring to smack you near the gates of the university. Even if that old man Xiao comes, I won't let go of this arrogant brat. The voice coming from the phone was very furious. Zhang Quanqian was now completely infuriated. No matter how much composure he had, a mere racer dared to slap his son and break his teeth. If word got out, he would be shamed. Zhang Yi's mouth formed a cold sneer. Dad, I have a way to make him die 3 days later without a burial ground. Chapter 266, Fight to the Last Gasp. Yemo's spirit sense scanned and he saw an Audi parked not far away. This car seemed to have followed Xiao Gang here. A bulky man got off the car who seemed to be quite strong, but in Yemo's eyes, he wasn't even a yellow-level warrior. As though he could notice Yemo's glances, Xiao Gang laughed at himself. The one following is my bodyguard. Although I don't like it, my dad forced this. He walked beside Tang Beiwei and asked quietly, is that Yemo your boyfriend? How did he let Xian He let us go today? Tang Beiwei, like Yemo, didn't really like this Chi. Although she was good looking, she was too arrogant and selfish. But now that she came to ask her, Tang Beiwei couldn't pretend she didn't hear it. She said, I don't know. When I woke up, we were already out, is that so?
He murmured to herself and then asked, how come I've never heard that you have a boyfriend?
He seems quite strong.
How did you know him? Tang Beiwei started to dislike He more and said casually, that's my business, as though seeing Tang Beiwei's distaste, He couldn't do anything even though she herself was annoyed. If it was before, even though Tang Beiwei was prettier than her, she couldn't be bothered talking to Tang Beiwei. But now, she had become more and more interested in Yemo. She really wanted to know how Yemo brought her out today. And how did he know Xiao Gang? Xiao Gang even seemed very polite to him. That wasn't it, but he dared to hit the police and was fine afterward. Just who was this Yemo? Xiao Gang's father, Xiao Shenghu, was the vice-governor of Huzhong province and the Qiao family was very powerful. He saw that Tang Beiwei didn't really want to talk to her, so she could only move to Yemo's side. Just when she wanted to squish in between Xiao Gang and Yemo then ask the latter, a dark ray shot towards Xiao Gang's forehead like lightning. At such speed, both the bodyguard and Xiao Gang weren't able to react, and when Xiao Gang saw it, his heart sunk.
He knew he didn't have time to react. Yemo immediately knew someone was trying to assassinate Xiao Gang.
Although he didn't know why someone would assassinate a young master like this, since he knew Xiao Gang and felt that he was quite nice, he had a reason to help. Plus, him giving a hand was a very casual matter. He didn't need much effort. Just when that dark ray was about to hit Xiao Gang's face, Yemo reached out and grabbed it. His spirit sense scanned and found out it was a thin dart. A dart shot out at such speed definitely wasn't by hand. It must be shot from some crossbow. Yemo's spirit sense immediately scanned some corner tens of meters away and saw a man holding a small crossbow.
He didn't even think too much as threw this dart back.
The dart seemed to have eyes as it shot into the forehead of the man holding the miniature crossbow. The man didn't even moan before falling dead. At this moment, Xiao Gang reacted. He had just experienced an assassination attempt. Similarly, his bodyguard also reacted and charged over. Brother Yi, thanks, I owe you my life.
Xiao Gang felt his forehead in fright.
If it wasn't for Yemo just then, he would have died already. Then he also realized that Yemo was not only unordinary but also much stronger than he had expected.
That was too powerful just then. The speed of the dart was not much slower than a bullet, and yet Yemo caught it with his bare hands and even threw it back. Threw it back?
Thinking about this, just when Xiao Gang wanted to say something, Yemo said, I've already killed that person who tried to assassinate you. He's behind the rubbish can on the left. Xiao Gang immediately told the bodyguard, bring that person here immediately. Then he picked up his phone and called. His eyes were a bit worried. It was He, who had seen Yemo's movements the clearest.
She was behind Yemo and thus saw clearly everything.
Those actions were a flurry of shadows. It was too fast that she still wasn't even able to react until now. He was no ordinary person indeed. He was shocked more. She even suspected that Yemo beat He down before taking her out. With such thing occurring, there was no mood for food. Just when Xiao Gang finished the call, his bodyguard had brought the dead man here. Luckily, the assassin chose a far-off place and no one noticed. Xiao Gang picked up the miniature crossbow by the assassin's wrist. His face changed immediately and became dazed for a whole few seconds before turning around to Yemo saying worriedly, sorry, Brother Yi.
I've caused you trouble. What happened?
Yemo saw that Xiao Gang's face was awful and completely anxious. Xiao Gang sighed and said, it's actually the Earth Fiend.
I've heard my grandpa say Earth Fiend was originally called Earth Kill. It's an international hitman organization and their prices are very high. Someone actually hired Earth Fiend to kill me. It must be because.
Speaking about this, Xiao Gang stopped and looked at He.
Mrs. He, how about I invite you next time?
I really can't today. Although she wasn't satisfied, He knew that if she forced her to stay here, it would cause annoyance. Looking at EQI leave, Xiao Gang calmed himself before saying, I think it's probably because of the blood coral. This race is just a cover-up. The real reason is due to the blood coral. It wasn't just our family who discovered it but also the Zhang family and the Yun family as well as the River South Xia family. For families altogether, when Xiao Gang spoke of blood coral, Yimo's heartbeat increased its pace. He remembered that there was a spirit grass in the cultivation realm also called blood coral. But soon, he shook his head. Just because the names were the same, it didn't mean it was the same thing. If it really was blood coral, then he could reach the middle stage of qi gathering, stage 4. Xiao Gang didn't notice Yimo's expression and continued, "There's only one, but there are 4 families. We have agreed to decide the owner of the blood coral through an auto race. Each family will have 2 racers. The first place gets 8 points, the last place gets 1 point. The score will be the total of the points. Whichever family has the highest point at the end gets the blood coral, and one of the racers must be from the family. Because my racing skills are the best, I must participate the race. The other person I invited is you. These people want to kill me, so I can't go in the race." Yimo frowned and said, "Since your racing skills are the best, why did the other 3 families still choose auto racing?" Xiao Gang smiled bitterly then said, "Because the blood coral was discovered by us young masters when we got out to race. So, our family brought out this idea of racing and the other few families can't rebuke it. What I'm worried isn't this. I'm afraid that it won't end after you killed the Earth Fiend Hitman." Yimo smiled, not talking. He wouldn't be afraid because of some hitman organization. Seeing Yimo's look, Xiao Gang could only say again, "Earth Fiend has been established for more than a century. Their hitmen are all over the world. No one knows what they look like because those who do are all dead. It's said that from the founding of this organization till now, they have only failed 3 times. Those who killed their hitmen would be hunted by them. There are no exceptions. Even our family don't dare to touch this hitman organization, much less the individual members. So, I'm worried that they will hunt you like crazy after you killed their man." Yimo sneered. "So that means if they want to kill someone, you can only reach out your neck and let them kill you without resistance." However, Xiao Gang didn't find it funny at all and nodded seriously. Indeed, usually, those they try to hunt can only evade, but no one has been successful in doing so. However, their prices aren't ordinarily high. Normal people wouldn't be able to afford it. I only knew about his identity from the tattoo on his wrist. The 2-sided dagger means to fight till the last gasp. The sword has no handle, only 2 tips at both ends, and..." Xiao Gang hesitated and looked at Yimo before saying, "The hitman in Earth Fiend is divided into 3 calibers: heaven, earth, and human. The one you have just killed is the lowest human level hitman. But once you kill their hitman, you will be the enemy of Earth Fiend. They will pursue the person to the ends of the earth. There are no exceptions. So, Brother Yi, it's my fault this time. You can't run around now, so how about you come back to the Qiao family with me?" Tang Beiwei heard Xiao Gang's words and clutched Yimo's hand tightly. She didn't think her brother just got into a conflict with such a terrifying organization. Yimo waved his hand and said, "Brother Qiao, don't worry. I'm not worried about a mere hitman organization. 3 days later, I will be waiting for you at the front gate of this university on time. I think your family also needs to arrange some things, so I won't disturb you." Xiao Gang looked as Yimo pulled Tang Beiwei and left feeling more and more guilty. Yimo got into this trouble due to saving him, but he couldn't solve this issue. "Let's go back first." Xiao Gang then told the bodyguard to bring the hitman into the car and they disappeared quickly. "Brother, what do we do?" Tang Beiwei was the one worried the most. She finally found her kin, but soon, her brother would be hunted by the Earth Fiends. She was very worried. Yimo patted Tang Beiwei's shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll send you to Beijing tomorrow. You can stay with Sister Yi Ling. After I deal with things here, I will come find you. Don't you know my power? I've learned Dao magic. What can a mere hitman organization do to me?" Chapter 267, Xiao Family Meeting. Tang Beiwei didn't talk, but Yimo knew that she was mostly unhappy with his suggestion. He was helpless. If it wasn't due to Earth Fiend, he would let Tang Beiwei do what she wanted, just when Yimo still wanted to persuade her. Tang Beiwei said, "Brother, I don't want to go to the Yi family. Since you're not from the Yi family, I have an even lesser connection to them, so I don't want to go." Yimo's mind blanked out for a second but immediately understood Tang Beiwei's concern then. He thought about it and it really was so. He was at most related to Yi Zifeng and Yi Ling in the Yi family. Thinking about this, Yimo said embarrassingly, "Sorry, Beiwei, I didn't think about it clearly. Let me think again. Tang Beiwei heard GMO take back his words, so she immediately smiled sweetly. Actually, brother, if they really are going to attack me, it's no use even if you send me to the Yi family. Plus, perhaps I'm safer by your side.
Yi nodded and said, okay, we'll do that. Let's see how bold this organization is. If they really dare to attack you, then don't blame me for the consequences. Yi had too many enemies that he didn't worry about such things anymore.
He had a feud with North San and now, he got into a conflict with an international hitman organization. Since there was already a feud, there was no use worrying about it. That night, the two didn't stay at a hotel and went to Tang Beiwei's house for the night instead.
Tang Beiwei's house was very shabby indeed. Yi didn't see any valuable appliances.
From this, it could be seen that she really lived a poor life with her mother. Tang Beiwei seemed to have noticed Yi's sadness. But she didn't think of it that much. Instead, she was quite happy. Although her mother left, she still had a big brother. However, it was unfortunate that her mother couldn't stay with her. She would definitely not go live with that Song Chiming. Brother, I suspect that Song Dai knows you were going to look for trouble with the Song family, so she took my mother away, but I really don't want my mother to be hurt. Brother, if you go to the Song family, just.
Tang Beiwei knew that GMO had a massive feud with the Song family and she couldn't find the right words for Yi to let the Song family go. Yi sighed.
He knew that Song Chiming had achieved his goal. It was quite hard for him to kill Song Chiming in front of the woman who raised Tang Beiwei for more than 20 years.
But he definitely wouldn't just let things slide. Perhaps he didn't even think about going to the Song family these few days at Tan due to Tang Beiwei. Song Chiming, he definitely wouldn't let go of her. At most, he wouldn't let Tang Beiwei's mother see. Xinjiang had a population of nearly 40 million. Zheng family could be said to be the largest family in Xinjiang and was also one of the 5 great families of China. It could be said that they were ranked first in power, but other than Zhang family, the Chao family also had a large part of their power in Xinjiang. In the 5 great families, the Chao family was ranked third, just below the Zheng family and Li family. At the same time, there was an obvious conflict when both the Zhang family and Chao family was developing in Xinjiang. Even the younger generation of the two families was highly competitive. Originally, this blood coral was found by Zhang He of the branch family. Due to various reasons of the previous generation, the Tandu Zhang branch was gradually fading out of the Xinjiang Zhang family and couldn't even be connected to them anymore. They were becoming a small family on the boundary. But due to this blood coral event and Zhang He's exceptional driving skills, it allowed the Tandu Zhang family to be once again connected to the Xinjiang Zhang family. The Xinjiang Zhang family wanted to forcefully enter this situation and the other 3 families couldn't do anything about it because, strictly speaking, the Tandu Zhang family was a branch of the Zhang family. Moreover, the Zhang family was too powerful. They had this unknown force behind them. The other few families didn't dare to compete with the Zheng family overtly, so the only thing they could do was to win the blood coral through a race. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Chao family wasn't good. Other than Xiao Gang's father, Xiao Shenghu, all the elites of the Chao family were here. Big uncle, Wu Chong had confirmed. The person Xiao Gang brought back was the human-level hitman of Earth Fiend indeed, and they used the unique crossbow of Earth Fiend. The man speaking was Xiao Shengbao, Xiao Gang's 4th uncle. Xiao Jing heard the words and he frowned. Although the blood coral is precious, it isn't worth it to offend this Earth Fiend organization for it. At this moment, a man in his 30s sitting behind Xiao Shengbao said, Sai, this Yimo is too impulsive. Although he's quite strong, he can't just kill people casually. Now, he's dead for sure, but our Chao family will also be affected. Xiao Gang, next time be careful in making friends. Not all people can become friends. Your societal experience is too little. If it was me, I wouldn't even make such friend. Xiao Gang's face changed and stood up immediately. Xiao Jijun, what do you mean? So I should be killed and not retaliate? Yimo saved my life. You mean that he should just be killed? Xiao Jijun wasn't angry at all and spoke plainly. Xiao Gang, I'm just saying the fact. Our Chao family is a big family. How are we going to develop if you do things so recklessly? Oh, so how are you going to deal with it? Seeing Xiao Jijun use a pedantic tone, Xiao Gang asked while suppressing his anger. He knew that a lot of people weren't happy that he was the successor of the family. Xiao Jijun sneered. If you don't have some balls, how is the family going to live?
If it was me, I would have immediately captured that Yemo and sent him to the Earth Fiend asking for their forgiveness. Bullshit.
Xiao Gang was extremely furious. Are you going to capture me and send me to them too? That's enough. Don't yell in the family meeting. All of you calm down.
Xiaojun tapped the table. Xiao Gang still looked coldly at Xiao Jijun, his eyes filled with fury. At this moment, an old man sitting beside Xiaojun coughed and said, "Actually, Jijun's idea might be a good way.
After all, Yemo is just a normal person. We'll compensate his sister, third grandpa, you."
Xiao Gang didn't expect someone to conform to Xiao Jijun's idea, and it was an elder of the family. He immediately felt alone and weak.
Yemo was his savior.
Even if he lost his life, he couldn't do such a thing. Xiaojun waved his hand. Everyone's ideas are right. After all, we're all thinking for the family.
Speaking of Yemo, I remembered that abandoned son of the Beijingi family.
Would the two be the same person? How can that be? The Song family is so scared of the Beijing Yemo that they are about to disband.
How could that Yemo be willing to be someone else's driver and agree to help Xiao Gang in a race?
I have heard of that Yemo, that he's proud and cold. He's very vengeful and decisive in killing, Xiao Shangbao said immediately. Decisive in killing?
Xiaojun repeated and frowned.
This Yemo, whom Xiao Gang had just met, killed this hitman immediately just because the hitman was going to kill Xiao Gang.
Wasn't this decisive in killing? And he dared to beat policemen in broad daylight. Was this really that Yemo? Bring a picture of that Beijing Yemo over.
Xiaojun was very decisive and did things immediately. The picture was soon brought over. Xiaojun gave the picture to Xiao Gang. "Ganger, see if this is the same Yemo you know." Xiao Gang took the picture and immediately said, "Grandpa, it's him. This is the brother Yi I know." Hearing Xiao Gang's words, Xiaojun actually gasped a sigh of relief.
What a huge joke capturing this Yemo and giving him to Earth Fiend. Was this Yemo someone who could be captured?
Although the Song family was ranked fourth in the 5 great families, Xiaojun knew that the Song family was the real second family.
Purely from politics. The Song family could even be ranked first. Even the Song family was no match for this Yemo.
It was suicide for the Chao family to take on Yemo plus. This Yemo saved his grandson, as expected. When they heard that the Yemo Chao Gang knew was that Yemo from Beijing, everyone in the Chao family shut their mouths.
Xiao Jijun glared bleakly at Xiao Gang and cursed.
He didn't expect this Chao Gang to be so lucky to know even the Yemo of Beijing. Beijing Yemo, no matter how strong you are dead and killing people of the Earth Fiend.
Xiao Jijun calmed down soon. This Yemo couldn't be cocky for long. Okay, we'll leave it at that.
From now on, no one of the family shall reveal Yemo's identity.
3 days later, Yemo will still represent our Chao family to participate in the race, Xiaojun ordered. Of course, Xiao Gang had heard of Beijing Yemo. He didn't think at all that the Yemo he knew was that legendary Yemo. He killed O Tanhu. Who was O Tanhu? As a direct descendant of the family, there was no way he didn't know.
Such a powerful person agreed to race for him? Thinking about this, Xiao Gang felt quite proud, lucky that he didn't act up in front of Yemo. Xiao Gang then thought about Yemo's calm attitude upon hearing about Earth Fiend and he couldn't help admiring him. Perhaps only someone like Brother Yi wouldn't feel threatened because of a hitman organization like Earth Fiend. Chapter 268, Please hold up. Yemo and Tang Beiwei spoke for the entire night, and just as it was almost daylight, Tang Beiwei sank into sleep. Yemo, however, made a defensive bracelet and wore it himself. Although this bracelet was completely useless against the attacks of ancient martial artists, it could still defend against normal ambushes. Even without the defensive bracelet, Yemo wouldn't be afraid of ambushes. But since he could defend without moving, why not? When Tang Beiwei woke up, it was already noon. After cleaning herself, Yemo took Tang Beiwei to buy some daily items on the streets before going back to the university to get her personal belongings, although Tang Beiwei didn't know where Yemo had put these things. She knew that her brother was very magical and she didn't ask. Although she was curious, she was mature enough to know that sometimes it was not good to ask if her brother didn't want to say. It wasn't too good to ask. But in fact, Yemo didn't think too much of it. Tang Beiwei knew about a lot of his powers, that he didn't need to hide a storage ring from Tang Beiwei. Seeing her confusion, he just showed the ring to her. When Yemo brought Tang Beiwei to the Tandu hospital, Pang Haixiang and Hu Exec were already waiting at the door. Seeing Yemo walk over, Pang Haixiang immediately came up. There was full of relief in her eyes. Although Lin San had called Hu Exec saying that Yemo had gotten out, she still wasn't relieved until seeing Yemo personally. Magical Dr. Yi, were you okay yesterday? You were taken by the police, so Hu Exec and I were both very worried. Pang Haixiang's expression had revealed that she was indeed very worried. Yemo nodded and had some good impression towards this Mrs. Pang. She didn't come up and talk about her husband straight away and instead asked about Yemo's safety. Whether or not it was due to her experience in life, at least she knew what to do. Thanks for your concern, I'm fine. Your husband should be at Tandu Hospital already, right? Yemo only wanted to quickly cure him and leave. Yes, sorry to bother you, Magical Dr. Yi. Although Pang Haixiang wanted Yemo to immediately treat her husband, she couldn't make herself seem so desperate. Hu Yang finally found the opportunity to speak and said, Magical Dr. Yi, I'll take you there. He wanted to see how Yemo would cure Pang Haixiang's husband. Yemo and Tang Beiwei were led to the VIP room on the third floor by Hu Yang. Who is this young man? The exec is so respectful to him and calls him Magical Doctor? This is too absurd, a nurse said quietly. Another nurse beside her said, this young man was the person who cured Chong Yuanyuan's leg yesterday. His medical skills are rather strong. You didn't see when he used acupuncture. His actions were like lightning. I saw it with my own eyes. This nurse was the nurse taking care of Chong Yuanyuan yesterday. A middle-aged female doctor who was prepared to finish her work saw this scene. She turned back in bewilderment and looked at another doctor and said, Manager Liu, don't tell me the arrogant person you spoke of yesterday was him? Did he cure Chong Yuanyuan's leg? At this moment, Manager Liu's face was flushed red. Yesterday, he still said this young man was insolent, but now, Hu Exec was calling him Magical Doctor. And the entire hospital now knew about what happened yesterday. This was a loud slap in the face to him. What's Hu Exec bringing him up for? Another doctor asked. I heard there's a patient transferred here from Hong Kong Mali Hospital. It's said that the hospital cannot do anything about the situation. They heard that the Dr. Yi was very powerful, so they transferred him today, the nurse replied immediately. Obviously, she knew very clearly about what happened. There's actually such magical doctor? I must go up and see. It's good even if I learn a little bit. That doctor quickly followed. I will also go see. The middle-aged female doctor also followed. Seeing another two doctors follow, Manager Liu focused and also quietly followed. To be honest, he still couldn't believe now that someone could cure Chong Yuanyuan's leg. However, Chong Yuanyuan had left the hospital already yesterday and he couldn't find her. Now, he could go up to see if it was real. However, reality was harsh. Other than Pang Haixiang and Hu Exec, Yemo only brought Tang Beiwei into the patient's room. Other people could only wait outside. If it wasn't because he offended Earth Fiend, Yemo would let Tang Beiwei wait for him at the university. Although he wasn't afraid of this hitman organization, if they attacked Tang Beiwei, he wouldn't be able to do anything. The only way would be to keep Tang Beiwei by his side. If these people weren't as scary as Chao Gang said they were and didn't attack his sister, he would take Tang Beiwei to Beijing to see her mother, then deal with the Song family before sending Tang Beiwei to Luotsang. Pang Haixiang's husband looked very emaciated. His face was a little purple and his breathing was heavy. My husband's condition looks like heart disease, but many doctors have checked that he doesn't have heart disease. Once his face is purple to a certain extent, he would faint. Now, the situation is getting worse and worse. Magical Dr. Yi. Although she tried to avoid Yemo's annoyance, she could care less about that much when it concerned her husband's safety. Yemo scanned with his spiritual sense. He didn't even need to diagnose with his hands and knew what disease this person had. He saw it on Earth before. It was purple coral poisoning. Purple coral was a material for crafting artifacts in the cultivation realm. It was a rare material even in the cultivation realm. Did Earth have that much purple coral? How come he didn't see one at all? Yemo felt gloomy. The man on the bed saw Yemo come over and struggled to sit up. Magical Dr. Yi, I'm Guo Timing. Sorry to trouble you so much. I know my disease is very hard to cure and it's also hereditary. If you can't cure it, it's just my fate. Emo originally wanted to say this condition was very simple to cure, but he heard Guo Timing say this was actually hereditary and he frowned. This was the first time he heard of purple coral poisoning being hereditary.
Did he diagnose wrongly? Seeing Emo frown, Guo Timing sighed.
He knew that his condition was a bit hard even for the magical doctor here, but he had a positive outlook on things and he said immediately,
"My grandpa also died of this disease, so did my father. I don't have a son, I only have a daughter. It seems my disease stops at me." Emo didn't reply.
He took out a golden needle and pierced it into a chakra point on Guo Timing and ran his chi down. He immediately knew he diagnosed right. It was indeed purple coral, but this poison shouldn't be hereditary. Emo pulled out the golden needle and looked at Pang Haixiang, who had a hopeful face, and Hu Yang, who was very focused. He smiled and said, "I can cure this," but Pang Haixiang heard Emo say he could cure her husband and immediately was overjoyed. After a while, she said, "Magical Dr. Yi, as long as you can cure my husband, I will do anything I can." Originally, Emo wanted Guo Timing to tell him where he saw the purple coral, but then he thought about it and gave up on the idea.
He didn't have to have this mine ore.
Plus, even if he asked, Guo Timing might not know what he was talking about. Never mind.
Emo picked up a few golden needles and pierced it into different chakra points of Guo Timing with extreme speed.
With the use of qi, the purple coral poison was quickly pulled out by Emo. Strictly speaking, Guo Timing's condition was much better than Zhuo Yushan, but his body wasn't as good as Zhuo Yushan, so he wasn't able to drag it on as long as Zhuo Yushan. After half an hour, Emo took back the golden needles and said, "It's done."
Ha! Pang Haixiang looked at Emo in shock. It was done?
She didn't believe at all that it was done. No matter how powerful his medical skills were, it couldn't be done so quickly. There was no medicine eaten or a surgery happened. He just pierced a few needles, and it was done. What?
It's done just like that?
Hu Yang asked and was also shocked. If he didn't know how serious Guo Timing's condition was, and if it wasn't that he knew about Guo Timing, he would think Emo and Guo Timing were together in a scandal. After a moment later, Pang Haixiang reacted first and quickly charged up and grabbed Guo Timing's hand. "Timing, how are you?" Guo Timing immediately felt the pain and suffering in his body disappear completely. At first, he hadn't reacted, but now that his wife asked, he moved his limbs and stood up. Soon, he yelled out in joy, "I'm really okay.
My body no longer hurts."
There's actually such medical skills. Guo Timing murmured a few times and still couldn't believe it. There's actually such medical skills. This time, it was Hu Exec murmuring.
He didn't believe it either that Emo could cure Guo Timing's disease so quick.
After all, Guo Timing's was an incurable disease. In that case, I'll be leaving.
Beiwei, let's go.
Then, Emo was about to leave with Tang Beiwei. "Magical Dr. Yi, please stop."
Guo Timing suddenly reacted and stopped Emo. Chapter 269, Xingshua's Calamity.
Guo Timing took out a jade box from his bag and said to Emo, "Magical Dr. Yi, my ancestors were also a branch of ancient martial artists. However, they fell later on.
When you treated me, you probably used inner chi, right? It could be seen that you're an ancient martial arts master. This box was passed down from my ancestor. I believe my descendants won't be learning ancient martial arts. You saved my life and there's nothing much I can give. I'll give you this box, please take it." "Magical Dr. Yi." Emo quickly pushed it away. "Mr. Guo, this is passed down by your ancestors, so I can't take it. You should keep it." Guo Timing shook his head and said, "I only have a daughter. Even if I have a son, I said to myself that if Dr. Yi could cure me, this jade box will be my humble gift. I know Dr. Yi may not think it's useful, but there's nothing much I can give that you'd feel valuable." Seeing that Guo Timing was being genuine, Emo could only take the jade box. He opened it and found a card inside. It should be a bank card. Other than the card, there was a goatskin map. It was obvious that it was from a very long time ago. It had an imprint of a region of a sea. The map had an ore on it. It was the purple coral ore. Emo immediately understood why Guo Timing's disease was hereditary. His jade box must have been passed down from his ancestor, and each generation would play with this purple coral. In the end, those who touched it would get this disease. However, Zhuo Aiguo was different.
The Gua family people saw this and still put it in the box, causing the purple coral to be preserved and passed down. Emo took out the card and said to Gua Timing, "I'll take this jade box, but as for the card, I can't take it." He didn't explain the purple coral thing. Since he gave the purple coral to him, Gua Timing's descendants wouldn't be affected by it anymore. Despite Gua Timing's repeated requests, Emo still didn't take the card.
He wasn't short on money.
Even if he had a few $100 million, it wouldn't be enough for him. Emo thought he needed more precious herbs and materials for his cultivation, which would cost a tremendous amount of fortune. When his situation stabilized, he would think of ways to gather wealth. After participating in the hidden sect auction, Emo felt just relying on his online clinic. No matter how much money he earned, it wouldn't be enough to buy one flower of the blue leaf grass. He had to think of other ways to earn money. Ning Hai, outside the house Emo lived, Ning Qingxue was peacefully taking care of the silver heart grass.
She missed Emo a lot when he wasn't here. Emo hadn't been back for a few months but knew that Emo would come back.
He promised her after all. The silver heart grass was growing well, and with Ning Qingxue's care, the biggest one was already 8 centimeters tall. She didn't care that much about cultivation, but in order to not fall too far behind Emo, she would force herself to spend a certain amount of time to cultivate each day. The other time, she would either take care of the silver heart grass or play with her necklace. She liked the pearls around her neck a lot. Last time when Su Jingwen saw this necklace, she also liked it a lot, but Ning Qingxue wouldn't give this necklace to Su Jingwen. Strictly speaking, this was the only gift Emo gave her. "Qingxue, come with me to go shopping at Walking Street." Sue finished work early today and came back before 5 p.m. and called out to Qingxue as soon as she walked in the door. "Walking Street?" Ning Qingxue remembered the golden cake and felt hungry. She smiled and agreed with Sue's idea. The Walking Street was the place where Ning Qingxue visited the most. Most of the time, she would come to eat golden cake. Sometimes, she would come with Su Jingwen and Li Mumei. Sometimes, she would come with Sue. When she was very bored, she would come by a few times by herself. She felt that a golden cake had the shadow of Emo. Each time she ate it, she was very focused. At this moment, the Walking Street was still very popular. The sky wasn't completely dark yet, but all the small stores had been pushed out. 2 Taoists were walking casually in this street. One of them was in his 50s and another was only a little over 20.
"Sigh, it's really a pity. We missed the auction by a month.
I heard there was actually a blue carrot and 2 face-preserving pills.
I wonder if it's real. Master, I feel like this mortal world is too impure. We should go back."
The younger Taoist wandered for a few days and felt this vibrant world was just like that, nothing special, as expected. As soon as this younger Taoist said that, the older Taoist immediately had the look of approval in his eyes and nodded. "Indeed, Yuan Zhong, your mental state is very good. You weren't mesmerized by this flowery world.
I can relax now. Okay, since you're already annoyed, we'll go back to cultivate. Now, you won't keep thinking about the outside world."
This younger Taoist called Yuan Chong had a sneaky look in his eyes but said very straightforwardly, "Master is right." However, just as he said this, he froze. He stared dazedly at the 2 girls in front of him and he couldn't even move. "What's up?" The older Taoist immediately noticed. Yuan Chong swallowed some saliva and said, "Master, I want that woman. She's so pretty. If she can be my wife, I'm willing to stay in the sect my entire life." The older Taoist followed Yuan Chang's gaze and saw a girl wearing a blue flower skirt holding a golden cake in her hands. She bit down carefully with eyes filled with gentleness. It was an extreme beauty indeed. This sort of woman was rare even in the hidden sects, much less the mortal world. They actually met a woman so out of this world in a small place like here. No wonder his disciple wanted this woman. However, if he could find a girl to stay with Yuan Chong and calm him down in the sect, it would be quite good. Thinking about this, the old Taoist smiled. This girl is not bad indeed, but this sort of thing should be mutual. If she doesn't like you, then, Master, I must have her.
With my talent and looks, it's a good match.
And when she completely understands who we are, she would feel lucky.
Not everyone has the luck to enter our world. Master. Yuan Chong gulped his saliva again.
His eyes never left the girl eating the golden cake. The old Taoist nodded and said,
MHM, you're right.
It's her luck indeed if she can enter our sect. Go ask her and see if she's willing. But you need to know your boundaries. I can tell her temperament is very royalty-like.
Perhaps her background is very strong, yes, master, but you're thinking too much. The outer hidden sects have fallen heavily. Master, you have taken me to see a few of them, but the highest is only a mere earth level.
These people are too dumb, much less a girl from the mortal world.
Don't worry.
Then Yuan Chong rushed towards the girl eating the golden cake. Hey girl, hello, I'm Yuan Chong. Although this young Taoist was into the girl, he had zero social experience. He didn't know how to express himself or even have a pickup line. Ning Qingxue was just eating the golden cake and reminiscing her time with Emo, but was scared by this Taoist who suddenly appeared. She quickly took a few steps back and looked at Yuan Chong in vigilance. The small Taoist Yuan Chong saw Ning Qingxue at a close distance. She had this beauty with a sliver of goddess-like royalty temperament, thus making him unable to control himself. Now that Ning Qingxue looked at him in vigilance, he quickly saluted with his fist. I'm Yuan Chong, I'm from the hidden sects, also the immortal sects called by the mortal world. My master feels your talent is suitable for the immortal arts of our sect. Ning Qingxue frowned and pulled Su Wei. Su Wei, let's go, idiot. Su Wei didn't have the good temper of Ning Qingxue and swore at the Taoist. Yuan Chong didn't expect that Su Wei dared to swear at him. He went up and grabbed Su Wei, tossing her many meters out into a stall. Su Wei was smashed to the floor and wasn't able to get up. Ning Qingxue quickly went up and helped Su Wei up while looking coldly at Yuan Chong. She was going to call the police. Seeing Ning Qingxue make the call, although Yuan Chong didn't have much social experience, he knew that Ning Qingxue was probably going to call for help. He went up and was about to grab Ning Qingxue's phone, but just when he did, he was blocked by a yellow light which disappeared immediately. Yuan Chong looked at his hand, it was actually blocked. The force was actually very strong. He was the publicly renowned genius for ancient martial arts. He was only 26 years old but was already at the black level peak. Now, he couldn't even take a phone from a girl. Was this girl also an ancient martial arts master? Thinking about this, Yuan Chong no longer tried to steal the phone but punched toward Ning Qingxue. In this punch, he used 30% of his power. Bang! This time, Yuan Chong saw clearly that his fist was blocked by a pale yellow light, but this light eventually couldn't take the power of his fist and was broken. Although Ning Qingxue's defensive bracelet blocked Yuan Chang's fist, she was still sent flying onto the street and fell down at an intersection of roads, being bumped by a car passing by. At this moment, Su Wei had crawled up and just saw Ning Qingxue being hit by the car. She became scared and she quickly rushed over to help Ning Qingxue up. That older Taoist quickly came in front of Ning Qingxue and put his hand in front of Ning Qingxue's nose. His face immediately went very bad. Master. Yuan Chong also felt his fist was a bit too heavy. The old Taoist sighed, speaking to the ear of the young Taoist. Yuan Chong, you've caused trouble. This girl can't be saved, we need to leave quickly. Yuan Chong looked at Ning Qingxue with regret and longing. I attacked too heavily, but master, your words are too exaggerated. This is causing trouble? Who would be a match for you in the outside world? You really don't know how tall the heavens are and how thick the earth is. The defensive amulet the girl wore was obviously high level. Even I rarely see something like that. Someone with such an amulet wouldn't have a simple background. The old Taoist said and looked at the coming police car. He didn't talk more with the young Taoist and grabbed him, disappearing in a few steps. Chapter 270, Dangerous Race Ground. 2 days passed very quickly. Although nothing happened in these 2 days, Yemo still didn't dare to leave his sister by herself. But finally, he felt more eased. After this was done, he would ask about what sort of an organization Earth Fiend really was. When Yemo and Tang Beiwei came to the front gate of the university, Xiao Gang had been waiting for them there already. However, Yemo felt that Xiao Gang's attitude to him was a little different. He could really tell the difference, but Xiao Gang seemed more reserved. Was it because of Earth Fiend last time? Yemo also knew now wasn't the time to ask, so after the race was over, he would then ask Xiao Gang. Although Xiao Gang was a little reserved, he was very happy seeing Yemo. However, Yemo noticed that Xiao Gang didn't bring his bodyguard today. Yemo immediately understood that that sort of bodyguard was just a display for an Earth Fiend hitman. Brother Yi, the car is ready, it's on the racecourse.
Let's go over now. Xiao Gang just drove over an ordinary Mercedes car. After inviting Emo and Tang Beiwei in the car, Xiao Gang drove.
After starting the car, he said, "Brother Yi, I will tell you about the situation. The racers invited by the other three families are all international racers. Some have even gotten first place in F1 racing," Emo asked curiously, "Young Master Qiao. Since the other people are all inviting international racers, why does your Qiao family still invite me?" "I'm no racer." Xiao Gang heard Yimo's words and immediately replied, "Brother Yi, you're being too humble. I'm sure that even an international racer won't be able to dump my Porsche behind with an Audi in such a short time, but Brother Yi, you did it. I believe in you. Plus, mountain driving is different to international racing. Even an F1 racer won't have much advantage. I have a map of the course here. Brother Yi, take a look." Then, Xiao Gang handed Yimo a map. Yimo took it and looked and then realized the race ground was under a peak at the Guisiang Ranges. The path was very curved and the race was quite dangerous. With a small mistake, it wouldn't be racing but plummeting to your death. Despite Tang Beiwei having a lot of faith in Yimo, she was still worried upon seeing the map in her brother's hands. This wasn't racing cars but racing life. As though seeing Tang Beiwei's worry, Yimo smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've been on this road before."
It's nothing, Yimo didn't lie.
However, it was when Dong driving before, Xiao Gang said apologetically, "I guess the race grounds would be here," and it was. "It's very easy to fall off the cliff, so if Brother Yi doesn't want to race, we still have other people." Yimo waved his hand. "Young Master Qiao, if I don't participate, it definitely won't be due to danger but time." Xiao Gang seemed to know Yimo was telling the truth and nodded. "I'm actually quite familiar with that road. It's because we usually chose this place to race." Yimo knew what Xiao Gang meant. It was a place where the bored young masters expended their abundant energy. Despite Xiao Gang driving very fast, it was already an hour or so later after they arrived at the racecourse, and the entrance to this road had been sealed. There was a big open area at the foot of the mountain and there were already about 50 to 60 people there. The racetrack at the bottom of the mountain was very wide and could space 7 or 8 cars. And the racers could choose a path halfway. One way was 20 miles long, but if you wanted to take over other cars, you had to go on the takeover path. That would mean going an extra 5 kilometers. But the rule of the race was as long as you got to the finish line first, you win. When Yimo and they got off the car, there were immediately many glances looking at them. Yimo saw a few race cars lined up at the grass. Each one had someone to guard it. Each family had their own car. It was his first time seeing so many customized brands. Ferrari, Lamborghini, BMW, Lotus, Porsche, Bugatti and so on. Xiao Gang brought Yimo and Tang Beiwei to the Qiao family's place. There were 4 cars parked here. The Qiao family people came to say hi, but Yimo just greeted them casually. He only came to help because he promised Xiao Gang. He didn't have the mood to get friendly with the Qiao family. Yimo noticed Zhang He. When Zhang He saw Yimo come, he had a cruel look in his eyes. He also had a racer who was not yet 30 beside him. His face was also very cold. Behind Zhang He, there were 2 more people. One was a black racer. When Xiao Gang saw the black racer, he immediately said quietly to Yimo, "That's the international racer, Martin, invited by the Yun family." The Yun family is very interested in the blood coral and has spent a fortune on this. I suspect it was the Yun family who hired the hitman last time. This family is the most mysterious. When you get in the car, you need to be wary of the Yun family. And Zhang He, that punk, he's very sneaky. Yimo nodded and scanned his eyes to the last 2. Xiao Gang immediately said, "That's the River South Cha family people." It said the Cha family is a semi-hidden family. However, they are quite nice. I feel that amongst these families, the most amicable are the Cha family. The people they have invited aren't very famous and they didn't bring up any requests to the blood coral. Hearing Xiao Gang's introduction, Yimo looked at the 2 racers of the Cha family. Indeed, they looked very positive and bright. Yimo couldn't help but smile. Perhaps Xiao Gang's words influenced him. He turned around and spoke to that waiter of the Qiao family a bit. Xiao Gang interrupted, "Brother Yi, go choose a car." Just when Yimo wanted to choose a car, he felt this frigidness. He subconsciously wanted to look back, but he immediately stopped himself and scanned with his spirit sense carefully. In Yemo's perspective, something that could make him feel cold must be killing intent. Just then, Zhang Yi looked at him nefariously. But how could Zhang Yi, this useless spoon-fed kid, have this sort of killing intent? Regardless if it was him, if that person wanted to play tricks in the race, it would be suicide. However, Yemo noticed Zhang Yi didn't look at him and was speaking to the racer next to him. Yemo thought and immediately scanned the two racers of the Yun family. They were fine too. Then, his spirit sense stayed on the two racers of the Cha family but found one of them seemingly looking at him. Yemo was sure that if he didn't have spirit sense, he definitely wouldn't be able to find this racer's gaze. The eyes of that racer lost that positive look and flashed across killing intent. It was actually the most amicable family, Chao Gang said. Yemo frowned. That racer who showed killing intent to Yemo immediately returned to his positive bright look. He didn't even know the Cha family. Why would they have killing intent for him? River South Cha family? Yemo suddenly remembered that Wu Guan monk mentioned to him that Cha family was a semi-hidden sect. No matter who it was, he wouldn't let go of those who had their killing intent targeted to him. Yemo scanned this racer's body with his spirit sense again and felt dazed. At a very discreet place in the racer's sleeve, there was a tattoo with a double-sided knife, Earth Fiend Hitman? No wonder he felt killing intent, it was a hitman. However, this hitman was too low caliber, as his killing intent was leaking. Although he had a good masquerade, Yemo could see it clearly. According to Chao Gang's description, two knives meant it was a human-level hitman. Yemo sneered. Since he found the Earth Fiend killer, it meant that this killer probably came for him, discovering a hitman. Yemo immediately became careful. His spirit sense kept scanning everyone on the scene. He carefully checked to see if their wrists were tattooed, but soon, Yemo found that another girl also had the same tattoo. There were two hitmen here. Yemo's heart sank. He wasn't afraid of Earth Fiend but was worried about his sister Tang Beiwei. If these hitmen only had their targets on him, he wouldn't mind, but what if these hitmen also targeted Tang Beiwei? No matter where he took Tang Beiwei, she wouldn't be safe. Brother Yi, let's go choose a car. Xiao Gang saw Yemo hesitant and he reminded him, okay. Yemo casually chose a customized Mercedes and then looked at Xiao Gang and said, when we race, it's fine if I take my sister too, right? Yemo had decided that if he had to leave his sister here facing that female assassin, he would rather not help Xiao Gang race. Chapter 271, Fight Fire with Fire. Xiao Gang was initially dazed, but he immediately replied, of course, it's fine. But this way, Brother Yi, you would be at a disadvantage. It's better the lighter you are. Sometimes, just a little weight can affect the race. Yeah, brother. How about I wait for you here? Tang Beiwei persuaded. Yemo shook his head. No, I must take you with me. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel safe leaving you here. In that case, Brother Yi, go test your car. Xiao Gang saw that Yemo was dogmatic and didn't continue to try to persuade him. The four cars of the Chao family also had people guarding it outside. However, those not from the Chao family weren't allowed to go near it. However, Yemo was the racer, so when they came, the guard immediately moved aside. Yemo brought Tang Beiwei in the customized Mercedes and drove 2 circles. Tang Beiwei asked, brother, did you notice something? Yemo nodded and said, Machem, I found 2 Earth Fiend killers. They must be coming for us. I'm worried to leave you here alone. Tang Beiwei finally understood why Yemo insisted on taking her. Now, she knew the severity of the issue. It could be said from now on, either Yemo or the Earth Fiend had to die. What to do now? How about this, you send me to the Yi family? Tang Beiwei had understood Yemo. If she followed behind Yemo, she would only be a burden. Although she didn't want to go to the Yi family, in order to not drag her brother down, she wouldn't mind stepping out of her comfort zone. Yemo shook his head and said, Beiwei, you're thinking too simple. If the Earth Fiend really has its target set on us too, then it wouldn't be any use even if you go to the Beijing Yi family. But you don't need to worry, I have a place to send you to. After I completely annihilate the Earth Fiend, then I will come to take you back. However, that place is empty and cold, you might not be able to take it. Tang Beiwei nodded her head firmly and said, brother, don't worry about me. Just send me there, I'm not afraid, okay. After I break through, I will make the Earth Fiend pay. How dare they target me?
Yemo's tone went sharp. Wait, sit in the car and don't move. I'll check the car. Yemo suddenly stopped talking and frowned. The frigidness in his eyes was getting intense. Tang Beiwei looked strangely at Yemo and asked, "What's wrong, brother?" Yemo didn't reply. He stopped the car and used invisibility and came to the bottom of the car. He took off a time bomb. Luckily, he checked carefully with his spiritual sense. He didn't expect this car to even have a time bomb set up. These people really had some power. If this car had a time bomb, it meant the other cars had a time bomb too. It seemed these Earth Fiend people were really prepared. Not only did they plant the time bomb but also sent 2 people over. Yemo was sure that it was either the Cha family racer or the female hitman who planted the bomb. Zhang Yi didn't have such ability to do so. After taking off the bomb, Yemo got in the car and drove it back. "How's the car?" As soon as Yemo got off, Xiao Gang came and smiled. Yemo nodded. "Not bad, this car has very good features after the customization. By the way, young Master Qiao, can you help me get some water? I'm thirsty." After getting Xiao Gang away, Yemo quickly went invisible and took off another 3 bombs from the Qiao family cars. Yemo didn't dare to keep these bombs on him. Although he was sure the Earth Fiend people would detonate it during the race, who knew if they would go crazy and detonate it now? Just when he put the bomb aside and came back to the car, Xiao Gang came and passed a bottle of water to Yemo. "Brother Yi, let's go in and have a rest. It will start soon, Brother Yi. When the race begins, I suspect the Zhang family will play dirty. I will keep an eye on Zhang Yi, that punk, while you keep an eye on the guy beside him. Also, we need to be mindful of the Yun family. We don't need to worry about the Cha family. Looking at the people they sent this time, they probably don't have much hope for the race." The few people went into the resting room and Xiao Gang immediately shared his analysis. Yemo used his spirit sense to keep notice on the 4 cars. He was afraid that someone would try to do something to it again. However, although Yemo didn't agree with Xiao Gang's words, he didn't argue. Things were the exact opposite of what Xiao Gang said. The most amicable Cha family was the most dangerous character. The race is about to begin. Let's go out. I'll go test my car. Xiao Gang stood up. Yemo brought Tang Beiwei and Xiao Gang out and immediately noticed that nice-looking female hitman. He immediately said to Tang Beiwei, "Beiwei, wait for me at the racecourse, I will drive the car over there immediately." Tang Beiwei had no objections to all to Yemo's suggestions. She believed that everything Yemo did was right. No matter how mysterious Yemo was, she didn't mind as long as Yemo was her brother. Yemo walked over to this girl. "Hello. I'm Yemo, can I get to know you?" Yemo smiled and extended his hand. The girl didn't expect Yemo to go up to her. Although she wasn't that attractive in here, there were a few girls prettier than her. Her first reaction was that Yemo had already found her. But then she thought, this was impossible. She just came here, so no one knew her. She reached out her hand anxiously. "Hello, I'm Dong Qing." Yemo clearly felt her heart beat rapidly and then returned to normal. It seemed this female hitman was still not experienced. Yemo grabbed Dong Qing's hand and squeezed, not letting go for a long time, until Dong Qing's face blushed and tried to pull her hand out. "Actually, I feel you're a special girl, so I wanted to know you. You have a temperament that other girls don't have. It's quite attractive. I don't have any bad intentions, I just really want to ask you out for dinner. How about we go eat after the race? What do you think?" Yemo was still using his spirit sense to make a mark. Of course, she wouldn't let Dong Qing pull her hand away so easily. Just when Dong Qing didn't know what to do, he let go of her hands, although it was a short time. Yemo already made a spirit sense mark on Dong Qing. After the race, he would follow this Dong Qing. Since the Earth Fiend was interested in him, he had to be friendly. "Hi." Dong Qing looked down and just said one word and blushed. Yemo sneered. This hitman was quite good. She was more professional than actors, blushing at will. Sigh. Yemo saw that Dong Qing didn't talk inside while staring at her chest. What's wrong? Just when Dong Qing wanted to say something, she saw Yemo stare right at her chest. Her mind blanked out. Didn't the data not say that Yemo was very lustful? What was this? Yemo smiled and didn't reply. Then he said, "Wait for me." And he turned to leave, but he murmured,
If only it was a little bigger, and Dongqing happened to hear this remark. She immediately knew that Yimo was saying her chest was too small. However, Yimo's voice was very quiet. He probably didn't say it for her, but she had this strange feeling. Dongqing bit her teeth. Although a hitman was supposed to be not affected by emotions, she was still infuriated by Yimo. How was her chest small? Did this guy have eyes? Although she knew Yimo was a dead person, she still wanted to charge up and grab him and ask how exactly was she small. As a hitman, she should resist the urge, but as a woman, she really couldn't tolerate that. Yimo did it intentionally, of course. His last words were meant to make Dongqing angry and his spirit sense would disappear from her body. Although she wouldn't be able to find it even if Dongqing wasn't infuriated, he still wanted to be more careful. After all, after he killed the other killer, Dongqing would be his only source. Instead of waiting for this organization to find him, he might as well attack them. It wasn't Yimo's character to wait. Since this organization wanted to look for trouble with him, Yimo would make them regret. Yimo walked over the Mercedes and picked up the 4 bombs and then drove the car next to the Cha family cars. Xiao Gang drove a customized Porsche. He was surprised seeing Yi Missouri drive his car next to the Cha family cars, but he soon understood. Yimo must think the Cha family would be easier to surpass, and this decision was right. There were 8 cars and only Yimo took someone else in the car. Everyone else was surprised and soon started laughing at him. Who would bring another person in the car to a race? Chapter 272, Go, immediately go. Dongqing dazed for a moment. She obviously didn't expect Yimo would bring Tang Beiwei into the car. Tang Beiwei was her original target, and since she was brought on the car by Yimo, things were easier. Dongqing gasped a breath of relief. Although her higher-ups said Yimo was very difficult to deal with and send out 2 people at once, she felt the higher-ups were being too careful. Perhaps this would be the easiest mission she would do, as the light turned green from red. The Zhang family's black racer was the first to charge across the starting line. Meanwhile, Xiao Gang was the second to go. The 2 racers of the Yun family were the 3rd and 4th, Yimo was the 5th. He knew that if he didn't go, Zhang He wouldn't either. To Zhang He, his life was probably more important than blood coral. Yimo anticipated right. The last to go was the 2 racers of the Cha family. As expected, Zhang He went in front and blocked Yimo. This was mountain racing and only the starting part was spacious. The road got tighter as the race progressed. Some places only allowed 1 car to pass. Zhang He's speed was very fast. He tailgated closely to Yimo's Mercedes while driving a Lamborghini. Yimo sneered. Although he followed the 2 racers of Yun family closely, he wasn't able to shake Zhang He away. He didn't know when the Earth Fiend killer would detonate the bomb, and he also wanted to see the power of this bomb. Although the mountain racing course was very dangerous, the racers were still going very fast. That black driver was far ahead of everyone else. But Xiao Gang was slowly being overtaken by a racer of the Yun family. At this moment, they had driven 1/10 of the path. When they were about to go into the most dangerous section of the mountain waste, Yimo suddenly sped up his car. Meanwhile, Zhang He was planning to force Yimo off the cliff at this place. Yimo knew that the moment he started to fight with Zhang He, it would be the time that Hitman attacked. Zhang He held his steering wheel tightly and sneered. Fight with me? I started doing the mountain racing long time ago when you probably even didn't know what car racing was. He said this to himself and then suddenly stood down on the accelerator. His car dashed towards Yimo's tail. He was confident that he could squeeze Yimo into the cliff without anything happening to him. Zhang He's calculations were very accurate. He had calculated that there was a turn ahead and he only needed to accelerate. Before Yimo could turn, he could bump Yimo off the cliff. Meanwhile, his car could use this repelling force to make a big turn without any effects. He had always been in mountain racing and knew how powerful this dash could be. He also knew that this force couldn't be too strong nor too weak. If too strong, his car would follow off the cliff. If too weak, he wouldn't be able to bump Yimo off. Although it was a bit hard, Zhang He believed in his technique. Rumble, the engine of the Lamborghini bursted, carrying out white smoke. Just when Yimo was about to turn, it rammed towards Yimo's car. As soon as his car touched Yimo's car's tail, he would turn the steering wheel. Behind Zhang He, the racer and the hitman of Cha family also dazed. Zhang He obviously wanted Yimo's life.
this was what they wanted too, at the same time. That Earth Fiend killer almost detonated the bomb but stopped, thinking that it would save him trouble if someone else would kill EMO. He only needed to detonate the bomb on the car of Chao Gang later. After Zhang He slammed down on the accelerator, it almost instantly caught up to EMO. Before Zhang He could rejoice, he felt something was wrong. Since he caught up, there should have been a collision and EMO would be rammed off the mountain. However, he found out that Yemo's car seemed to have suddenly disappeared while his car charged forward without halt. Not good. EMO wanted both sides to end in death. He actually drove his car completely off the course. At this place, there was only enough room for one car to pass. Since EMO moved aside, it meant he would fall off the cliff. Zhang Yi needed to turn sharply. However, as soon as he thought of that, he noticed that his car had went past the cliff. It was over. Zhang Yi turned and looked at that moment. His mind was full of disbelief. Yemo's car only had 2 wheels on the side of the cliff. The other 2 were hanging in mid-air. How was this possible? How did this car not fall off? But soon, his consciousness disappeared with a loud bang. Zhang Yi's car drove off the course and crashed. Although Tang Beiwei was nervous, she wasn't scared. She knew her brother's powers. He would definitely be able to handle this. Yemo saw Zhang Yi fall off the cliff and sneered. You want to colonize me with your petty moves. But he was curious. That killer actually didn't detonate the bomb in the meantime. He simply sent out his flying sword and used it to support the weight of his car. It seemed that his car only had 2 wheels on the roadside. Although his flying sword couldn't hold it very long, it was enough for Zhang Yi to drive off the cliff. After Zhang Yi's fall, Yemo drove the car onto the track again before taking back his flying sword. What was this? The Cha family hitman rubbed his eyes. He thought he saw wrong. Yemo clearly drove his car off the road. Why didn't he fall and could even drive back? This was absolutely impossible. However, just when he didn't know what was going on, Yemo's car had already disappeared around the corner. Why aren't you detonating? Hurry, we will retreat as soon as our mission is over. There was the call of his partner on the hitman's phone. Yes, I'll detonate it now. This hitman was depressed. He put his hopes of Zhang Yi just then, but immediately, this hope was gone and Zhang Yi lost his life too. The Cha family hitman pressed down on the detonator. Rumble. Rumble. There was 2 loud sounds and the 2 cars of Cha family both fell off the cliff at the same time and erupted into flames before even reaching the bottom. However, these 2 gusts of flames fell to the bottom immediately. Dongqing even managed to make out some flames at the foot of the mountain. She had a bad feeling and immediately called for her partner, but there was no reply in a long time. Not good. Her sixth sense as a hitman told her that this mission was probably a failure and her partner might have been in trouble. She remembered Yemo's faint smile and that whatever attitude. Dongqing shivered. As a guy who could easily kill her partner and catch crossbow arrows, how could he be killed so easily? Ironically, she had been thinking this might be the easiest mission yet. Cold sweat started dripping down on her back. She subconsciously looked at the other 2 cars of the Chao family. She had the urge to go up and see if the bombs were gone. Dongqing subconsciously looked at the people at the foot of the mountain. Everyone was staring at the screen. There were no cameras at the sites of the incidents. The big screen only occasionally showed who was first. She secretly took out her phone and pretended to make a call as she neared the 2 cars of the Chao family parked on the side. The race had started and no one paid attention to the remaining cars. People only cared about the result of the race. Dongqing neared the car and chose the other side. She squatted and only checked one of the cars. Her heart immediately sunk. The bomb was gone. It must have been put under the 2 cars of the Cha family. Dongqing suddenly felt a cold sense on her back. She put the bombs there herself and she had been watching these 4 cars. But they were still taken away and put under their own cars instead. She didn't even know about it at all. What sort of ability was this? Dongqing couldn't calm down anymore. She had seen eerie things, but something like this was her first time. Her back sweated uncontrollably. When Yemo came over to shake her hand, had he already known her identity? Instantly Dongqing drew the conclusion that Yemo had 100% found out who she was and must have had a purpose to shake hands with her. Did he make some sort of mark on her in that short while? Go, immediately go. She finally understood now why Yemo was going to bring his sister on the car.
It was because he already knew who she was and was waiting till the end of the race to look for her trouble. Although Dong Chang hadn't been in this career for long, her talent allowed her to succeed 5 assassinations in a short time.
One of them was a mafia tycoon. It was very hard.
If she succeeded this time, she would immediately get a second orange badge. For any Earth-themed hitman, any badge was honor and wealth. Once she acquired all of the 7 human badges, she would ascend to Earth-level hitman, but today at this small place in Tandu, she felt fear.
Dong Cheng didn't dare to stay for another minute.
She was going to leave Tandu as soon as possible and find a place to burn all of her clothes and then change her clothes before leaving. Although she didn't know what GMO left on her body, her killer's sixth sense constantly told her she was in danger. Chapter 273, Blood Coral. Of course GMO heard that loud explosion, he sneered but also felt threatened. If he wasn't careful, perhaps the bang would be coming from his car.
This explosion would cause him heavy injury even if it didn't kill him.
Plus, he had his sister in the car.
These Earth-themed people were really bleak, brother.
Was the explosion just then from the car of that killer? Of course Tang Beiwei also heard the explosion. Yemo nodded. Yes, that hitman planted the bomb under our car and was discovered by me. I put their bombs back and then they detonated the bombs on themselves. This is called you suffer what you do. Tang Beiwei subconsciously clutched her hands and said after a long while of retrospective fear, these people are so bad, it serves them right. It was too dangerous just then, her face showed worry. Although they avoided it this time, what about next time, brother? I feel this society is really different from what I saw.
Before, I only saw the surface and there were many that I couldn't see.
Sigh. Only after experiencing it do I know how scary it is.
Tang Beiwei exclaimed. Yemo smiled.
He had never felt this place was very safe. Although it was better than the cultivation realm, danger was still everywhere. He had already killed the few people who wanted to kill him.
Yemo's car had sped up.
On the curved road, Yemo's car was getting faster and faster. It had only been a few minutes before he saw the car in 4th place. It was from the Yun family, at a more spacious place. Before this driver could react, Yemo had surpassed him like the wind. The third was Chao Gang. Chao Gang was just surpassed by a Yun family driver and was now in 3rd place. However, it was impossible for the 4th place to surpass Chao Gang. Just when Chao Gang was confused why Yemo still hadn't caught up, he saw Yemo's car rushing over like the wind. Of course Chao Gang wouldn't fight with Yemo and immediately moved aside to let Yemo take over. Keep this place,
Yemo reminded before overtaking Chao Gang.
Yemo thought that as long as he could surpass the Chu family driver, the Chao family would be the first. This was because although the black driver was first, Zheng He couldn't score points anymore. The second was that driver invited by the Yun family. His car skills were good indeed and didn't slow down even on such curvy roads. Although only one car could pass ahead, it would be very simple for Yemo to take over him if he wanted.
However, Yemo didn't want to do things so absurdly.
That having 2 wheels hanging in mid-air and not falling off was out of the ordinary. Despite this driver being very fast, he was still far from Yemo, who controlled with his spirit sense. This speed was already very fast for normal people, but from Yemo's perspective, this speed was countless times slower than his flying sword. At a slightly wider section of the track, Yemo stood the accelerator down to the bottom and immediately surpassed the Yun family driver. Madman. That Jin family driver was a more dangerous terrain racer in Japan, but faced with Yemo, who didn't slow down even when turning, he felt this was too crazy. Yemo released his flying sword. As soon as he was about to lose control at corners, he would use the flying sword to push. There was still 1/6 of the road, but Yemo had already caught up to the black driver. Although the remaining 1/6 of the road was wide, there were no turns. It could be said this last part depended solely on the car itself. One only needed to step the accelerator down to the end. That black racer obviously knew his car's performance was better than Yemo's. He drove a modified Ferrari. Plus, Yemo had someone in his car. The advantages were obvious. He didn't even need to stop Yemo. He only needed to step on his accelerator and he would win the race. Yemo also stood hard on the accelerator and released his flying sword at the same time, making the sword push the back of the car, increasing the speed this way. The black man couldn't believe his Ferrari was slowly being overtaken by Yemo's car. He stood on the accelerator while looking at Yemo's Mercedes in confusion. A mere modified Mercedes could overtake his Ferrari. This was impossible. he was a racer. He only needed to hear the sound of the Mercedes and knew which generator it used. It couldn't compare with his Ferrari, but how was this Mercedes faster than his car? But no matter how hard he stood on the accelerator and could even feel his car was going to float, Emo's car still surpassed his without hesitation. Just when he wanted to use other means, he found that Emo's car had arrived at the final destination. Emo didn't go down the car and took back his flying sword. After he got off, the first thing he did was to check if Dongqing was still here. As he expected, she had left. However, Emo wasn't worried. He had his spirit sense mark and would find her sooner or later. Plus, if she was still here, Emo would be bemused. If a hitman didn't even have this sort of sense of vigilance, what sort of hitman was she? There were loud rumbles, the rest of the people had arrived, 8 people took part in the race, and only 5 finished the race. The other 3 crashed. Although things were very cruel, word wouldn't get out. The Yun family's 2 racers got 3rd and 5th, acquiring 10 points in total. The Zhang family had 1 death and the other got 2nd place. Their total points were 7. Cha family was 0. Xiao family got 1st and 4th, totally 13 points, getting 1st in the race. Other than the 1 million, the blood coral belonged to the Qiao family. Of course, the 1 million was just for sure. No one would care about this little money. The real prize was that blood coral. You brother, I was lucky to have you this time. I was right about you. You actually got 1st, haha. Let's go. My grandpa really wants to see you. Come to my family. Xiao Gang came up grabbing Emo's head with excitement after hearing the Qiao family got 1st. Emo nodded. Okay, let's go to your family and see. If there weren't the blood coral, Emo wouldn't go to the Qiao family no matter what. He had a lot of things now, but he needed to make sure if this blood coral was something of the cultivation realm. If it really was what he imagined, he would ask for it from the Qiao family. Emo's big name was out. Although the Qiao family was a family larger than the Yi family, they didn't dare to treat Emo carelessly. They were very polite to him. Although Xiaozhen didn't come out to greet Emo personally, he still came out during the feast. Mr. Yi, it was really lucky to have you this time. If it wasn't you, the blood coral wouldn't come to our Qiao family. Xiao Gang made a good friend this time. Come, Mr. Yi, cheers. Xiao Shengbao seemed to care about the blood coral the most. His eyes were full of excitement. Emo smiled. Just some small things, not to worry. I wonder if I'm able to see this blood coral. Emo didn't really like this Xiao Shengbao. He was too materialistic, so when he spoke, he didn't even have a title for Xiao Shengbao. If he confirmed that the blood coral wasn't what he was looking for, he would leave the Qiao family without hesitation. In this Qiao family, other than Xiao Gang, who he had a good impression, he really didn't give a shit about the others. Xiao Shengbao was obviously hesitating. In his eyes, although Emo's name was out, this blood coral concerned great things. 4th uncle, it's just having a look. It's no big deal. Xiao Gang immediately interrupted. Xiao Zhang laughed. Go, bring out the blood coral. Let everyone see. The leader of the family, old man Xiao, even said this. Xiao Shengbao immediately had nothing to say. Although he really didn't want to take out the blood coral, he could only go in and bring it out. As soon as the blood coral came out, there was faint spirit chi circulating it. Although it wasn't thick, Emo immediately knew that his original guess was wrong. This blood coral really was a spirit herb of the cultivation realm, but it also existed on Earth and even the name was the same. If he had this blood coral, perhaps he could reach stage 4 immediately. Xiao Zhan was an old fox. He looked at Emo's eyes and immediately knew that Emo was also into this blood coral. Before Emo said anything, Xiao Zhan quickly said, if this blood coral didn't concern the future of our Qiao family, it didn't matter if we gave it to you. However, this blood coral could allow 3 of the Qiao family members to reach yellow level. So other than the blood coral, Yi friend can bring up any other requests. Emo didn't expect Xiao Zhang to talk like this. He didn't even say anything yet, but he immediately replied, Mr. Qiao, this blood coral is very useful to me. If the Qiao family only need fortune to enter the yellow level, I can help with that. I can provide the pills for 5 Qiao family members to reach yellow level and 1 to reach black level. I will use all those to trade for this blood coral. Blasphemy. A cold voice sounded. Xiao Gang immediately stood up. Xiao Jijun, what's the meaning of this? If your brother says he can, Then he can Xiao Shangbao sneered and reproached to Xiao Jijun, Zijin, Yimo is a honored guest of our Qiao family.
Don't be disrespectful.
Then, he turned to Yimo and said, sorry, blood coral is too important to our Qiao family.
We can't agree to your request. This is a card to show our gratitude. When he took out the card, Xiao Shangbao sneered. This Yimo was really full of shit.
He dared to think of such an easy way to trick the Qiao family's blood coral.
Stop dreaming.
Taking out pills to reach yellow and black level, he probably thought the whole world was as dumb as him.
Chapter 274, Short Sight of Importance. Yimo frowned and said faintly,
so you mean you don't believe that I can take out those pills? Xiao Zhang also frowned. They had dropped a broad hint and Yimo still said something like that.
It was crossing the line. Taking out a pill for martial artists to ascend, what a joke. No one would believe Yimo could bring out such a thing.
Did he think this was some sort of cultivation world, such arrogance? As expected, Xiao Shangbao said, Mr. Yi, you helped our Qiao family. We all know you used a lot of efforts and our family is very grateful.
There's 5 million on this card, but to be honest, if it wasn't for the blood coral, we wouldn't even go to the race. As for your trade-off for the blood coral, we all know what it means, so no need to. In that case, never mind. Yimo isn't someone who hadn't seen money before.
I don't care about a mere few millions.
Then, Yimo took the card and ripped it to pieces. Only a few millions? Were they giving money to a beggar?
He treated Guo Timing's illness, and in return, what he got paid, not mention the map, only the purple coral was worth at least 1 billion. Now, he helped the Qiao family win the blood coral, but they only took out a few millions. This Qiao family was really stingy. The 4 customized cars Qiao family used were worth at least 10 million. He helped the Qiao family win, but they only took out 5 million.
To be honest, Yimo didn't even know what the Qiao family was thinking.
If they took our 20 or 30 million, then he would take it. He rubbed the card and stood up saying to Tang Beiwei, Beiwei, let's go. The Qiao family was not only not grateful to him but also treated him like a liar, giving him only 5 million. This made Yimo quite uncomfortable, until seeing Yimo and Tang Beiwei disappear from the living room. The people of the Qiao family finally reacted. He's not polite at all, he was a hilly-billy indeed.
They gave him money and he was still acting up, a mere few million?
He acted as though he was very rich.
Was 5 million too less for helping with a race?
Such greed, and he even wanted our blood coral.
Keep dreaming, so shameless. Even if he didn't go, our Qiao family could still win.
Xiao Jijun immediately sneered. Xiao Zheng's face was bad.
This Yimo was too unpolite and didn't even take the Qiao family seriously. Giving 5 million was his decision, and this was because he was Yimo.
He originally planned to only give 3 million. Xiao Zhang wanted to get angry, but thinking about the Song family, he sunk his anger back into his stomach. In his view, Xiao Gang's car skills were the best in the 4 families. Even if they didn't invite Yimo and invited another international racer, this race would be fine. And if they invited an international racer, the price would only be a few millions. Big brother, these Qiao family are really clueless. You're giving them more pills, but they're blind.
But why didn't you take the money?
That was hard-earned, why not take it?
Tang Beiwei was also unhappy that her brother didn't get the blood coral. Yimo smiled. The Qiao family was asking for trouble.
Even if the blood coral can allow people to reach yellow level, it wouldn't have anything to do with them if they don't have the ability to protect it and let the Qiao family take it from them. Even if the other families got it, trouble would still occur.
If they don't have the ability, don't try to eat such a big meal.
As for money, a few millions, do they think I've never seen money before? I helped Guo Timing treat his illness, the stone he gave me was more than 1 billion, Tang Beiwei asked confused. Brother, why would the Qiao family be fine if they go it? Yimo said, Qiao family is a semi-hidden family. If they get something, they would store it securely. Now that the Qiao family got it and the Qiao family lost 2 racers, there's no way they wouldn't leak this information to the hidden sect people. However, I will finish the business with Qiao family, but just not now. Yimo thought of Zhuo Aigua and Xiao Zhang. Before, Zhuo Aigua felt that the purple heart wine was useful to Yimo and gave it to him without hesitation, and at that time, Yimo didn't show his abilities at all.
The results showed that Zhuo Aigua was right and he was compensated more. Compared to Zhuo Aigua, Xiao Zhang was too short-sighted. Yi brother, wait for me. Xiao Gang ran here breathing heavily.
After catching up to Emo, he said, "Sorry, you brother, I'm really sorry about this."
Grandpa and the others don't believe you. Emo waved his hand and said, "Young Master Chow, it's already over, no need to talk about it.
Plus, you can see it as me helping you, don't worry about the other things. But, I need to remind you that although the blood coral is useful to me, I'm also asking for it for the benefit of your family."
It's no good for you family holding the blood coral. Xiao Gang dazed and said stutteringly, "Ye brother, you're going to attack our family?" Emo smiled, "Young Master Chow, you think too little of me, Emo. I'm not concerned about a mere blood coral. Plus, even if I ate a pill that would make me a god, I still have my principle of doing things.
Just looking at our connection, I wouldn't attack the Chow family.
However, just because I won't do something doesn't mean other people won't.
I suggest you go out and hide for a while, ye brother. If you don't attack, our Chow family is at least a big family under the current society. Can someone come into our house and rob us?"
Xiao Gang asked confused. Emo shook his head. "There are too much things you don't understand.
That Chow family is a semi-hidden family, they can contact the hidden sects directly."
If your Chow family don't even know about the hidden sects, then pretend I never said anything. I've already given you a reminder.
How you deal with it is your family's business. Thank you, ye brother. Other people don't know about your abilities, but I definitely believe you.
But my grandpa doesn't believe me, sigh. Xiao Gang said helplessly, "It's fine, by the way, do you know where the blood coral was found?"
Emo asked casually. Xiao Gang didn't hide anything about this and said, "At a place near the borders, there's a place called the Horn Strait.
It's near the Southern Sea.
At that time, I went with a few friends from the other families to go race there and found this blood coral washed up on the beach. Okay, thank you, we'll meet in time."
Then, Emo waved goodbye to Xiao Gang and took Tang Beiwei and left the Chow family. After a long time of silence, Xiao Gang went back to the Chow family and decided to tell what Emo said to Grandpa, blasphemy. As soon as he heard Xiao Gang's words, Xiao Zheng slammed the table and stared at Xiao Gang and said, "Although this Emo isn't bad, he's too stingy. You should have less contact with him. This is a peaceful time. Do you think it's warring era? You believe robbery of homes. I think you're out of your mind. Ji Jun is performing better than you in many places.
And you need to stay in the family and get some rest." Xiao Gang didn't expect that his grandpa would reproach him, but grandpa's words also seemed reasonable.
He turned around and immediately saw Chao Ji-jun's evil smile. He immediately felt angry but also knew his grandpa's authority and didn't dare to argue. "Brother, are we going to Beijing now?" Tang Beiwei wanted to see her mother. Emo sighed. Going to Beijing meant he had to kill people.
Killing people would make Tang Beiwei's mother sad. This was quite complicated. Thinking about this, Emo could only say, "Let's go to Ninghai and see Qingxue first. After going to Ninghai, we'll go to Beijing, MHM." Tang Beiwei didn't ask why, but she could tell Emo wasn't in a good mood. After a while, she said, "Is Qingxue's sister my sister-in-law? By the way, brother, do you like Qingxue's sister or Luoying's sister?" Although Tang Beiwei had seen neither of them, Emo told her about them. Emo dazed. Although he never hid anything about Luoying and Qingxue, he really didn't know how to answer this question now that he was being put on the spot. "To be honest, I feel that brother you're so excellent it's fine even if you have 2 wives." Tang Beiwei realized Emo's hardship and said. Emo felt his chin helplessly. "I think I like them both, but you're my sister, you would want me to get as much wives as possible." In other words, would you want to marry someone who will get 2 wives? Sigh. Emo didn't even get to tell Luoying about Qingxue before Luoying left. Although he had the thought of what Tang Beiwei suggested, this wasn't something he could decide. Qingxue was fine, after all. Last time, she had already expressed she didn't mind being with Luoying, but what about Luoying? Emo had no confidence at all. If that person had as much ability as brother, then I don't mind. Tang Beiwei said immediately, but in her heart, of course she cared. She just wanted to comfort her brother. Although he didn't notice that Tang Beiwei was trying to comfort him, Emo felt that love was irrelevant to power. Did that mean someone with great power could have lots of love? This reasoning was too absurd. His love for Luoying was really love from life to death. There was nothing in it.
As for Ning Qingxue, although Yemo had no feelings for her originally, the things Ning Qingshu did for him gradually made him like this girl. If it was just gratitude, Yemo wouldn't fall in love with Ning Qingxue, but those few days the two were together, Yemo had changed his opinion of Ning Qingshu and accepted her slowly at the same time. Although his love for Ning Qingshu was different to his love for Luo Ying, they both came from the bottom of his heart and there was nothing else inside. Chapter 275, I Need Power Faction. When Yemo brought Tang Beiwei to Ning Hai, it was already midday on the second day. Before they reached the small yard, Yemo felt something was wrong.
Ning Qingxue said she was waiting for him here and he believed her.
However, Ning Qingxue actually wasn't in this yard. Yemo and Tang Beiwei pushed open the door.
The flower pots were still there, but the silver heart grasses were all dead except for one. He got someone to send them back here for Ning Qingxue to look after. The only one alive was also quite wilted. That one was the one Ning Qingxue looked after and spilt her blood on. What was going on? Yemo wanted to ask Su Wei but found out that Su Wei also wasn't here. However, there were still Su Wei's clothes hanging out in the garden. It seemed that Su Wei hadn't left yet. Brother, is Qingxue's sister not here? Tang Beiwei also felt something wasn't right and subconsciously asked. Yemo shook his head. He didn't know why Ning Qingxue wasn't here, but her firm words from before were still by his ears. I will wait for you at Ning Hai. Although it was a few plain words, Mo believed Ning Qingxue said what she wanted. Before she waited till his arrival, she wouldn't leave. For this, Yemo didn't doubt it at all, but now, Ning Qingxue wasn't here. Yemo carefully checked the silver heartgrass that hadn't died but found it wasn't due to lack of care. What was this? Su Wei just pushed the door open and saw Yemo standing by the flower pot. When she saw Tang Beiwei, she couldn't help to sigh. Yemo was really a womanizer. Not only did he know a lot of women, but none of them was ugly. She was probably the uglier one, or perhaps she could only compare with Li Mumei. Su Wei, you're back? Where's Qingxue? The first thing Yemo asked seeing Su Wei was about Ning Qingxue. Su Wei's eyes went red and immediately told everything that had happened to Yemo. Then, she said, after Qingxue had recovered, she was taken to Yu State by her family and never came back. But after Qingxue left, no matter how I took care of these silver heart grasses, they were wilted and many had died. Only that tallest one is barely living. Ning Qingshu was actually almost beaten to death. Yemo's fury immediately erupted. Who had such balls? It seemed he was too kind. Last time the Song family attacked Ning Qingxue, he hadn't even had time to annihilate the Song family, but now, other people were also attacking Ning Qingxue. A strong killing intent emanated from Yemo's body. Even Su Wei and Tang Beiwei on the side took steps back subconsciously. Tang Beiwei looked at Yemo's bloodshot eyes and called out anxiously, "Brother!" Yemo came to his senses and howled to the sky, regardless if it's Earth Fiend or others who heard Ning Qingxue. I, Yemo, swear I will annihilate you in my life. From Yemo's perspective, Earth Fiend had the greatest suspicion. He just had enmity with this organization and this thing happened. He couldn't tolerate it, not right. Even if this happened, Qingxue wouldn't leave Ning Hai after she had recovered. Yemo knew Ning Qingxue, she wouldn't give up waiting for him in Ning Hai for that. Su Wei, you said Qingxue's wounds have recovered and she left Ning Hai? Yemo calmed down and immediately realized that was suspicious. Xu Wei was quite scared by Yemo and now just slowly recovered. Then, she said, yes, her wounds had fully healed, but what? Yemo frowned and asked. Su Wei looked carefully at Yemo and said, because her head was injured, although she had completely recovered, she forgot what had happened this year. It means that memories recovered to the point 1 year ago. She didn't even know me, but she remembered everything clearly from 1 year ago and, hearing this, Yemo's heart sunk. However, he believed he could cure her. Although head injuries couldn't even necessarily be healed with Lotus Life Seed, it wasn't a serious problem. Even if he couldn't, he would just tell her what had happened in this year. After all, she just lost some memories, and what? Thinking about this, Yemo felt a little relieved. Su Wei sighed and said, Qingxue lost this year's memory, but her parents were instead happy. She went back to Yu State listening to her parents. Qingxue's sister didn't mention you at all and her parents didn't allow anyone to mention you. Hearing this, Yemo's heart ached. If her parents really didn't like him, even if he went to Yu State, he won't necessarily be able to see Qingxue. He thought about Ning Qingxue venturing dangerously into the Shin Nongjia just to find him and he yearned for her more.
That was when he knew that he was this important in Ning Qingshua's heart. No, he had to go see her even if her parents stopped him, he would go see her. Sorry, Qingshu, it was my fault you were hurt this time. As though feeling the intense emotions in her brother's heart, Tang Beiwei subconsciously grabbed her brother's hands and called, "Brother," Emo sighed and caressed the silver heartgrass that Ning Qingxue took care of. Softness surged in his heart. That silver heartgrass seemed to have felt Emo's caress and seemed a little more lively. Xue and Tang Bu didn't interrupt Emo, who had sunk into memories. They just looked at him fearing that he would do something crazy. After long, Emo looked up and asked, "Sue, what did the attacker look like?" Xue immediately said, "It was a young Taoist at first and then came an old Taoist." That young Taoist was very lecherous and said he was going to take Qingxue away. Qingxue ignored him and he attacked. That young Taoist had a shield-shaped jade ornament on his belt and it seemed to have the words Tai Yi, Tai Yi? Emo repeated and frowned. Was it a hidden sect? It was very rare for people from the hidden sect to come to the cities of the mortal world, but it didn't matter. He would go ask Zhang Zhihui, "Sue, I will go see Qingxue. Please help me take care of this silver heartgrass for a while." Emo looked at the bloodied silver heartgrass and felt his uneasiness in his chest. He was going to slaughter, challenging him again and again. It was either his sister or the people around him. Sue rolled her eyes on Emo. "I know, I'm going to charge a salary next time. You two only know to let me take care of this and that." Sue heard Tang Beiwei call Emo brother and immediately knew this pretty girl was Yemo's sister and not lover. However, her skin was really good. Emo went back to the room. It was tidied very well. The small case he left to Ning Qingxue was carefully put on the head of the bed. Even the tools he used to produce pills were wiped clean, placed on a small metal rack. It was obvious that Ning Qingxue cared a lot about Yemo's things. Emo sat on the bed Ning Qingxue slept on. There were a few books about transplants. Emo dazed. He seemed to see Ning Qingxue sit on the bed and read these books every night and then wait for him to come back. "Qingxue, no matter who attacked you, I won't let them go." Emo murmured. He suddenly felt he was all alone by himself. If he had a power faction, he wouldn't need to send Beiwei away or even worry about the safety of the people around him. Power, I will establish the greatest power on earth. Since I can't cultivate to a high state here, I will use my power to create the greatest power. I want something that can disintegrate Earth Fiend with one word. In that instance, Emo had the impulse to howl to the heavens again. "Beiwei, I will send you to a place. After I'm done with the things outside, I will come back to pick you up." Emo calmed down and said, once he made up his mind, he wouldn't change it. It was as he said, no matter who it was, they would have to pay. After these things were done, he would form his own power. Tang Beiwei knew what her brother thought and knew she was only a burden following him around now. Wuliang Mountain. It wasn't their first time here. Although Tang Beiwei knew that her brother would take her to some place safe, but she didn't expect him to take her here. Emo carried Tang Beiwei on his back and ran very rapidly on the mountain. He was going to start to fight with Earth Fiend soon. He must have no concerns, so he needed to send Tang Beiwei away. Serenity was the best choice. "Beiwei, after you arrive at Serenity, remember to cultivate what I taught you. If you really can't cultivate it, you can learn with Jing Xian and their stuff, but remember not to tell anyone what I taught you." Emo said. Tang Beiwei felt very warm at heart. This was kinship. Her brother really gave her everything he had. She made up her mind in her heart, "Brother, don't worry, I will work here and try to not be cumbersome to you." Tang Beiwei really did make up her mind. If she had her brother's powers today, she wouldn't need to hide everywhere and could even help her brother. Pack those fireball charms away carefully. Don't take them out unless it's a life or death situation. Emo was worried about Tang Beiwei's safety and gave her more than 100 fireball charms. These fireball's charms weren't so useful to Emo. Although they were good to use, but it cost too much time to use them and their power to Emo was just so-so. It could be used against Earth-level martial artists, but it was barely life-threatening for tertiary stage Earth levels. It really didn't have much use, but it was good for self-defense for Tang Beiwei. Chapter 276, "Please leave, brother, I didn't think there would be people living here." Although Tang Beiwei was on Yemo's back, she was quite scared when Emo jumped off the cliff. When she saw the road,
She was more astonished. Yemo nodded and said, "Those sects don't like the boisterous mortal world, and these sort of places are more suited for cultivation. Was what you taught me that day also ancient martial arts?"
How come there weren't any martial arts moves? Tang Beiwei asked curiously.
Yemo said seriously, "What I taught you wasn't ancient martial arts but something thousands of times more precious than it. You mustn't show it in front of others or tell anyone." As Yemo introduced, Tang Beiwei gradually knew a little more about the hidden sections. The two talked as they walked and had arrived at Serenity. Although the sect master didn't say it, she was quite grateful to Yemo.
If Yemo didn't remove Jingxi, she wouldn't even be able to control Serenity.
After Yemo killed Jingxi, Serenity was no longer flailing like before. No matter what Jing Xian thought, she would have never expected Yemo to come to Serenity a second time and bring a very beautiful girl.
Grand Jing Xian, this is my sister Tang Beiwei.
Because I still have some businesses unresolved, I want to let me sister stay at your place for some time. Yemo had a request and didn't dare to be rude in front of Jing Xian. Jing Xian looked at Tang Beiwei in surprise and then said, "Mr. Yi, this is the sister you said you've lost for more than 20 years? Yemo bowed and said, "Yes, my sister will live here for a while. When I come next time, there will be repayment." Jing Xian sighed, "Since it's your sister, then no need to talk about repayment. It's just a pity on Susu. If only you brought her here earlier." Yemo's heart was melancholic. He understood what Jing Xian meant. He left his sister at Serenity also because he wanted to wait for Luoying to come back. After all that, the first thing Yemo did was to go to U State. He was going to see Ning Qingxue. No matter if he could cure her or not, he would still go. Ning Qingxue's father Ning Zhongfei was quite decisive and left the Ning family resolutely for Ning Qingxue. With his strong connections and capable business mind, he established a new pharmaceutical company in the short span of a year. In U State, Ning family was a wealthy family. As soon as Yemo got to U State, he didn't spend much time to know that not only did Ning Qingxue recover physically but was being the manager of Ning Zhongfei's business. The business was at the tallest skyscraper building at U State and it was very easy for Yemo to find it. The building didn't belong to Ning Zhongfei yet and his company only rented 2 levels of the building.
Yemo didn't receive much questioning and went upstairs.
However, the girl in reception stopped Yemo. "Sir, may I ask who you're looking for?" The girl was quite pretty and very polite. "I'm looking for Ning Qingxue." "May I ask, is she here?" Thinking about how he was about to meet Ning Qingxue, Yemo was a bit excited. He didn't know if the exact situation was as what Su Wei said, but if it really was, then what would he do if he couldn't cure her? The girl showed a professional smile but didn't call and ask for permission.
She asked again politely, "Sir, did you make an appointment?" "No."
Yemo shook his head subconsciously. He never thought that he wouldn't be able to see Ning Qingxue. The front desk girl smiled apologetically. "Then I'm sorry, sir. I can't report in clients without appointments." The front desk girl's sweet smile made Yemo unable to get angry, but he didn't have a way to make the girl report in. Just when he was wondering if he should use invisibility to go in and see Ning Qingxue, there was a clanking of high heels on the ground. CEO Lan, managerly. The girl saw the two and greeted politely. Yemo turned around and saw someone familiar. It was Li Mumei. He was happy immediately and quickly said, "Li Mumei.
I'm Yemo.
I came to see Ning Qingxue this time." Yemo stopped his words. He felt the atmosphere wasn't right and Li Mumei's looks at him seemed a little weird, as though she wanted to say something.
Meanwhile, the woman beside Li Mumei frowned. CEO Lan? Was it Ning Qingxue's mother Lan Yu?
This meant that this CEO Lan was his future mother-in-law.
Yemo felt a little awkward and walked up and said, "Hello auntie, I'm Yemo.
I came to see Qingxue." The woman still frowned, but Yemo said that already, so she could only reply, "Do you know me? I've heard Qingxue mention you."
"I believe you're Qingxue's mother, right?" Yemo didn't dare to be careless in front of Qingxue's mother.
Seeing Li Mumei wanting to say something and Lan Yu frowning, Yemo felt things weren't right and the scene sunk into silence. After a long while, Lan Yu said, "Since you're Yemo, come in and let's have a talk." Sigh. Then, Lan Yu walked in and Li Mumei gave Yemo a sympathetic look and also followed in. Yemo followed the two into the office helplessly. Li Mumei went and made 2 cups of tea and then left, closing the door. "Yemo, I know you're someone with power, but..." Lan Yu paused as though trying to organize her words and said after a while, "Qingxue is my only daughter, and she is my treasure. Her dad and I won't be able to tolerate any harm to her. We work so hard just for Qingxue's future."
Yemo sighed and said, "Auntie, don't beat about the bush. Although I'm emotional, I have done things that I won't regret.
I like Qingxue, but I'm not liking her for her wealth, Lan Yu nodded and said. In that case, I'll be straightforward. Of course, I know you won't care about the little wealth our Ning family has, but we care about our daughter.
Ever since Qingxue knew you, she's been heavily injured twice. We almost lost our daughter. This was all because of you.
This time, Qingxue was rammed by a car and sent to the hospital. She was announced dead, but perhaps the heavens pitted us and Qingxue actually came back alive the second day. Speaking to here, Lan Yu rubbed her eyes.
Yi Mo saw this and sighed. He didn't blame Lan Yu.
He only had respect for a mother like this, and he knew why Qingxue would come back alive. It was because she only fainted on the spot. This was all due to the necklace he made for her. It was made from precious materials and inscribed with many formations. Although spirit chi would be consumed while used for defense, after a while, it would replenish. Qingxue could wake the second day because after replenishment, the necklace recovered her life force. Looking at Yemo, who was in silence, Lan Yu said again, ever since Qingxue met you, not only did she not want to come up to you state and always stayed at Ning Hai, it was also said that she went to Flowing Snake in the desert once all by herself. After 2 near-death experiences, her dad, and I can no longer handle this time when Qingxue woke up, the heavens pitted us and she actually lost a year of memory. Her memory is at the time before she met you.
So, Yemo, please, we beg you, let her live a peaceful life. Then, Lan Yu looked hopefully at Yemo.
She wanted Yemo to take pity on the heart of parents and not get close to her daughter again.
She didn't know that Ning Qingxue also went to Shinnongjia, otherwise, she would be even more concerned. Yemo really wanted to fulfill Lan Yu's love for her daughter, but he couldn't. Not only did Ning Qingxue love him, but he also loved Ning Qingxue.
He had no hesitation and shook his head slowly.
Yemo, why are you doing this? We beg you, let our Qingxue go.
Then, Lan Yu actually knelt down. Yemo was dazed. He didn't expect Lan Yu to do this. At that moment, he felt his heart ache as though something precious was going to leave him. Mom, you. The office door was opened and Ning Qingxue in a pale yellow dress stood at the door like a goddess. She looked dazedly at Lan Yu, who knelt on the ground, and then moved her gaze upon Yemo, but soon, she reacted and rushed over to help Lan Yu up. She turned around with a face of anger and looked at Yemo and asked, "Who are you? What do you want?" Yemo opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. If Lan Yu telling him to leave Ning Qingxue made his heart ache, then Ning Qingxue's words now made his heart bleed. He knew that Ning Qingxue lost a years of memory, but his heart suddenly felt empty. That emptiness he could no accept. Qingxue, I'm Yemo. I know. He was interrupted by Ning Qingshu before he finished. She frowned and said, Yemo, the engagement was determined by our previous generation. You are you and I am I. Why are you coming for me? I don't want you to come to my parents, but Qingxue, did you not know you lost a year's memory? Yemo said desperately. Ning Qingshue's eyes frowned more and looked at Yemo with disgust. Qingxue isn't something you can call. I know you're the young master of the Yi family, but that has nothing to do with me. Plus, I lost my memory, but what's that got to do with you? Is there any use for you to force my mother? Please leave. Chapter 277, that's all there is to it. Lan Yu heard Ning Qingshue's words and turned around saying apologetically to Yemo, you can chat with Qingxue for a while, but don't force her to do something she doesn't want. I don't want my daughter to be coerced. I'll go out first. Then, Lan Yu walked out of the office. She really didn't want Yemo to have contact with Ning Qingxue, but if she didn't give Ning Qingxue this chance, she would feel very uncomfortable and feel sorry to Qingxue. Qingxue, the memory you have lost is the memory with me this year. I want to help you see if you can be treated and recover your lost memory. Yemo said softly. Ning Qingxue already had some slight anger on her face. She didn't understand why her mother would let her face Yemo alone. She had memories with this human trash? Keep dreaming, Yemo. I know you have been kicked out of the Yi family and you feel very bad, but I'm telling you now. My dad also separated from the Ning family in Beijing. We have no connections at all. What era is it now? Stop holding the worlds of our grandpas. I feel this is really pointless. Ning Qingxue said disgustedly, as though seeing Yemo's face was looking bad. Ning Qingxue sneered and continued, Young Master Yi, I have memories with you? Do you think this is possible?
Plus, even if I do have some memories with you, I don't want to recover them. I don't want anything to do with you, okay? Yimo's face became pale, but he still didn't blame Ning Qingxue. He knew that a year before, Ning Qingshu detested him to the greatest extent. Qingxue, if you believe me, let me treat you. If you have recovered your memories, I think you will understand. Yimo stood up and walked forward a few steps. Ning Qingxue immediately took a few steps back and said, "Don't come over. If you do, I will call the police. And, I don't need you to treat me, and I don't trust you either. I know very well what sort of person you are. I don't need my memories to understand you, Qingxue, but you made me love you. You said you will wait for me to come back. Why are things like this?" Yimo's face became increasingly pale. He had never experienced love and had never felt what it was like for the person he loved to leave him. Ning Qingxue looked coldly at Yimo. After hearing him out, she then said, "Yimo, don't be mushy. You have finished what you needed to say. Now you can go. I know that the 1 year I was with you and you like me. Is that fine? Oh, and that year I also fell in love with you, okay? I know it all, now can you please leave? So this is what losing feels like." Yimo murmured, his body was wobbly, he was emotional and never would have thought the one he loved would leave him. Luoying left him due to misunderstanding, but Ning Nixie didn't even want to listen to him nor let him touch her. He didn't want to force her. Plus, even if he treated her, he might not be able to get her memories back. He had this burning sensation in his heart that made him hard to breathe. Why were things like this? Why, after a long while, Yimo took out a face-preserving pill and a few golden needles and said, "I brought this face-preserving pill over just for you and I want to help you see if you can recover your memories." Ning Qingshue's face was frost-like and she said coldly, "Treatment is unnecessary, and face-preserving pill. Okay, I'll eat it." Ning Qingxue took the pill and ate it. Then, she said, "Yimo, I've eaten the pill. Go, I beg you, don't try these tricks on me." Yimo felt more and more depressed. He picked up the golden needle and still wanted to say something, but Ning Qingshu immediately said, "Piss off." Yimo finally couldn't hold the despair and pain in his heart and spat out a mouth of blood on the office desk. After spitting out the blood, he actually felt more relieved. His mental state reached a new level. Since she wasn't his, why force it? At that moment, he seemed to have opened up and understood a lot and wanted to howl. This was the frustration of recently being hunted, Luoying and Beiwei's things. With the thing with Ning Qingxue, it made his heart feel clumped. After spitting out the clotting blood, he felt very relieved and felt if he had any spirit grass now, he could immediately reach stage 4 chi gathering. Yimo sighed. The Buddha says, everything is so due to fate, starting from the begging to the end of fate. Everything is so. Perhaps he could keep that love in his heart and treat it as past memories, no longer necessary to flip out again. Perhaps this was what it meant to be positive. Yimo's mental state calmed down and packed away the golden needles, returning to his original composure. Ning Qingxue saw the blood stain and actually felt pain in her heart. But this feeling was very strange. She could only draw the conclusion that this Yimo was immature. She never said she had any relationship with Yimo and she would never marry such a human trash. Lan Yu pushed the door open and rushed in. She saw the blood on the table and immediately said aggressively to Yimo, "Yimo, can we drop this? Leave, never come back to our Ning family." She thought Yimo made her daughter spew blood and couldn't keep calm. "I'm standing at your Ning family's place?" Yimo was calm and his tone was very bland. He actually wasn't very angry. He didn't blame Lan Yu nor Ning Qingshu. They had their lives and so did he. "That's right, where you're standing. Leave immediately. Even the patch outside the front door belongs to us. Our family doesn't welcome you." Lan Yu was worried about her daughter and wasn't going to be polite with Yimo anymore. She even sounded a little childish. Yimo smiled calmly. "Oh, does the sky outside also belong to your family?" Then, Yimo no longer wanted to say anything. Before Lan Yu replied, he took a step outside the window and disappeared. Lan Yu and Ning Qingxue dazed for a good few seconds before coming to their senses. Yimo actually couldn't handle the trauma and jumped off the building. Although Ning Qingxue looked down on Yimo, she was still very worried about Yimo jumping off. This was the 8th floor. He wouldn't be alive after jumping off. She rushed over to the windows and looked down. There was no trace of him. "Mom, don't call yet." Lan Huayu was stumbling to call the police but was stopped by Ning Qingxue. What's wrong, Qingxue?
Lan Huayu calmed down. Ning Qingxue breathed easy and looked down before saying, he's quite capable.
There's no trace of him at the bottom, and he probably climbed down the pipes and left. Qingxue, did you spit the blood here? Lan Yu finally reacted now. Ning Qingxue shook her head. No, it's EMO. He probably had some sort of trauma. Sigh. He's quite pitiful actually. Abandoned by the Yi family but still not unenterprising, huh?
Lan Yu stared straight at the blood stain. Ning Qingxue didn't know, but she knew all too well. Suddenly, she felt that she did this thing very wrongly. After long, Lan Yu sighed.
Let the past be.
Qingxue had her own life and Yi Mo had his new life.
Qingxue didn't remember the days with Yi Mo, and that was why she felt Yi Mo was pitiful. But Lan Yu was all the clear about Yi Mo's power in Beijing. Mum, my heart is aching. I want to go back and rest for a few days.
Ning Qingxue felt her heart pulsing with pain.
She had never had such kinititin.
What's happening today? Lan Yu had a sliver of worry flash across her eyes and quickly replied, okay, let Mume rest with you for a few days.
Don't worry about the company.
There's your dad and I here. After Yemo left you state, his mood was down but his mental state broke through again. Now, he had dropped the sadness. Pursuing cultivation and long life was his path. He was to go to the Song family next and finish things up. Then, he would immediately try to go for stage 4. After he was stage 4, it would be time for him to get revenge against Earth Fiend. In time when he established his own power, no matter for himself or the people around him, he needed a strong power to provide protection. His cultivation also required large amounts of money. With money, he could make all sorts of pills and make money faster. However, with more money, he also needed power to protect it. Before going to Beijing, Yemo stopped by Ninghai to look at that silver heartgrass. It seemed to have gained some life force. Su Wei hadn't finished work yet and he didn't wait for her. Su Wei was very meticulous. She would do well what she promised. Next time when he came back, he wouldn't mind giving her a face-preserving pill. As for Yun Bing, Yemo didn't go to see her. He was originally planning to go to the university and ask about Shi Xiu, but he had already graduated, and if he were to go to ask about him in Ninghai University, perhaps he would see Yun Bing. Ever since the issue with Ning Qingxue, Yemo's heart had been rejective of staying alone with women. Chapter 278, Cheating Self, Beijing Song Family. Contrary to Song Yuanyi and Song Qiming's expectation, the incident at Wuliang Mountain had been past a few months and now, Yemo still came to Song Family to look for trouble. Did they think wrong? If Yemo really didn't dare to come to the Song Family, should they get the Song Family people to come back to Beijing? Perhaps Yemo didn't know the identity of Song Hai in them. The Song family didn't have the power to face off with Yemo, so they could only resist for now. Now, the Song family mansion was not near as busy and populated as before. Other than Song Yuanyi and Song Qiming, there was only Song Qishan. There were originally some third-generation people here, but after Song Hai disappeared, these people were sent away by Song Qiming. Tang Jing felt really fortunate recently. Although Song Qiming wronged her before due to some reasons, he still never forgot about her. Before she died, he came and found her and gave her the warmness and love she had longed for many years. Although before, all she had in her heart was hatred for Song Qiming, seeing Song Qiming kneel down before her and beg for her forgiveness, her heart had already forgiven him. It didn't matter that she suffered so much all these years, at least Qiming came back. Although Beiwei didn't want to come with her to Beijing, Qiming said that he wouldn't let anything happen to Beiwei. Tang Jing had no doubt of Song Qiming's words. Although she still didn't go do surgery, her body was recovering gradually. Her face even looked healthier. Thinking that Song Qiming was with her every day, she felt this joy at the bottom of her heart. Her years of longing and hope finally had a resolution she wanted. She didn't mind if Song Qiming was rich or powerful. In her heart, she only wanted to be with him, and that would be the greatest joy of life. Sometimes, Qiming would even sit with her for an entire night without any requests. He just sat with her like those years ago. Tang Jing knew that Qiming wouldn't come today because he said he had a lot of work and would come back late. So, she made him some lotus soup. She didn't want him to work too hard. She still had a surprise for Qiming. It was that she could walk now. Song Qiming's office usually didn't allow others to come in. But he told her that others didn't include her.
No one could replace her in his mind.
He missed her for 20 years and didn't want to spend the rest of his life regretting.
So, Tang Jing didn't mind that Song Qiming's office didn't allow others to come in.
And now, there was barely anyone in the Song family mansion, so no one cared about this. What made Tang Jing disappointed was that when she came to Song Qiming's place, she noticed the second floor's lights were off. That meant that Song Qiming hadn't come back yet. There was the sound of car rumble that drove into the room. The car didn't stop at the outer garden but drove straight in.
Tang Jing knew that Song Qiming came back.
Her heart rejoiced and wanted to bring the lotus soup over, but she saw two people get off the car and stopped herself in her tracks. Song Qiming got out, but there was also another young girl.
The two seemed quite intimate and the girl was holding Song Qiming's arms. Didn't he tell her that he was divorced? And even if he didn't, this woman was not much older than Bei Wei.
Tang Jing suddenly felt her hands shaky. She didn't mind Song Qiming bringing back a girl, but she cared that Song Qiming lied to her. Song Qiming and that girl had walked under the office and were hugged together. There was the sound of hookup and seductive moans. Tang Jing didn't believe this was the Song Qiming who stayed with her every night before. She was deeply disappointed but didn't hate Song Qiming. Perhaps her body wasn't well and she couldn't stay with him, that's why he was acting like this. Let's go upstairs.
Song Qiming finally gasped and squished the girl's boobs and said, "MNHM, is that old woman still in the house?
She's really annoying." The woman's voice sounded very sulky and was obviously unhappy. Song Qiming sighed, "I have no choice.
Our Song family is being threatened too much by that Yemo.
She's Tang Beiwei's mother. I took her over just so that Yemo would have some concern. Originally, I thought that according to Yemo's personality, he might quite possibly not do anything to the Song family due to Tang Beiwei's mother, but I think we've thought too much. He's by himself and he doesn't dare to do anything to the Song family no matter how strong he is.
As for Tang Jing, let her be.
Our Song family can still afford to feed a useless person." The woman gasped into laughter. "Treating your old lover like a dog to feed? What old lover?
Don't disgust me.
Perhaps I would be interested in her 20 years ago, but now, it's the hardest time of my life each night I talk to her. Sigh, don't worry about her. I just didn't expect her daughter to be Yemo's sister. She's really lucky. Otherwise, why would I even care about her?" Song Qiming seemed to have thought of Tang Jing's looks and frowned. That woman laughed again. "I heard that Tang Beiwei is a real beauty. You must be interested in her. How come you don't seem yourself when you talk about her?" Song Qiming smiled. "Pity, she's Yemo's sister. Our Song family shouldn't mess with him anymore. Be gentle.
I know you're interested in that girl.
You even dare to fuck me." The woman called and then, her mouth seemed to be blocked by something. After a long while, she gasped and said, "Of course I wouldn't mind about that Tang Jing. Who I care about is the tigress of your family. To be honest, I still need to thank the Yemo. If it wasn't for him, how could you send away that tigress? How do we dare to do this here?" She only spoke half the sentence and her mouth seemed to have been blocked by something. At the corner, Tang Jing's hands and feet went cold. The bowl of lotus soup fell on the grass, but she didn't seem to notice at all. The person who asked for forgiveness in front of her was this sort of person. She suddenly felt that all the power of her body was going to leave her. Yemo sighed. He originally came here to kill the Song family people, but he saw this scene. He couldn't help but to feel sad for Tang Beiwei's mother, falling in love with such a man.
Did she really not know what Song Qiming really was like? Did she really believe everything Song Qiming said? Yemo didn't believe it.
Tang Jing was just cheating herself. Perhaps she knew she didn't have long to live, so she wanted to die with happiness, not a life of losing hope. Sometimes, there is no reason for love.
Yemo thought of Luo Ying.
Would his love for her change because of anything else? He believed that Luo Ying wouldn't betray him, but if she did, Yemo asked himself and found that he would still like her just like how he loved Ning Qingxue. Ning Qingxue was so indifferent to him, but he didn't blame her, nor did he resent her. He just enveloped that love and left it untouched. Perhaps this was what Tang Jing was like to Song Qiming. Even though she knew that Song Qiming was tricking her, she would still rather cheat herself, but now, she could no longer do that. Yemo believed that she must have regretted coming out to see this scene and hearing those words. Yemo saw Song Qiming carry that girl and the two rustled upstairs. Meanwhile, Tang Jing spat out a mouthful of blood after a long while, then, she stood up slowly. She actually looked at Song Qiuming wistfully before leaving. Looking at Tang Jing's weak body like a small leaf in the frosty wind, Emo actually felt uncomfortable. Why did she have to love such a man? But he couldn't help her at all, and he knew that if he killed Song Qiuming today and Tang Jing knew tomorrow, she will be very sad. However, even so, he would still kill Song Qiuming. From today on, he wouldn't let himself into trouble due to being soft on his enemies. He had to kill Song Qiuming. However, after things here were done, he would take Tang Jing to live with Tang Beiwei. The light beside the bedroom lit up. Song Qiuming and that girl were already rolling together. That girl's clothes were completely ripped apart, revealing two busty white rabbits. Song Qiuming's two hands already started rubbing and squishing. At the same time, he was also trying to take off the clothes on himself. That woman seemed thirstier than Song Qiuming and had flipped on top of Song Qiuming more than once. Emo respected Song Qiuming's stamina. He was in his 50s to 60s, but he still had so much energy. Emo raised his hand and a gust of wind shot out. That voracious woman was knocked out cold on the bed. Song Qiuming didn't even notice it at all until the woman stopped moving. "Shall you?" Song Qiuming called out worriedly, "You don't need to call. I've already knocked her out." Yemo's cold voice sounded. Song Qiuming's body shook and suddenly turned around. Under the dim yellow light, Yemo's figure stood by the doorway. Song Qiuming was covered in cold sweat. After a long while, he asked, Who are you?" Chapter 279, Conflict Resolved. "I'm getting some payback," Yemo said, and a curved sword suddenly appeared in his hands. Song Qiuming looked at Yemo, not knowing where his curved sword appeared from. But immediately, he reacted and said in a shaky voice, You are Yemo, that's right. You're very smart. You know you owe me. It's just that I've been busy lately and only had time for this today. Yemo's voice was very cold. Song Qiuming was the leader of a family. Although he was very worried, he soon forced himself to calm down. "Young Master Yi, the thing between our family and you is a complete misunderstanding. Although it's a misunderstanding, I've completely dispersed the Song family to show my apology to you. If you can let the Song family go once, I'm willing to swear that from today on, our Song family will just be a dog of yours." What a big misunderstanding. Yemo sneered, "I'm not someone who exterminates. I've let your Song family go on more than one occasion, but you challenged my bottom line. You dare to harm even Xingshui and Beiwei. You even made my sister harm me. I'll let you die with a clear mind. But don't worry, those vermin breed of you Song family, I won't leave one behind if I see one." Song Qiuming's face had the look of extreme desperation for life and said desperately, "That had nothing to do with our Song family. It was all Dong Fangxi's plan. Our Song family never." Before he finished, he could no longer say anything anymore. Yemo had shattered Song Qiuming's aorta with his fist. Even as he died, he still had the look of trying to explain something. Yemo didn't use a sword to kill him. The sword was just to scare him. There were no marks on both the inside and outside of Song Qiuming's body. Even though Yemo did this, many people would still guess he killed Song Qiuming, but Yemo was still going to do this. Sometimes, even though everyone knew, he still needed to put up a show. If Song Qiuming was killed by him blatantly, this thing couldn't be suppressed. After all, Song Qiuming was an influential person. He threw Song Qiuming next to the woman. Yemo killed Song Yuanyi and Song Qishan next. There were only these three important people in this mansion. Although there were still some maids and gardeners, Yemo never wanted to kill everyone. He didn't even kill the guards. As for Song Yuanyi and Song Qishan, Yemo just burnt them to ash. He only left Song Qiuming's body. Although he didn't kill all of the Song family's direct descendants, Yemo still felt a lot better. He had been constantly hunted by the Song family, and now he finally killed a few leaders of the family. Then, Yemo headed towards where Tang Jing was. He wanted to tell her that he would bring her to Beiwei. However, what Yemo didn't expect was that Tang Jing actually suicided. He felt a little sad. Tang Jing was a tragic woman and didn't even achieve some small aspirations in the end. He wished she would meet a good person next life. Yemo silently burned Tang Jing's body and used a jade box to hold her ashes. He would give it to Beiwei next time. After leaving the Song family, Yemo didn't go find Yiling. If he did now, it would be blatantly telling everyone that he killed the people at the Song family. The second day, news got out that Song Chiming and his niece's wife were naked on the bed together and Song Chiming died of overexcitement. Then, the first-in-command Song Yune disappeared. The Song family fell into a deeper abyss after dispersing. The Song family of the 5 big families of China was like the sun of dusk, slowly falling down. At this moment, Emo had left Beijing. He went on the train towards Xian Mountain. His destination was Sharp Sea Corner, the place Xiao Gang and them found the blood coral. It was on his way, so he also wanted to see how Fong Nan was doing. He had agreed to help him but was delayed by all sorts of things. He also needed Fong Nan to help him with something this time, because Emo didn't buy a ticket and just jumped on. The first thing he wanted to do was find a seat. However, because Beijing was the first station and there weren't many people going to Xian Mountain, there were still some free spaces on the train. Emo found a seat as soon as he got on. "Brother, are you going to Jingkou?" Emo just got on and the middle-aged man opposite him greeted and passed a cigarette. Emo pushed the cigarette back and smiled. "I'm going to Xian Mountain but I don't smoke. I saw that you didn't bring a bag and I thought you were going to the closest station, Jingkou. Xian Mountain isn't close. Even with this express train, it would take a whole day." This man was very meticulous. Emo noticed this man's hand had a lot of calluses and his muscles were very tight. It could be seen that he practiced martial arts. Although his inner chi cultivation didn't have a level yet or never even cultivated it systematically, normal people wouldn't be a match for him. It's good not to smoke. "I'm an old smoker." "Brother, are you going to Xian Mountain to get rich?" This man packed the cigarettes away. Although this man just introduced himself suddenly, Emo didn't dislike him. Perhaps it was due to his look. Although he was very skinny, his eyes had spirit and didn't seem dodgy. Emo hated those with dodgy glances. He didn't like those type of people. They were either really calculative or weak and timid people. "No, I just want to go to Guilin. Xian Mountain is just a passing by place." Emo didn't hide his destination. "Guilin?" The middle-aged man frowned. Then, another 2 people came. It was a young woman in her mid-20s and another youth with shades. It seemed the 2 were together. They both carried big bags. The young man had some looks and dressed very simply. Her clothes were modest. This youth seemed scholarly and weak. The young woman smiled at Emo and said to that youth, "Xiao Gong, you can sit on the opposite side." Then, the young woman sat beside Emo. The man continued, "Brother, Guilin isn't a peaceful place. Why are you going there?" Emo smiled but didn't reply. The young woman sitting beside him had a faint smell of blood. Emo had experienced countless killings, so as soon as this young woman sat down, he felt it. And this young woman had a little worried look. It meant that she killed before getting on the train. If she just injured someone, she wouldn't have this bloody smell, but perhaps it was her first time, so she felt scared. But no matter how much this woman killed, it was irrelevant to him. He smiled and looked at the middle-aged man. "I have a friend whose business isn't going too well. I'm going to help him." Emo was talking about Fong Nan. He did indeed want to go help Fong Nan. Fong Nan was a good person and he also wanted to create his own power faction. Fong Nan was a good choice. "Your friend is doing business at the border? I heard that those people who can do business at the border aren't simple people. They've all seen blood and big scenes. They pretty much all killed before. Only then can they strike fear in others." This middle-aged man said with a strange expression. Emo looked deeply at the man and immediately knew that he wasn't simple. He talked about blood purposely. Who would talk about this the first time they met a friend? This was too absurd and didn't even suit the topic of the conversation. However, Emo knew that this man could also tell what the woman did. He said this all just to comfort the woman. As for why he was doing this and how he knew, Emo didn't know. Emo smiled. He didn't express his opinion and just didn't talk anymore. However, the young woman beside Emo shook and gradually calmed down. This man just said a sentence to test. Although he didn't know what was with the woman, but he could tell something was wrong. However, he was more testing Emo. Now that he saw that Emo just smiled to his words and not say anything, he immediately knew Emo was no ordinary person. "I'm called Zhang Jiayan. I'm planning to go have a look at Xian Mountain.
Brother, what business does your brother do? Ha, if it's suitable, I also want to find something to do. Zhang Jianyan's words were obvious. He was asking if there was an opportunity for cooperation. Hearing his words, Emo had an idea. This guy had a meticulous heart and was observational. Now that he asked this question, Emo knew that he was someone bold, and then considering how he comforted the woman, it meant that he was a decent person at last. Thinking about this, Emo nodded. I'm Emo. My friend is called Fong Nan. He's about to do big business. If Zhang brother wished to cooperate, it's fine. We are in need of people. Just when Emo finished and before Zhang Jiayan could reply, a few police officers who looked serious reached out to Emo, that youth, and the woman saw the police come over and immediately became pale. They even started shivering. Chapter 280, Animal, Yuan Meixiang, Yuan Gong, you two really know how to run head, but now, someone suspects that you two are involved in a murder case at Jingkou, Fangyi Town. You must go back for investigation. The head police seemed weak and fat, but his tone was very serious. That young woman calmed down instead and looked around before saying, You don't need to do anything. I will go with you guys, but I know that as long as I go, I will have no hopes of coming back out again, so I will tell what happened to everyone here. I will let everyone know what is hiding in this world. Take her away. Yuan Meixiang, if you have anything to say, tell your lawyer. The police didn't wait for this young woman to finish and yelled, Ha! My lawyer, as long as I fall into your hands, I would be devoured whole. That Yuan Meixiang girl started laughing out loud, but her face was getting more and more miserable. The two policemen behind the fat police had already came up. They grabbed her hands and was going to cuff her. Let her go. Let her speak. What can't other people hear? Zhang Jiayan suddenly stood up and pointed at the few policemen and said. The fat police narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Jiayan coldly and said, What? You are going to help the culprit resist arrest? Zhang Jiayan smacked down on the tea table. Resist arrest? Just you, stop thinking so highly of yourself. You're only a small traffic police. What right do you have to call me helping others to resist arrest? I've seen all sorts of big scenes. You just said she was a suspect and now, she just suddenly became the culprit. White really becomes black in your mouth. Good job, good job. Sister, just tell us your situation. There are so many people here. I want to see who wouldn't let you speak. As soon as Zhang Jiayan spoke, there was chit-chat in the carriage. Obviously, there were a lot of people who thought Zhang Jiayan was right. They should give Yuan Meixiang a chance to speak. Who do you think you are, teaching a traffic police what to do? Don't you believe that I can take you away as well? The policeman behind the fat police said impatiently. Zhang Jiayan laughed and took out a certificate and a few honor badges. Who am I? I'm a solider. When I was spilling blood for the country, where were you? Am I not even allowed to speak? The fat police scanned and saw that military certificate. It seemed like a veteran certificate, but not really, and there was a second level honor and a third level. There were so much honor rewards, and the fat police was also shocked, but he was smart and didn't take these rewards to look at. Because if he didn't look at them, then he could say that he didn't know. Yuan Meixiang saw that these few policemen didn't say anything and didn't continue to cuff her. She knew that this was her opportunity and immediately cried and said, 3 years ago, I just graduated from the University of Finance. When I passed by Jingkou, Fangnan Town, I was being taken into custody illegally by Dosen and was forced to marry him. During the time, if I didn't do one thing that he wanted me to do, he would beat me viciously. Then, Yuan Meixiang flipped up her clothes, showing all the marks on her body and hands. They were shocking, completely disregard of law. Zhang Jiayan smashed down on the table furiously. Even the passengers in the carriage saw her and felt sympathetic for her. Yuan Meixiang wiped her eyes and continued, half a year later, I found the opportunity to escape and went to the police department at Fangyi Town, but not only was I not sent away but was instead beat up again and brought back by Do Senator. Then, I had a child, but it was sold by Do Sen and I wanted to run away again, but this time, Do Sen guarded me closely and tortured me even more, but this wasn't it. The animal didn't have money and actually wanted me to sleep with his friends and wanted me to sell my body to get money for him. I wouldn't comply no matter what. Later, my brother Yuan Gong found me. He looked for me for 3 years and the first thing he did when he found me was go to the police, but I stopped her. Even so, this was found by Dosen, this animal. He got people to tie my brother up.
I begged him to release my brother. This weak-looking youth rubbed his eyes and held Yuan Meixiang, who was about to fall. Yuan Meixiang sniffed. Dosen agreed to my request, but just when I was celebrating, a friend of his couldn't help anymore and told me Doseng's real plans. This animal was planning to sell my brother's kidney. That night, while Dosen was drunk, I stole his keys and let my brother out. But just when we were about to escape, we were found by Do Senator. I fought with him and accidentally cut his neck. This thing has nothing to do with my brother. I know that if I went in, I would have no return, but I beg you to let my brother go. He is innocent, animal. Zhang Jiayan was furious. Is there no law anymore? Dosen, this animal deserved his death. If it was me, I would have killed him 100 times. Why can't you come out after you go in? You bunch of policemen, the country I fought for with my blood is going to be polluted by you like that. The few policemen frowned. They wanted to capture this woman away, but they feared public outrage. Just when the few policemen didn't know what to do, the train had arrived at the new station while Yuan Meixiang said miserably, because Dosen's brother is the captain of the Fenghe Police Department. I heard that the previous captain was a righteous man and was harmed by Dosen. So if I go in, I'd be dead for sure. It was I who killed Do Senator. It has nothing to do with my brother. I just want you guys to let my brother go. Okay, you finished, now there will be someone to take you away. Whatever your situation is, you can tell it at the police department. The fat police looked hesitantly at Zhang Jiayan before saying to Yuan Meixiang. Zhang Jiayan was full of anger. He knew that he couldn't stop the fate of them being taken into the police station, but his personality compelled him to stop this. Killing my brother, how dare you, you evil bitch, you actually ran this far. Another 2 policemen rushed into the carriage. The one walking at the front had triangular eyes. As soon as he came in, he saw the 2 and had violent gazes from his eye. Obviously, in his eyes, the 2 were already dead. Dolin. Yuan Meixiang saw the triangular-eyed man and finally couldn't stop shaking her body. Emo patted Zhang Jiayan, who was about to talk. When that Dolin attacks me and when he gives his verdict, help me record things. Zhang Jiayan dazed. Although he didn't know what GMO meant, he still took out his phone and nodded. Old FA, how come you still haven't cuffed her? Han Dan, take these 2 murders away. Dolin looked coldly at the brother and sister. You are Dosen's brother, Dolin? Your brother raped a woman and abused her and also sold organs. I think you helped out quite a lot, didn't you? Scum. Yemo walked out and stopped the triangular-eyed man, saying coldly. He only needed to look at Yuan Meixiang's expression and tone and he would know that she didn't lie. She even avoided using extreme words. Originally, Dolin was going to tell Yemo to piss off, but when he heard the word scum, he could no longer control his anger and kicked towards Yemo. Yemo sneered and kicked first onto Dolin's Achilles tendon before patting his forehead. Then, he continued to ask, tell me everything. All the bad things you did being a police and who you harmed, who would say the bad things they did? Just when everyone thought Yemo was dumb. Dolin's eyes became dazed in hearing Yemo's words. He murmured, I killed Captain Bob because he knew that I raped Dushi's daughter and he wanted to arrest me. I provide all the girls at the Jinko brothels. They are all girls from outside who come here to work. I have made a deal with T-Boss that it's 50-50 profit. Everything Dolin said was bloody and gruesome. There were so many people in the carriage, but they all felt shivery. There was actually such an inhuman trash in this world. Yemo looked back at Zhang Jiayan and asked, did you record everything? Yes, I didn't expect these 2 brothers to be such bastards. They are worse than animals. I really want to kill him right now. Zhang Jiayan stared at Dolin, who knelt down. His eyes were pouring with flames. Yemo smiled and pulled out a gun from somewhere and fired at Dolin's forehead. He actually killed Dolin in front of all these people. Silence. The entire carriage sunk into silence. Even if Dolin could be sentenced to death 10,000 times, he couldn't be killed here. And, this person carried a gun with him. You have a gun? After a moment, the fat policeman stared at Yemo and asked while taking a few steps back. Obviously, he was worried Yemo would attack him. Yemo looked at Handan, who came with Dolin, and said coldly, I originally planned to kill you as well, but you still have some uses. If you can't provide me with important sources, I will still kill you. Although Handan had a gun, he was shaking and subconsciously nodded. Yemo then turned around and said to the fat police, indeed, I have a gun and I killed him. Show me document to the captain of this train. Then, Yemo took out his blue booklet and dumped it to the fat policeman. Chapter 281, starting from scratch, the fat police wasn't dumb. It was still incredible that Yemo dared to open fire in public despite he obtained the crime evidence first. After all, normal special agencies weren't allowed to do this, but this youth in front of him did. It could only mean that his background was absurdly strong or his status was absurdly powerful.
Those few policemen left quickly. They even took away Do Lin's body. They came and went really fast. Not only did Zhang Jian realize Yemo was no ordinary person, but the entire carriage knew.
At that moment, the whole carriage became a lot more quiet. Zhang Jian had a lot of experiences. He took back his things and saluted to Yemo with his fists. Yi brother's actions are really satisfying.
It's my honor to meet you. I thought Yi brother was a business person.
I'm really blind, obviously. Zhang Jian knew that there were a few people who had the permit to kill.
Yemo was undoubtedly one of them.
But he knew that even if Yemo had a killing permit, he couldn't kill in public like this.
That's why he said Yemo's actions were really satisfying.
Those who had the killing permit were all the elite of the country.
There's no way they would be doing business. Thus, he thought Yemo was lying to him before. Yemo waved his hand. Zhang brother, you applaud me too much.
In fact, I quite like you despise of the wicked character. However, I'm not lying when I told you I was going to the border to do business.
I really am going.
Although I properly own a gun, it's only cooperation relationship. Yemo's simple sentence dropped a huge bombshell in Zhang Jian's heart.
Cooperation relationship? Who had the ability to cooperate with a country? If what Yemo said was real,
then his power would be absurd. The Yuan sister and brother still hadn't come to reality yet. They were still in shock and disbelief. Do Lin, who was so cocky, was just killed by the youth in front of them so easily. Even so, the youth still seemed to be conversing casually. At this moment, a fatter man ran over with Yemo's permit. Behind him followed the fat police. This fatter police came up to Yemo and saluted before giving back Yemo's document with both hands. I'm the captain of this VK8977 train, 1 Yutian. Yi instructor, this is your document. Yemo took the document and asked for Zhang Jian's storage card and passed it to this fat police. This is Do Lin's verdict.
Everything is clear. Pass this to the Beijing Police Department. Tell them I said this.
As for the matter at Jingkou, I will ask about it next time I come back to Beijing. Yes, Yi instructor. This fat train captain salute was very up to standard. Okay, the things here are done.
I will take away the sister and brother.
Their verdict has been heard by the other 3 policemen. Yemo said plainly. Seeing the captain take these few police away, Yemo sighed and his desire for power grew stronger. This was the benefit of authority. Without the document, no matter how strong he was, he could only leave after killing but not sit here safely and still not do things according to the rules. Although he knew that taking the 2 away was heavily against the rules, but no one said anything. At this moment, Yuan Meixiang realized what was going on. She didn't expect things to have such a twist, and never had she expected that she would be able to leave unscathed. In her excitement, she was about to kneel down to Yemo in gratitude.
Yemo waved his hand. Just something small, no need for it.
I heard you're a graduate of accounting and finance. Yes, after I graduated from the University of Finance, I was preparing to work at Jingkou.
Then, I met that bastard.
Yuan Meixiang spoke and still had anxiety in her eyes. Yemo nodded. I will go to do some business.
If you have nowhere better to go, then help me do some finance.
Of course, if you have a better place to go or need to go back, that's fine too. I'm sure they won't dare to come for you again. I'm willing to go do business with you. However, my brother needs to go to school. In order to find me, he has wasted 3 years of study. Yuan Meixiang's tone was filled with gratitude to Yemo. Okay, then you can follow Zhang brother from now on. After I see Feng Nan, I'll think about what to do in the future.
As for your brother, he can stay at Guilin and go to school. Yemo was happy that he recruited a few on the train.
Although he didn't know how good Yuan Meixiang was, but he quite approved of Zhang Jian. In a dark room in Guilin, Feng Nan was still lying on the bed, but now, there were only 3 henchmen left. Other than Rock and Xiao Tai who were loyal to him, there was that Xiao Hua. Xiaohuo was the one who met Yimo at Beijing. Nan brother, it has been a few months but Yi brother still hasn't come.
Should we change places?
Xiaotai asked hesitantly. Rock and Xiaohuo both weren't here, only Xiaotai was in the room looking after Fong Nan, but Fong Nan understood Xiaotai's words, because he didn't dare to show his face in Guilin or even go to the hospital.
Plus, he didn't have money to go to the hospital. Xiaotai's words meant that GMO wasn't going to come and didn't want Fong Nan to keep waiting.
Fong Nan shook his head. Xiaohua goes nearby the airport every day, he will be able to find you brother.
I believe you brother. He isn't an ordinary person. He said he would come and help me, so he will.
He hasn't come now because he's very busy, Nan brother. Xiaotai still wanted to say something but was stopped by Fong Nan. Fong Nan waved his hand and said, Xiaotai, I know what you mean but I still believe you brother.
Only Yi brother can cure my leg and we will have a future only if we follow you brother. I won't say much more. I've seen too many people but only Yi brother deserves me to follow him.
He's a true hero. Okay, since you Fong Nan look at me in such a way,
Yimo will give you your stage.
Yimo's voice sounded at the door. You brother? Fong Nan struggled to get up and Xiaotai quickly went to help hold Fong Nan. A youth behind Yimo squeezed in with excitement and said, Nan brother, I finally found you brother today. I told you Yi brother would come. Thank you, Xiaohua. Fong Nan's excitement in his eyes were unquenchable like Xiaohua's. Zhang Jiayan and Yuan siblings didn't expect Yimo's friend to be living in such a harsh place. There were putrid smells coming from the small room. This wasn't what the business they were expecting but both of them didn't ask anything.
They've only been with Yimo for a short time but they knew Yimo wouldn't lie to them.
Yi brother, you're here.
Rock carried a big pack and walked in with sweat. Seeing Yimo, he was also very joyful and surprised.
They hid here arduously for half a year just to wait for Yimo. Yimo nodded and took out a card and passed it to Zhang Jiayan and said, There's some money here.
Go take some out and rent a better house.
We'll talk after we change a place. Zhang Jiayan didn't expect the card Yimo gave him to have a few million. Seeing this amount, he was shocked. To be honest, he had never had so much money on his hands.
He didn't expect Yimo to trust him so much.
Giving a few million to him so casually without even worrying about him doing something dodgy.
Yimo was someone worth being connected with indeed.
Zhang Jiayan made up his mind, he must get close with Yimo. Things were done fast with money.
After switching a place, Yimo immediately treated Fong Nan's leg.
Although he was damaged badly and dragged out for a long time, it took only a week's time in Yimo's hands. After a week, Fong Nan could already walk. Yimo, however, came to Zhang Jiayan privately.
In his eyes, Zhang Jiayan had an advantage over Fong Nan and Yuero. Fong Nan couldn't change his gangster temperament.
Although he would be able to reign supreme in one region, when things got big, he wouldn't be as meticulous as Zhang Jiayan. And Eru was worse than Fong Nan, Zhang brother.
Yimo just said 2 words and Zhang Jiayan waved his hand. Yi brother. I really do look up to you now.
You're the most capable person I have seen. You could make Fong Nan walk with that sort of heavy wound.
To be honest, if I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it.
If you approve of me, just call me Jiayan. Okay, I won't be polite then.
You also saw Fong Nan.
He's the leader of a gang at the borderland, Flowing Snake. But now, I'm planning for him to do some proper business for me at the borderlands.
Of course, I will also need your help.
Yimo saw that Zhang Jiayan was straightforward and so he was also straightforward. Zhang Jiayan immediately stood up and said, Things should be like this.
I came with you because I want to do things with you.
I've retired from the army but I'm still physically capable. Yimo shook his head and said, Due to some reasons, I need a lot of money now. So I need to establish a business empire and an enormous power corporation. This is just the start. You're not bad in kung fu, but compared to real strong people, you are still a far cry. I have an ancient martial arts cultivation method here. If you're interested, you can learn it or learn it with Fong Nan and his men. Yimo took out the cultivation method he got after killing Zheng Qingfa.
Although it wasn't much use to Yimo, it had great use for Zhang Jiayan and Fong Nan. This is the legendary ancient martial arts secret? Zhang Jiayan was obviously not clueless like Fong Nan.
As soon as Yimo took it out, he knew how important this was to him.
Chapter 282, Re-Entree Flowing Snake. After another week, Fong Nan's leg was pretty much fully recovered. He could even practice a few moves with Zhang Jiayan. Yuan Meixian's face was also getting ruddier by the day. Yimo was prepared to take Fong Nan and Zhang Jiayan to Flowing Snake, leaving behind Xiaohuo and the Yuan siblings. Yimo took Fong Nan and Zhang Jiayan and others into Flowing Snake. Yimo also knew a bit about why Fong Nan was kicked out of Flowing Snake. Xiaohuo told him before, and the main reason was due to him. Ning Qingxue went to find him, and in order to protect Ning Qingxue, Fong Nan had conflicts with Shi. Then when Qi Wanqing came to Flowing Snake, he went and taught Shi a lesson. These caused the hardship of Fong Nan. Where did the amphibian gang come from? Who was Shi? How could he make the amphibian gang attack for him? Yimo thought of this and questioned. Although he didn't hang in gangs, but he had heard of all the big gangs. How come he had never heard of this amphibian gang? Fong Nan said worriedly. The amphibian gang is a branch of Nanchang. They are powerful and no one dares to mess with them. If you offend the amphibian gang, then death is your only fate. This time, we're not going to look for trouble with the amphibian gang. We just need to kick away Shi. Shi has a sister who is the lover of a vice gang leader of the amphibian gang. That's why he could mobilize the amphibian gang. But now, I heard that the gang has left Nanchang. I just don't know if it's real or false. As soon as Fong Nan finished, Zhang Jiayan frowned, and Yimo also sighed. This Fong Nan really was dumb. Were they going to get revenge and leave Flowing Snake immediately? If they don't leave, then they would have offended Shi again. Would his brother-in-law let Fong Nan go? Yimo didn't say anything, but Fong Nan woke up immediately and said in a troubled tone, I'm afraid that if I do something to that Shi, then her brother-in-law would come again. Zhang Jiayan smiled and said, that's for sure. I suggest we plan for the long term if we can't kill them at once. Although he didn't know how strong the amphibian gang was, Zhang Jiayan has heard of the big name of Nanchang. He knew that with their power, it was bullshit to fight with Nanchang. It wasn't that he was afraid of death. He needed to persuade them from doing some pointless thing. The amphibian gang could leave Nanchang, meaning that they weren't easy to deal with either. Yimo knew what Zhang Jiayan was thinking and smiled. Jiayan, don't worry, others are afraid of Nanchang, but they are not a threat to me. He didn't even feel threatened by Nanchang. How much power did he have? Zhang Jiayan was shocked, but he still chose to believe Yimo. From his many years of experiences, he felt that Yimo wasn't the type to bluff. Fong Nan had this blind admiration to Yimo. Although he knew that the amphibian gang was hard to mess with, his first reaction wasn't the revenge of the amphibian gang, but now that he remembered who the backstone of the amphibian gang was, he felt troubled. No matter how much he admired Yimo, he didn't believe Yimo could beat Nanchang, who had an army. Although he heard that the amphibian gang wasn't a part of Nanchang anymore, this wasn't a verified fact. Fong Nan, you actually didn't die, you dare to come back to Flowing Snake again. If I let you go today, you are my dad. As soon as Yimo walked into Flowing Snake Town, there was an extremely cocky sound. Fong Nan's face was very bad. He scanned this guy and turned around to Yimo. Yi brother, this guy is Shi. They call him Echidna. Because there were a lot of interests in Flowing Snake, with the help of the amphibian gang, he was the person responsible at Flowing Snake. Yimo studied Shi. He seemed in his 30s and his eyes were bulging. It was obvious he had been too lustful, but his expression was very cocky. He still had 4 fearsome-looking henchmen behind him. What are you looking at? I'll gouge out your eyes later. Shi said cruelly at Yimo. Then, he looked at Fong Nan. If you tell me where are those 2 girls who came here last time, perhaps I'll let you live. You are Echidna? Yimo looked at Shi and was greatly disappointed. Regardless of whether this guy had support, Fong Nan couldn't even deal with this guy. Fong Nan wasn't really up to standard. If it was him, even if he didn't have the power to fight with Echidna, he would think of a way to kill this guy before he left Flowing Snake. Shi looked at Fong Nan and then looked at Yimo before finally understanding who was the boss. He walked in front of Yimo and waited to use his hand to lift Yimo's chin, but he only raised his hands about half an inch and had his whole arm severed by Yimo's wind blade. Yimo was no soft person. He came here to kill, Ag. A few seconds later, Shi finally yelled in pain and sat on the ground. He just lost an arm for no apparent reason. Fong Nan reacted first because he knew Yimo's power and didn't mind Yimo's killing actions at all. Zhang Jiayan also reacted and looked at Yimo with different eyes. Although he guessed that Yimo was an ancient martial artist when he gave him the cultivation method, he couldn't even tell when Yimo attacked just then or even see what knife Yimo used to sever Shiwei's arm, kill him. Shiwei shrieked and the four men also reacted. They pulled out their swords and charged at Yimo. Zhang Jiayan and Fong Nan also pulled the curved swords from their waists, but Yimo just shook his finger to them and sliced his hand in the air twice. 2 wind blades and 4 heads were chopped down. Until the heads fell to the ground, the 4 henchmen still ran a few steps forward before falling down next to Shiwei. Yimo's expression was plain. To him, killing a few people was no different than stepping on a few ants. Plus, he was about to start his first business in Flowing Snake and he needed to kill. No one would give out Flowing Snake if he just spoke a few words. Fong Nan could still stay calm, but Zhang Jiayan was completely shocked. He had seen many masters even yellow-level tertiary stage, but he had never seen someone as stern as Yimo. He only saw Yimo wave his hand quickly twice and didn't even see him take out any projectiles, and 4 people were killed. What shocked Zhang Jiayan more was Yimo's attitude towards killing. Before, he thought Yimo could stay calm after killing, probably due to the permit, but now, he knew Yimo's calm after killing had nothing to do with permit. For the first time, Zhang Jiayan felt he hadn't truly understood Yimo yet. He only saw the surface of Yimo. As for Yimo's origin and power, he only understood a little. Yimo was decisive in killing and knew what was important. He made him record the evidence first before killing Do Lin. When he killed here, he didn't ask about anything. It could be seen that he was meticulous and not someone impulsive. Thinking about what he had been treated unfairly before, he thought that perhaps following Yimo, he would really be able to start a big career. Thinking about this, Zhang Jiayan started to get excited and made up his mind. Looking at Shiwei, who had already fainted, Yimo said to Fong Nan, "Bring him with us. We'll smash our way into Flowing Snake the most direct way." When Fong Nan's henchmen carried Shiwei into Flowing Snake, everyone knew that Fong Nan came back for revenge. Compared to Shiwei, Fong Nan knew Flowing Snake more thoroughly and had more connections. The reason Shiwei was able to stand on his feet at Flowing Snake was due to his brother-in-law. Otherwise, with his petty capabilities, he would have been devoured by others long ago. So, Yimo didn't even kill many people, he just killed more than 10 of Shiwei's loyal men, and the entire Flowing Snake was once again controlled by Fong Nan. Some of his lost henchmen came back again. Shiwei was dumped in front of Yimo like a dead dog. Fong Nan patted the blood stain on his body and spat on Shiwei before saying, "Yi brother, I've already interrogated. It's said that because Chen Longtu died and Nanchang is having internal conflicts and it's now breaking apart. The amphibian gang declared independence due to that and no longer belongs to Nanchang. Their HQ is at the Sharp Sea Corner and this guy's brother-in-law is already the leader of the gang, Sharp Corner Sea?" Yimo thought he was going to go there before anyways. Half a year ago at Hong Kong, he heard about the internal conflicts at Nanchang. He didn't expect that it's still going on now. It seemed that he didn't need to go to Nanchang recently. He would wait after the conflict was over and then go make himself a fortune. That Lang Ji was really useless. He still wasn't able to control Nanchang. Shiwei woke up at this moment and happened to hear Fong Nan's words. He immediately understood that his situation was dire and quickly called, "Nan brother, have mercy. I'm willing to join Pu Dao gang. Spare me. If you kill me and my brother-in-law asks." Yimo frowned and said to Fong Nan, "Drag him out and finish him." Fong Nan dragged Shiwei, who was crying out loud without hesitation. Soon, that howling disappeared. Fong Nan walked in with some blood. "Yi brother? Rock and Xiao Ti have gone out to appease the people. Flowing Snake would stabilize soon." Fong Nan also knew that Yimo was going to do things at Flowing Snake. To him, too many people were interested in Flowing Snake. If Yimo didn't intervene forcefully, he would soon be devoured whole. Chapter 283, Diminished Family. Yimo looked at Zhang Jiayan and Fong Nan and nodded and said, "Okay, Fong Nan, you need to listen more to Jiayan from now on. We will be doing a business, not a gang. Getting money by collecting protection payments and robbing others isn't the long way to go. Flowing Snake is just the start of our business. I believe our business will get bigger and better. What we need to do is that when people hear the product is from Flowing Snake, they would go buy it regardless of price." Zhang Jiayan's eyes gleamed with light. Although Yemo didn't describe some grand scheme, he didn't doubt Yemo's actions at all. "You brother, are we going to start a company?" Fong Nan wasn't an idiot and could tell that Yemo wanted to do a big business. Yemo nodded. "The first step is to start a company. Let's call it Luoyu." Yemo thought for a moment and remembered that he came from Luoyu continent. Looking at the gangster temperament in Fong Nan, Yemo laughed to himself, but he still needed to remind Fong Nan, we're doing legal business now. Don't do the previous things anymore. I want that when I came back to Flowing Snake. It is no longer a chaotic place. I want to build a real city. I think Jiayan will understand what I mean. You should listen to him more." And Jiayan nodded and said, "I understand, but what will our first product be? We can't keep selling illegal products." Yemo knew this. The reason he wanted to establish Luoyu was to help him accumulate wealth and search for the herbs around the world. His ultimate goal is still to help him cultivate. Luoyu will be pharmaceutical. Of course, our main purpose is to collect all sorts of precious herbs. I have a detailed list here with some images. Jiayan can be responsible for this. From now on, Jiayan can manage Luoyu. Yemo took out the list he drew already and gave it to Zhang Jiayan. "What about me, you brother?" Fong Nan asked hesitantly. "You will be responsible for the safety of the company. Once our company earns a lot of money, people will be jealous, so your job is to make Luoyu absolutely safe." Yemo said immediately. Fong Nan didn't care about the title of the position. He just blindly followed Yemo. Now that Yemo assigned this to him, he immediately patted his chest in promise. Yemo then said to Zhang Jiayan, "I still have 2 disciples at Luotsang. They will be managing he products. When you have time, go to Luotsang and bring them over. As for Yuan siblings, you can also let them help. As for heart improvement serum and beauty pill and so," Yemo had already taught Eru. He believed that as long as there were enough materials, Eru would be able to push out these few products. After arranging these things, Yemo took out all the money in his bank and transferred it to Zhang Jiayan. Then, he left Flowing Snake. He had already established his followers. He believed that if he continued like this, Luoyu would definitely be able to collect the herbs he needed, and it could be the business tycoon that shocked the world. Fall was harvest time, but not for all. The Song family was annihilated and diminishing, but this wasn't the biggest news. The biggest rupture was that the Xin Jiangqiao family was massacred in one night. Being the 3rd largest family in China who had power in both Beijing and Xinjiang, most families could only admire it in awe. But now, with the Xin Jiangqiao family being annihilated, the Beijing Qiao family also fell down a cliff and was about to exit the 5 big family stage, the 5 big families of Beijing. The Song family was diminished. The Yi family was far from its glory days. The Qiao family took such a heavy blow. The only ones who could still deserve to be part of the big families were the Zhang family and Li family. The annihilation of the Xin Jiangqiao family also warned all the other major families that they were far from being indestructible. The Xin Jiangqiao family was not without survivors. Xiao Gang was one of the 3 lucky survivors. He listened to Yemo's suggestion but was reproached by his grandpa. However, Xiao Gang believed that Yemo was no ordinary person, and Yemo gave him that feeling that Yemo was someone above the families. He didn't believe Yemo would say such thing to him for no reason. Although his grandpa Xiaozhen rebuked his words, he still secretly attached a few cameras and left Xinjiang. Xiao Gang went back to Beijing and told what Yemo told him to his second grandpa Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian heard that it was Yemo's warning and was going to contact Xiaozhen immediately, but at this moment, he got news of Xinjiang Qiao family being annihilated. When he got to Xinjiang, he found that all the surveillance had been destroyed except for the 3 cameras Xiao Gang secretly put down. Xiao Xian looked at the surveillance record Xiao Gang took out inside. Those with great wisdom in the Qiao family were too little. If they could listen to Xiao Gang's words this time, the Xinjiang Qiao family wouldn't have such a big disaster. There was only 2 black-clothed men recorded. They both weren't tall, but when they killed the Qiao family people, they were like demons. Although the cameras didn't show everything, but Xiao Xian couldn't help shake. These people were so cruel. Second grandpa, why? Why did they do this? They can just take the blood coral. Why would they still kill everyone? Xiao Gang's eyes were red. He couldn't understand. Xiao Xian sighed and turned off the video and stared at Xiao Gang for a long while before asking, "How do you know Yemo didn't do it?"
Xiao Gang dazed, he didn't expect his grandpa to ask such a question, but a moment later, he immediately said, I have a feeling that he isn't this sort of person.
If he was, then he wouldn't remind me.
And, the two people on the screen are both much shorter than him. Xiao Xian nodded. Tell me exactly what GMO told you before. Xiao Gang reminisced and said, he told me that if the blood coral was taken by the Cha family, they would be fine, but if any other families took it, nothing good would come out of it. He also said that the Cha family was a semi-hidden family and could contact the hidden sects. Then he asked me where the blood coral was found. Xiao Xian suddenly stood up and then sat down slowly after a moment while murmuring to himself, the Cha family is actually a semi-hidden sect.
No wonder this happened. Our Chow family has no way to get revenge for this, say, second grandpa, let's give the tape to the police. Xiao Gang hadn't finished and was interrupted by Xiao Xian. Xiao Gang, don't mention the tape and Cha family thing again, okay? If the Cha family is really a semi-hidden family, then it would be a suicide to hand the tape out. They have the power to annihilate the Beijing branch of our family as well. Xiao Xian said very seriously. Xiao Gang dazed and said after a while, second grandpa, are we just going to let it go like that? Let it go? Xiao Xian murmured and stared at Xiao Gang. Xiao Gang, do you know which family is really the biggest family in China?
Before Xiao Gang could reply, he continued, sometimes, the greatness of a family isn't just about the political power.
The biggest family of China is actually the Zheng family.
It's said that the Zhang family has an extreme master, but that master never goes to the Zheng family, so people gradually forget about it, and the real second family is the Song family.
The Song family hid their power extremely well.
People maybe guess about the extreme master in the Zhang family, but the Song family definitely has yellow-level masters and not just one. Although our Qiao family is ranked third, but in actual fact, we might be the last in the 5 great families. Why do you say this, Grandpa?
Xiao Gang was confused. Xiao Xian shook his head and sighed. The Song and Yi family had conflict for so many years, but the Song family didn't do anything to the Yi family. Do you know why?
It's because Yi family had a very strong help called Huang Yu. His long sword was invincible. But the Yi family destroyed themselves by kicking Emo away, and this almost resulted in family annihilation. If it wasn't that the Song family also offended Emo, perhaps there would be no Yi family in Beijing. They would have been long devoured by the Song family. Then, Xiao Xian looked at Xiao Gang and asked, Xiao Gang, do you understand what I just said? Xiao Gang was very smart. Although he came from a big family, he didn't have the usual rich second-generation temperament. He immediately understood what Xiao Xian was saying but asked bewilderingly, second grandpa, you mean that the Yi family and Song family are both stronger than our Qiao family, but they've all diminished due to Yi brother? Xiao Gang nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, I'm very happy you have such understanding. Yi Mo told you before that if the Qiao family gave the blood coral to him, then they would be fine. He even didn't care about the Earth Fiend people. And he could still annihilate the Song family with all the devious schemes they had. This all meant that he is much stronger than what he said and did. So, Yi Mo is a scary person, second grandpa? Xiao Gang seemed to understand what Xiao Xian's intentions were, but he was still shocked. After all, Yi Mo was just a single person, but his Qiao family was a whole family. Xiao Xian shook his head and continued, after that race, I also checked the recordings. The Cha family was the last, but both of their cars exploded. Do you think this is by chance? If I'm not wrong, then it must be related to Yi Mo. I don't know the exact complications, but our Qiao family and the Cha family already formed deep enmity. And, the Cha family is actually a semi-hidden family. So if our Qiao family wants revenge, we can only do it through Yi Mo. Xiao Gang immediately understood and said, second grandpa, you want me to find Yi Mo? Chapter 284, Attack on Amphibian Gang. Indeed, we have a common enemy, and other than him, no one else can help our Qiao family. Of course, we can just sit here and wait. Although we can't hand this tape to the police, we can go find General Han Zixin. He can help us. And he definitely wouldn't just let this go. Now, leave Beijing and find Yi Mo immediately. You don't need to worry about things here. Xiao Xian said. At the Sharp Corner Sea area, the amphibian gang was the authority. No one dared to say anything to them. They were at the border, and after recently leaving Nanchang, they had become even more stronger. With Nanchang not being able to take care of itself, the amphibian gang has completely controlled the borderland commerce. When Yi Mo arrived at Sharp Sea Corner,
the leader of the gang, Wang Jiu had a face full of killing intent, throwing a tantrum. Wang Jiu killed the leader of the gang Waquan half a year ago and declared independence from Nanchang. With Nanchang's state, they didn't even do anything to the amphibian gang.
So now, the amphibian gang was growing steadily and Wang Jiu reigned supreme. Beside Wang Jiu was an exceedingly busty woman who was rubbing her eyes and weeping. No matter who killed Shui, I will make him die without a complete corpse. I will annihilate his entire family and cut his skin off inch by inch and feed it to dogs. Facing the woman beside him, Wang Jiu was more furious. Then, he breathed heavily and took out a gun and slammed it on the table. Investigate, even if it's the god of the heavens, I won't let him go. Chen Air, most of our brothers are here, bring some brothers and head to Flowing Snake immediately. There were 50 to 60 people in the hall and in the middle was a tied up man. To be exact, the man wasn't tied up but nailed. His ligaments were all nailed to a wooden block. His head was sagging and it was unknown if he was alive or dead. When Yemo came to the sharp corner C, he was also shocked by the amphibian gang. The headquarter was made almost like a 5-star hotel, full of luxurious decorations everywhere.
Perhaps a few years later, the amphibian gang could start a business district. Bang! Yemo kicked open the door of the amphibian gang's biggest meeting room. Looking at Wang Jiu, who didn't even react yet, and sneered, "You are the leader of the amphibian gang? You don't need to go find me.
I've already come." Wang Jiu dazed for a moment and shot up. "How dare you? You killed Shui.
You dare to show your face. Don't kill him. Capture him first. I'll teach him who's the real boss here." Before Wang Jiu finished, a few bulky tattooed men already charged up while Wang Jiu looked coldly at Yemo and sneered, "You learned kung fu for a few days and you think you can do something? I'll make you pay for the school fees today and give you a taste of what it's like being nailed to wood. Who's the guard today? He dare let him." Wang Jiu suddenly stopped as he looked at the center of the room with his mouth wide open in shock. Those 4 men who charged up already lost their heads. "You." Wang Jiu looked at Yemo in shock and wasn't able to react in a long time. It was just a few seconds and his 4 henchmen lost their heads. "Kill him." Wang Jiu soon understood what was happening and yelled while firing a shot with his gun at Yemo. Yemo sneered and grabbed the bullet Wang Jiu shot while throwing it back. The bullet pierced Wang Jiu's wrist and his gun fell onto the floor. At this moment, the tens of the gang members had surrounded Yemo. Yemo suddenly spun around and started to ascend in the air. At the same time, his 2 hands kept sending out wind blades with some fireballs. Blood flew everywhere and the entire room was like hell. Wang Jiu was completely dazed. He already forgot that his wrist was shot and forgot that Yemo took his bullet with his bare hands. How did such a person exist in the world? Was he even human? Killing people in this way? And fireballs. Yemo's wind control could only last a few minutes, but after a few minutes, he landed in front of Wang Jiu. The gang members in the meeting room had all become bodies. Most of them have already turned to ash. "You." Wang Jiu's mouth was dry as he pointed at Yemo shakily. What sort of scenes hadn't he seen? But not like this. Those who knew Wang Jiu all called him a slaughter demon. They all said they would rather offend Hades than Wang Jiu of the amphibian gang, but today he finally understood what was really a slaughter demon. "You are gang leader Wang? You said you wanted to kill all my family, so I came here first." Yemo kicked Wang Jiu off his seat and then kicked the woman who had fainted out. Then, he sat down. "Big brother, this is a misunderstanding. From today on, I'm your subordinate. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west." Wang Jiu suddenly felt cold, not minding that there were many bloody bodies next to him. Arg! At this moment, that woman had awoken, and when she saw countless bodies all around her, she immediately screamed. Wang Jiu took out a dagger and stabbed into this woman's throat and immediately said, "It's this bitch that tricked me to attack Big Brother. I killed her." Big Brother. As he spoke, Wang Jiu's teeth couldn't help shaking. He had never thought he would be killed one day when he was killing. He could be indifferent about the life and death of others, but he took his own life to be very crucial. "I heard you say that you were going to nail me like that, man?" Yemo pointed at the nailed man and said plainly, "Misunderstanding, Big Brother, this is all a misunderstanding. Wang Jiu could no longer hold the fear in his heart. He suddenly understood Yemo's meaning. Yemo sneered and walked to the nailed man. He raised his hand and a few metal nails fell on his hands. He casually dumped the unconscious man aside and kicked Wang Jiu.
Wang Jiu happened to smash into the wooden block and Yi Mo's 4 nails shot perfectly into Wang Jiu's 4 ligaments. Aha!
Wang Jiu, who killed so many, actually fell unconscious. The wooden block he designed had countless people nailed on it, but today, it was himself. Looking at Wang Jiu, who had fainted, Yi Mo threw out another wind blade and his head was chopped off by half. It sunk by the wooden block. Yi Mo looked at the man he saved and fed him a few pills while using qi to treat him a little before leaving him there. If he was just looking for Wang Jiu's trouble, then he could leave now, but he had a company at Flowing Snake, so he needed to completely eradicate the amphibian gang from its roots. Yi Mo scanned out his spirit sense.
There were amphibian gangsters around being boisterous and lustful.
When his spirit sense scanned to an underground room tens of meters out, he was completely infuriated.
That underground room was like a slaughterhouse, multiple dead bodies were simply wrapped together. At this moment, that man saved by Yi Mo had woken up and he didn't even look at Yi Mo before saying, "The amphibian gang is human trafficking and selling organs." But he just said that and he fainted again. It was too easy on Wang Jiu to die like that. Yi Mo didn't continue searching. He walked out of the meeting room and started a carnage. This was the first time in his life that he killed people so cruelly.
About 200 amphibian gangsters, not one escaped.
They were all killed by Yi Mo. After this, Yi Mo finally felt relieved. He took that unconscious man and left the room. Then, he threw out tens of fireballs and the originally grandiloquent manner of the amphibian gang was burned to nothing. Fire rose high in the air that could be seen even tens of kilometers away. An hour later, this man had awoken. Although he suffered heavy injuries before, this was nothing in Yi Mo's hands. He left there before the man woke up. Due to the high rising fire, soon, large amounts of police cars arrived. They saw a region of ruins and that man who barely got up, "Captain Wang, why are you here?" 2 policemen ran over. Obviously, they knew this man and he was actually a cop. The amphibian gang is full of sin and when I was getting evidence I was found by Wang Jiu's men. I almost lost my life but someone seemed to have saved me. As for who, I didn't see clearly. Report this immediately and immediately hunt the amphibian gangsters. The man saw his team here and finally felt relieved. The Sharp Sea Corner amphibian gang was scooped in one go by the police and because the fugitives had nowhere to go, they burnt their HQ. Of course, this was the official word. The amphibian gang reigned the borderlands and no one dared to manage them. And, they came from Nanchang so they did things in Nanching style. Their HQ was built like Nanching HQ, by the sea, which was good for attack or defense. So, it was very hard to annihilate the amphibian gang, but finally, they met someone tough and was slaughtered clean in one night. Almost 200 gang members but no one was left. No one dared to talk about the person who annihilated the amphibian gang. This was the story amongst the citizens. No matter what, the destruction of the amphibian gang was the most explosive thing other than the annihilation of the Xian Jiangqiao family. What was different was that the annihilation of the amphibian gang was something that everyone felt elated about. Chapter 285, Su Jingwen's Worry. Yi Mo stood by watching the police taking all the ones he missed out. With the help of the man, they went into the HQ of the amphibian gang to find evidence. He couldn't help but to sigh. He didn't expect the man he saved to be cop. He approved greatly of this policeman's courage, daring to go into the amphibian gang himself to search for evidence. This wasn't something an ordinary policeman dared to go. It seemed other than the corrupt ones, there were also hot-blooded men in the police force. However, his power was too weak, not even yellow level yet. Yi Mo didn't have a good impression of most cops, but this was an exception. He remembered the first time he met a policeman. He was schemed by that Huang Shu and taken into custody. It was Su Jingwen who got him out in the end. Su Jingwen, when Yi Mo thought of Su Jingwen, he felt warm at heart. Su Jingwen was one of the few friends he had. Other than Shi Xiu, his only friend at Ninghai was Su Jingwen. He wondered how she was doing now. However, they were just friends. He went to Ninghai a few times but he didn't have the intention to go see her. Su Jingwen was quite troubled right now. She really didn't feel anything towards Xia Weizheng but she couldn't completely reject him. After all, they grew up together and her mother was quite happy with Weizheng. Sometimes, Su Jingwen even thought she might as well go along with it but thinking that she would be living with him for the rest of her life. She no longer had the courage to accept it. She thought about Ning Qingxue and she really wanted to ask her how her relationship with Emo was going, thinking about that after coming to her birthday, Emo never came to see her again and Su Jingwen couldn't help to feel disappointed. But what she didn't expect was that when she came to Ning Qingxue's palsy, she found that Ning Qingxue had left Ning Hai. She really didn't understand this. She knew that the reason Ning Qingxue stated Ning Hai was due to Emo. Su Jingwen didn't really believe that Ning Qingxue lost a year of memory. Su Jingwen took out the 2 bracelets Emo gave her. One was given through Ning Qingxue and another was given to her by Emo on her birthday. The one given to her by Emo only had 2 beads left, but she had the subconscious feeling that the 2-beaded coarse bracelet was more precious than the exquisite one Ning Qingxue gave her later. Despite both of them came from Emo, she suddenly admired Ning Qingxue. She did things however she liked. When Ning Qingxue asked her about how to use the charms, she knew that Ning Qingxue was going to do something dangerous. Later, Ning Qingxue came back with Emo's bracelet. She knew that it must be related to Emo. She could still remember the happiness of Ning Qingxue's face, and she was so pretty when she wore the necklace, really pretty. Her love for Emo was almost written on her face. Why did she change so much in a mere few months? She left Ning Hai without a word to you state? Could she really just put love aside like that? Su Jingwen felt the 2-beaded bracelet and suddenly remembered when Emo danced with her. I seem to have a different feeling to him? Su Jingwen murmured but soon shook her head. No, it's because he saved my mom's life. Thinking about this, Su Jingwen frowned. That wasn't right either. When she brought him out of the police station and made him dance with her, she didn't know Emo was the charm master back then. She even only let Emo sit in her car and her cousin got angry over it. What was that? She wondered how Emo was doing. Thinking about this, Su Jingwen suddenly had this irresistible urge and called Li Mume. Mume, I'm Jing'an. Mei Shem, I'm good. Did Qingxue go back to you state? Why? Su Jingwen felt this strange feeling as she listened to Li Mume. Mume, you said Emo went to find Qingxue? What happened? Su Jingwen's voice became desperate and had the tone of worry. Perhaps in her heart, Emo was not only her mother's savior but also her friend. I heard that he jumped off the building and spat out blood. There was no news of him afterwards. Li Mume sighed and had this strange tone. Sometimes, she'd rather Qingxue to not have lost her memories. That way, she had more human emotions. But now, Ning Qingxue turned back to the indifferent beauty at Beijing. What? Jumped off the building? Su Jingwen almost dropped the phone on the ground. Li Mume quickly explained, no, Emo's quite strong. Emo just jumped out of the window, but he probably climbed down the pipes, so he's fine. By the way, Jingwen, why are you asking about Emo? Su Jingwen finally felt relieved in hearing Li Mume's question. She explained with a stutter, oh, I just thought he really jumped off the building. It's fine, just say hello to Qingxue for me. Li Mume hung up the phone dubiously. As for saying hello to Qingxue for Jingwen, never mind. Qingxue and Jingwen only knew each other well in Qingxue's lost memories. Thinking about this, Li Mume suddenly shook her hand and almost dropped her phone to the ground. She suddenly remembered that Ning Qingxue didn't lose 1 year of memory but just everything that happened between her and Emo. Why was it like this? This was too much of a coincidence. Su Jingwen put the phone down. She suddenly felt Ning Qingxue was too mean. How could she let Emo jump off? No matter what, she shouldn't anger Emo to the point of spitting blood. She didn't know how Emo was doing now and began to worry for him. If she could find Emo now, perhaps she would go to Emo and comfort her. It's said that after losing love, both the body and heart would be very fatigued. She didn't know if Emo would be like that. Would he do something stupid? Su Jingwen began to worry more, but she knew she wouldn't be able to find Emo. No, she would set aside the matter with Xia Weizheng and ask about Emo. He's not only her friend but also her mother's savior. Even her mother wouldn't say anything about it. Emo stood by the beach at the Sharp Sea corner. This should be a very popular tourist spot, but after the amphibian gang came here, it became a ghost town. Those young masters who liked racing also played here because it was spacious and empty. There were still a few ships parked by a small dock. It probably belonged to the amphibian gang and a few jet skis. Emo looked at the direction of the tide and searched for oil nearby. Those big tanks of oil couldn't fit in his ring, but he didn't want to put such things in his ring anyway. Thus, he could only pull a small boat behind the jet ski.
He knew it wasn't just one day thing to find the blood coral. After all the preparation was ready, EMO then took off with a jet ski and started to search in the direction of the tide. He believed that if there was blood coral, there wouldn't just be one. EMO decided to spend a month time to search for the blood coral. Although he had a blue flower blue leaf grass, it took too long to grow and he gave it to Tang Beiwei. If he could find another blood coral, it wouldn't take him long to break through chi gathering third stage. EMO knew that the blood coral wouldn't be growing along the coast, so the first day, he drove the jet ski deep into the sea. Although his spirit sense could scan out 150 meters on land, but in the sea, it could only reach 50 meters, but this 50 meters was enough for EMO. The region of sea with blood coral would have slightly higher spirit density. Although EMO knew that this wasn't a completely accurate judging factor for blood coral, he had no better way to find it. After one day, EMO didn't find anything at all, but this jet ski burned oil really fast. His 2 cartridges of oil wouldn't be enough for long. On the 6th day, EMO finished 1 cartridge of oil and still didn't find any signs of the blood coral. EMO was thinking if he was looking at the wrong place when he saw a small deserted island. It was probably more accurate to call this island a big coral area. There was only 20 acres on it. EMO looked at this island and felt a familiar sense. He immediately remembered where he saw this. It was the sea map from the jade box given to him by Guo Timing. Thinking about this, EMO didn't hesitate and took out the sea map. Indeed, the island was exactly the same as the one on the map. Chapter 286. The island, however, the island was only one marker on the map. Other than the island, there was also a silver marking line which extended far into the sea. EMO followed the mark and looked. According to the ratio, he might not be able to reach there even in a few months' time with his current speed, because the next marker was no longer in the bay but outside ocean. There were still markers outside the bay and it was in the Indian Ocean. That wasn't even the final point. The final point was in the Antarctic Ocean. What EMO didn't understand was, since it was a sea map, why not just mark the final point at the Antarctic Ocean? Why marked it to there point by point? If he didn't see this island by chance, he might really not be able to find it. According to this sea map, starting from this island, he will eventually find the final destination, but this map gave EMO great confusion. No matter what the person who left the map behind wanted to do, he wouldn't be able to reach there with this jet ski. He came for blood coral and the island was a complete coincidence. EMO was thinking, would this island be connected to the blood coral he was trying to find, or was this map related to the blood coral? He knew that it was useless to keep searching, so EMO didn't continue. Even if he was to, he needed to wait until his economic power was sufficient so he can buy a big ship to find it. Or, a simpler way was to cultivate to chi gathering level 4 and flying on his flying sword. Since he had come here, no matter what, EMO was going to have a look. EMO parked his jet ski at the island and dived underwater. EMO went down and the pressure increased, but even when EMO was in stage 2, this pressure wouldn't worry him, much less that he was in stage 3 now. The more EMO went now, the more he felt the island was shaped like an 8. His spirit sense could completely scan the bottom of the water. EMO circled the island but didn't find anything suspicious, nor did he find any signs of blood coral. It seemed that this was just a normal island, a map with just an ordinary island. EMO really didn't understand. He didn't want to give up and kept circulating the island, but there was nothing special indeed. EMO was very disappointed and he could only come back to the surface of the sea. EMO was surprised that the island and even his jet ski had just disappeared from the surface of the sea. Even EMO, who was a cultivator, had goosebumps on his head. Perhaps this was normal in the cultivation realm but not on Earth. He just dived into the water from here. How did the island just suddenly disappear? EMO thought and immediately dived into the water again. He searched where he searched before, and what made him relieved was that the island was found by him again. This time, he went up along the border of the sea. When he was about tens of meters to the surface of the sea, he found he was standing on the top of the island. It was impossible for the sea level to increase, so that meant the island was sinking. After the island sunk, his jet ski drifted away as well. This island could sink itself. What did he just encounter? According to this speed, the next time he came to search for this island, it would have disappeared already. EMO kept scanning his spirit sense around the island, and when he got to the waist, he finally found something wrong. The waist of the island was very smooth. Usually, it should be filled with coral. It can't be this smooth.
This was very suspicious.
Guillermo felt the island was still sinking and he immediately came to the smooth surface and pressed. There was no reaction. Did he see wrong? This place definitely was different.
Usually, he would be able to scan his spirit sense in a few meters, but at this place, he couldn't scan in at all. It seemed that this unknown type of rock could segregate even spirit sense. Guillermo took out a curved sword from his ring and sliced on the smooth surface.
Soon, he dug the stone out with the sword. Finally, Guillermo saw what was inside.
It was a small box.
It was artificial indeed. This smooth rock wasn't some precious thing.
If this stone was sealed well, it could not only segregate spirit sense but also water and fire.
However, these stones were too little in amount.
If there was enough, perhaps Guillermo would make a house out of this stone. Other than a jade box, there was nothing else in the stone box. Guillermo took out the jade box. It was the exact same type as the one Gua Timing gave him. It was by the same person indeed. It seemed he found the right spot.
Guillermo scanned his spirit sense inside the jade box. There was an incomplete yin-yang fish 8 trigram picture. To be exact, it was half or each.
It was half a yin-yang fish and half of an 8 trigram.
It seemed quite eerie. Guillermo looked for a while and still didn't get what it was. He could only take it away.
At this moment, the island had sunk 100 meters down and Guillermo came back to the surface of the sea. He didn't understand why the island was sinking, but if he was foundation establishment or higher, perhaps he would go down and see. But now, with his current state, that would be suicide. Luckily, he didn't gain nothing this time. Although he didn't find the blood coral, he found the place on the map and found a shard of yin-yang fish, but when Guillermo stood on the sea again, he was troubled.
He didn't know where his jet ski went and couldn't scan it with his spirit sense.
He couldn't fly on swords now and it was too hard to swim back. Although he could find a wooden board and step on that to go back, but that would use too much spirit chi, perhaps before he even got back on land.
He would be exhausted.
Now, he didn't have any pills to recover chi if he wasted everything in the sea. Perhaps a white shark could take his life. What made Guillermo depressed was that as soon as he thought about sharks, a ferocious shark swam towards him. It was very easy to kill this shark and he only needed to use his flying sword and it would be done. But the flying sword was his baby. He usually didn't even want to use it to kill people, much less a shark. Guillermo took out a curved sword and with one swing, that ferocious shark was decapitated.
But immediately, Guillermo knew it wasn't good.
He really shouldn't have killed it with a sword. The blood was too obvious. As soon as Guillermo thought about this, tens of sharks had started swarming towards Guillermo. Guillermo killed a few more, but the sharks were getting more and more. At this rate, no matter how much spirit chi he had, it would be wasted by the sharks. Guillermo no longer dared to kill sharks. If it was on the land, he could run, but in the sea, no matter how fast he was, he wouldn't be faster than sharks. Helplessly, Guillermo found one shark and just jumped on its back. This shark immediately started to swerve heavily and kept diving into deep water and wobbling in the seawater, wanting to shake Guillermo off, but Guillermo sat very sturdy. He thought right, although the shark was ferocious, it couldn't do anything about the prey on its back. It kept going further and further away and gradually left the shark group. Seeing the distant shark swarm, Guillermo finally felt relieved. He finally escaped, otherwise, he could only go into the deep sea. Although the shark couldn't chase him to there, he would use up a lot of chi too. After all, that pressure was very strong. Just when Guillermo was about to let the shark go, he noticed that the shark was very fast. He thought perhaps he could use this shark as a ride. Not only did it not use oil, but it was fast. However, it just wasn't as comfortable sitting on it as the jet ski. Thinking about this, Guillermo tried to use the shark to turn. It took him a whole 2 hours with constant beating and spirit sense threatening that he could finally drive the shark as he wished. This was just a normal shark. If only it was a spirit beast. Guillermo thought of the bear cockroach he gave Chi Wan Qing. Although that wasn't a spirit animal, but it could form the ownership pact. This shark couldn't because its intellect was far from that bear cockroach. Guillermo stood on the shark back for about an hour or two and felt something wasn't right. Although this shark could be used to travel and wasn't slow, it couldn't be used for a long time. Once the time got slightly longer, the shark would get tired. Although it looked really cool standing on the back of the shark, it was quite troublesome that it needed rest. Helplessly, Emo could only get some fishes to feed the shark and let it rest once every 2 hours. Despite this, a day later, the shark was getting slower and slower. Emo did think about getting another one, but thinking about how he still needed to train it for half a day, Emo lost interest. Chapter 287, Can Be Robbed. Oh my god, did I see right? I actually saw someone standing on the back of a shark riding on the sea. Oh god, China really is a magical country. A blonde girl with blue eyes held a telescope and exclaimed. The tall white man behind her laughed. Lena, you like China so much. You also said that your Chinese friend knew a magical doctor, and now, you see someone riding on the back of a shark. The man spread his hands out and joked. Okay, when you see that person starting flying, then call me Uncle Jack. I really saw a man standing on the back of a shark and he's coming over towards us. The girl called Lena didn't put the telescope down but continued to exclaim as she watched, Is it real? Today isn't April Fool's. This white man took a telescope and looked dubiously. As soon as Jack looked, he almost dropped his telescope on the ground. He really saw a person standing on the back of a shark riding in the sea. Oh, God, it's actually real. China is too magical. Mr. M.O., your country is too magical. It was the right decision to come this time, even if we can't cooperate, but it's worth this magical scene. Jack, like Lena, didn't want to put the telescope down again. The man called Mr. M.O. walked over curiously. Lena, what are you guys talking about? I don't understand. The man suddenly stopped because even without the telescope, he saw a person on the back of a shark approaching rapidly from a few hundred meters away. Emo saw this cruise ship from a long way away and thinking that he couldn't reach the land with the shark, so he wanted to hop on this ship. It's real. The Emo man saw the fast approaching shark. Emo was near the cruise ship in no time, and with a flying jump, he went from the back of the shark aboard the ship. Oh my god, he flew up here. Jack could no longer hold the telescope in his hands. 2 Marines had walked over quickly with their weapons. They didn't see how Emo got on the ship, but they saw a stranger and immediately reported it to the captain. Lena came up in front of Emo with astonishment and said a bunch of words. Her face was red with excitement, but Emo didn't understand a single word. Jack saw Emo frown and quickly dragged Lena aside. Emo looked at the 2 black Marines but said to the Emo guy, My ship sunk in the sea. I'll borrow your ship to get to land. The Emo man immediately said with joy, Okay, that's fine. I'll tell the captain now. He thought Emo was a pirate, but even a pirate wouldn't attack here. However, Emo's words made him feel relieved completely and turned around to talk to the 2 Marines. The 2 Marines heard the man's words and looked at Emo once and said no more. They rushed inside the ship. Emo went to the corner of the ship and sat down. He closed his eyes and cultivated. Soon, he opened his eyes and asked that Emo man, What else is it? Hello, sorry to interrupt you. I'm Emo Hai, the manager for the Hong Kong Emo Corporation. The captain wanted to see your identity documents, Emo Hai said hesitantly. He wanted to get to know Emo, so he didn't really hide his origin. Emo nodded. There were a lot of foreigners here and he didn't want to talk much. He took out his ID and gave it to Emo Hai and said, Sorry to trouble you. Where will the ship get to land? At the Hong Kong cruise ship docks. Are you going to Hong Kong as well? Emo Hai was very polite with Emo. He saw Emo's powers with his own eyes. Lena ran over, however, and dragged Emo Hai's sleeves. Uncle Emo, do you know him? Can you introduce him to me? I want to learn his magic. Emo Hai smiled helplessly. Lena, I don't know him. Great masters like him don't usually take disciples. Emo looked at Emo Hai in surprise and thought that there were 3 people who saw him on the back of the shark. Other than this Emo Hai, there were the other 2 foreigners. But those foreigners were extremely shocked, while Emo Hai, although surprised, but was not as flabbergasted as those 2 foreigners. Did he usually see people like him? Thinking about this, Emo asked, Emo brother, have you seen people like me before? Emo Hai quickly shook his head and replied, No, I've just heard my uncle say that our country has a lot of hidden families and they all have special powers. So, I know there are masters like you out there. Emo Hai's tone was very polite, fearing to make Emo unhappy, so that was how it was. Emo nodded. It seemed this Emo Hai's uncle was simple to be able to hear about the hidden families. Emo Hai? Hong Kong as well, was he related to Emo Kong?
If that was so, then it would be such a coincidence. Yi Mo looked at Mo Hai and smiled. Mo brother, I have a friend called Mo Kong. He lives at Hong Kong Chung Kwan Strait, Half Mountain Mansion. Do you know him? Huh, Mo Kong is my uncle. Mo Hai looked at Yi Mo with joy. He didn't expect this person to know his uncle. Even he wasn't able to see his uncle whenever he liked, so Mo Kong is your uncle. Yi Mo nodded. He didn't talk, but he already understood why Mo Hai wasn't that shocked seeing him ride sharks in the sea. He probably heard about the hidden sect things from Mo Kong and thought he was from the hidden sections. Plus, even Han Zixin thought he was from the hidden sections. At this moment, a fat white man walked over with two Marines behind him. Mo Kong quickly walked up and talked with the white man for a while and showed Yi Mo's identity to the white man. Probably because Mo Kang's status was quite high, the white man spoke a few sentences and brought the two Marines in and didn't walk over towards Yi Mo. Mo Kong ran over quickly and gave Yi Mo's identity back to Yi Mo and said, "So you are Dr. Yi. I've heard my uncle talk about you. You saved my uncle's life. It's really an honor to see you today. Mr. Yi, please have a sit in my room." Yi Mo thought it was too obvious to sit at the head of the ship, so it would be better to go sit at Mo Hai's place. Seeing Yi Mo and Mo Hai walk in, Lena quickly dragged Jack, wanting to follow. Mo Hai looked helplessly at Jack, but Jack just shrugged his shoulders. Mo Hai said to Yi Mo apologetically, "Lena's really innocent, but she doesn't understand Chinese. Jack is going to Hong Kong to discuss business with us. He's the manager from the Asian sector of the England Reuben Medicines. He's coming to Hong Kong under our invitation, medicine company." Yi Mo thought about his company. Perhaps in the future, he can do business with this Brit. However, Yi Mo wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to sell his products. In the future, only people will beg him, he won't beg others. The few people entered Mo Hai's room. Mo Hai quickly helped each people a cup of water. In his heart, although Jack was a moneymaker, Yi Mo's identity was more important. Of course, Mo Hai knew how important Yi Mo was in the heart of his uncle Mo Kong. Once he got Yi Mo's approval, Yi Mo only needed to say something and he would be worth a lot more in his uncle's heart. "My uncle has always been talking about you. Grand Yi, do you have time to go have a seat at my uncle's mansion?" Mo Hai was getting more and more polite with Yi Mo. Yi Mo waved his hand and said, "No need. I still have my things, by the way, just call me Yi Mo. I'm not Grand." Mo Hai laughed awkwardly, but soon he found a topic. "Grand Yi, you are in the same generation as my uncle, of course you're grand to me. However, have you heard about the two major things in mainland? Although we came from Australia, we've heard about these two things." "Oh, what is it?" Yi Mo asked subconsciously. "The biggest thing is that the amphibian gang was annihilated in one night. Even the HQ was burnt. Another thing is that the Xian Jiangxiao family was also exterminated in one night. It was said it was due to a blood coral." Mo Hai wanted to get closer to Yi Mo, so he found some big topics to increase the intimacy. "What? Xiao family was really exterminated?" Yi Mo suddenly stood up. He couldn't calm down. It wasn't because that the Xiao family was exterminated. Although he knew Xiao Gang, but he already warned Xiao Gang. What he cared about was the blood coral. Yi Mo knew how hard it was to find the blood coral after going into the sea. The blood coral was originally in the Qiao family and he couldn't rob it, but now that it was robbed by someone else. What he was waiting for, in Yi Mo's eyes, the blood coral was taken by the Cha family 99%. The Cha family was with the Earth Fiend and that was his enemy. If he didn't go rob it from the Cha family, he was an idiot. When was this? Yi Mo immediately asked. He didn't care if Mo Hai suspected him. Once he fought with Earth Fiend, this would be unveiled eventually. Getting the blood coral and getting stronger was the right path. Yi Mo's heart was on fire knowing that he could rob the blood coral. He wished he could go there immediately and rob it and then break through and go look for trouble with the Earth Fiend openly, telling them that they shouldn't have messed with him. Yi Mo. Chapter 288, Schoolmate, I heard it's been a week and it's being spreading everywhere in mainland. Haven't you heard about it, Chinbei? Mo Hai asked in surprise. Yi Mo knew this was the time he went out searching for the blood coral. Now that Mo Hai said this, his heart was like burning. It had been a week. If these idiots just ate the blood coral or used it to make pills, then all would be gone.
Thinking about this, Yemo couldn't help to blame his soft-heartedness. If he wasn't soft-hearted, since he knew that the Cha family would attack the Chow family, he could stay in Xinjiang, and after the Cha family annihilated the Chow family, he could be the fisherman standing at the back. But he knew that if he stayed in Xinjiang, he would stop them when the Cha family attacked, but still, it went against his heart. Other than Xiao Gang, Yemo looked down on all the people in the Chow family. It went against his heart to save these people.
Subconsciously, he didn't want the Chow family to be annihilated.
After all, hoping a family to be annihilated for a herb was too bloody.
But since this became true, he wouldn't hold back. What Guillermo didn't expect was that it just happened right after he went into the sea. He was caught unprepared. He didn't know, was it too late to do anything about it? Mo brother, which city is closest to us right now? Mo asked desperately. Mo Hai quickly replied, the closest one should be South Sea Sanya City. If we go there, it will take less than a day. Longer for Hong Kong, less than a day? Mo immediately got Mo Hai to point him a direction on the deck. If it really was that little distance, then he didn't need to stay on the ship. He only needed to ride a wooden board for half a day. Jack and Lena followed Mo dumbly. Lena really wanted to ask Mo to learn magic, but she didn't understand Chinese. This made her determined to study Chinese. When she went back, Mo saw that there was not much people on the deck and took out a wooden block from his ring and said to Mo Hai, I have a company that's also pharmaceutical related. You can talk to your uncle about it. If possible, we can cooperate, but my company just started. If you want to collaborate, you can go to Flowing Snake and talk about it with Zhang Jiayan. I'm still busy, so I won't say much. Goodbye. Then, Mo jumped into the sea standing on the wooden board and soon disappeared, leaving behind three people with their mouth open wide in shock. God. Jack couldn't say anything else. Mo followed the direction Mo Hai pointed, and it was only 2 hours and the sky just got dark and he could see lights. This was San Yen. Mo knew about Jiang Nancha family. When Wu Guang told him, he asked about it. The city Cha family wasn't big. It was near Luo Tsang. It was originally a small city, but due to population growth, it changed into a medium city. The city was called Liangpu City. If he wanted to go there, he would need to fly to Luo Tsang first and then go from there. After so much time had passed, even Mo wasn't sure if the blood coral was still at the Cha family. If it really the Cha family who slaughtered the Chow family, then the blood coral might still be there. If it wasn't the Cha family, or if the Cha family worked with other hidden sects, then it might not be there anymore. The earliest flight from Sanya to Luo Tsang was at 7 a.m. Although he arrived in Sanya at night, he still needed to wait there overnight before going to Luo Tsang. Mo had no choice but to wait. Getting here from the sea, although he used his chi to dry his clothes and washed it with water, it was still uncomfortable after staying in the sea for so long. He found a hotel, showered and changed a clean set of clothes before going out to get food. He'd only been eating grain these past few days. For the first time, he walked so casually on the street, finding a place to eat. If only Luo Ying was by his side. Mo thought of her inside. He knew this was dreaming. Mo walked to a big fast food block and ordered something casually and got a few bottles of beer. He felt the food was not bad here. Just when Mo was about to finish, a crisp girl voice interrupted him. You are Mo? Ha, it really is you. How are you here? The girl saw Mo look up and yelled in excitement. As soon as this girl yelled, Mo recognized her. Although he didn't know what she was called, but she was his schoolmate. He still had some impression. I'm Wan Yenming. Don't you know me? We've been in the same class for many years. To be honest, you changed so much. The girl spoke and her tone was elated and excited. Mo was speechless. He never even talked much to this Wan Yenming. He didn't know why she was so excited, but since she said that, he could only smile and say, since you came, come and eat with me, my treat, okay, then I won't be too polite. Then, Wang Yenming pulled the man and woman beside her down as well and said to Mo, this is Lu Jia, my colleague, and this is my boyfriend Yu Tao. Yenming, this is your uni friend? He's quite handsome. Lu Jia was skinny. Although she wasn't plump, her face was very exquisite and she studied Mo curiously. Mo felt his chin awkwardly. Due to cultivation, he had this ethereal, out-of-this-world temperament. In normal people's eyes, that meant he was handsome.
In fact, in the cultivation realm, as long as you weren't too ugly, every guy was handsome and every girl was beautiful. Hello, I'm Yu Tao, Yanming's boyfriend.
Nice to meet you.
Yu Tao was a little introverted and average looking, but he cared about Wang Yanming a lot. Yemo nodded and shook hands with Yu Tao and ordered a few more dishes. Yemo, you really changed a lot.
Yen Yen was really blind. So pretentious.
Of course Wang Yanming knew about Yemo's past and felt unhappy for him now. Yemo smiled. He already forgot about those sort of things and just said, I've had quite a lot, you guys. Are you working at Sanya? Yeah, after I graduated, I came to Sanya with Yu Tao.
It's quite nice here. By the way, did you know that after you left, Yun Bing asked about you? It seemed she was looking for you desperately.
Wang Yanming talked non-stop. Although Yemo didn't feel as elated as Wang Yanming, he knew how she was feeling.
Yemo thought about Xiao.
Ever since leaving Ninghai University, he had never seen him again. This time, he could ask Wang Yanming about him. Lu Jia poured herself a cup of beer and was about to drink with Yemo, but a small bug flew into her cup. Lu Jia exclaimed and quickly dropped the cup on the side. Dumb bitch, you're asking to die. A ferocious voice sounded and a sturdy-looking bald youth wiped the beer from his clothes and slapped towards Lu Jia. Lu Jia was frightened and quickly retreated. This slap didn't hit her, but the youth obviously wasn't planning to let her go like that. Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose, I'll pay you money. Lu Jia saw the tattoo on the youth's arm and was so scared she couldn't say complete sentences.
Yu Tao wanted to stand up but was pushed back by the two hoodlums beside the youth and was kicked.
Wang Yanming held him but was full of worry. Yemo sighed.
He couldn't even eat a proper meal.
He walked over and grabbed the hand the youth was about to slap Lu Jia with. Since she already apologized and your clothes only just got a little wet, there's no need to be like this. Who the fuck do you think you are?
I'll let you know today.
This ferocious youth saw that Yemo dared to grab his wrist and was more furious. Your mouth stinks.
Yemo raised his hand and slapped.
Before this youth finished his words, 3 of his teeth was knocked out.
He spun on the ground and smashed into the 2 youths behind him.
The youth grabbed his mouth and his face started to swell.
He muttered unclearly at Yemo and said in a more ferocious tone, You dare to hit me? You don't want to fucking live. Yemo shook his head.
He'd seen dumb ones but had never seen someone this dumb. He held back on that slap, but this guy was still acting up. Yemo walked up and raised his leg and was about to give him another leg. Friend, you're quite cruel.
Why don't I, Shuai Lu, got informed when someone like you came to Lu Wangjiao? If you got balls, kick him.
A coarse voice sounded. Hearing this voice, that youth immediately said in joy, Lu brother, help me get revenge. But before they both finished, Yemo already kicked. And this youth spat out more teeth and could no longer talk. Okay, you got balls. If I let you walk out of Lu Wangjiao, there's no need for me to stay here anymore. That coarse-voiced man growled. Chapter 289, all the world knows. Okay, then don't stay here anymore. Yemo really didn't have the mood to play with these hoodlums, but so much things happened just from a meal. He walked up and gave another few slaps. The roaring man didn't even get time to react and was slapped down on the ground again, spitting out teeth just like that youth. Okay, you're the first one to be so cocky coming to Lu Wangjiao. If you have balls, wait for my boss. Then, Shuai Lu picked up a phone and called.
You don't need to call. I will go see your big boss. To be honest, you have too many big bosses. Yemo shook his head.
If it wasn't for Wang Yanming, he would go as soon as he beat them up, but now, if he did, Wang Yanming and her friends would be done. So, he had to do things cleanly. The coarse-voiced man heard Yemo's words and looked at him in surprise. After a moment, he laughed cruelly and said, Okay, you have balls indeed. Then, he struggled to get up and said to the 2 clonies behind him, Bring bald guy back. Due to the fight, all the people eating here had left. Yemo turned back and said to Wang Yanming and them, Go back first. I will deal with things here. Although Lu Jia was shocked. She immediately said, Yemo, you can't go with them. These people will kill. Let's go quickly, no need. I know what I'm doing. You guys go. Oh, by the way, Wang Yanming, do you have news about Xiao? Yemo remembered what he was going to ask. Wang Yanming dazed for a moment. She really couldn't understand how Yemo had the feeling to ask about Xiao now, but she still replied, Something seemed to have happened in Shirshio's family. He only did a makeup exam after graduation.
If you want to find him, you can go to the on-year graduation gathering. He quite possibly will go. Something happened in his house? Yemo was beginning to worry for Shirshio.
It seemed he needed to go to this graduation reunion.
Hurry up and drive. Keep staring and I will kick again.
Yemo's mood wasn't well after knowing about Shirshio. Shuailu almost choked.
Hearing Yemo's tone, it was as though Yemo was the hoodlum and he was the one being harassed. He thought about this depressingly and received another kick on his back. At the same time, Yemo told him to drive. This Yemo guy was so cocky. Just wait till he gets to the HQ.
If he won't make Yemo lose half his life, he wouldn't budge. Yemo, are you really going to go with said people?
Wang Yanming asked worriedly. She wasn't dumb. She knew what Yemo meant.
She was afraid that after he left, they would be taken upon by vengeance. Wang Yanming looked at Yemo again and just realized that despite being classmates with him for 4 years, she never seemed to really understand him. Lu Jiao walked over. Yanming, go back with Yu Tao first. I started this, I will go with Yemo. No, if we're going, we go together. Wang Yanming immediately rebuked Lu Jia's suggestion. Yemo saw these people were quite loyal friends and said, okay, then let's go together.
We're just going for a cup of tea anyway, are you coming or not? Shuailu wasn't happy about being kicked several times.
He made up his mind, even if these people didn't want to go, he would manage to let them go. Yemo kicked on Shuailu's back again until he buried his face in the ground.
Did I allow you to talk?
Hurry up and drive.
Yemo said coldly.
The HQ Shuailu said was only a simple meeting place. It seemed this power faction was still growing. Yemo and them just walked in and a few people already sealed their exit and closed all the doors. Lu Jia and them had never seen such a scene and immediately tensed up following Yemo closely. Yemo's previous performance meant that he was a great fighter. These few young people have balls. Although our Western Sand just got here, we're not something that small fries can bully.
Yemo just walked into the main hall and a plain voice sounded, Big brother, it's this man. He's very cocky and beat out half of Bald's teeth. He even said he would come for you here. Shuailu quickly exaggerated. Western Sand? Yemo knew there was a Northern Sand.
He also knew Western Sand, but it was much smaller than Northern Sand.
He even met the big boss of Western Sand, Zhao Biani.
He didn't know if this Western Sand came from Hong Kong. If it did, Zhao Biani's power was expanding quite rapidly. Yemo walked in and saw the middle-aged man sitting in the center and immediately knew this was Zhao Biani's Western Sand. Because when he rushed into the big boss meeting at Hong Kong, this man was right behind Zhao Biani. However, the one in Western Sand who gave Yemo the deepest impression was Peng Yang. This guy was not bad, but he followed Zhao Biani, no matter if my balls are big or not.
You have no right to talk to me. Even Zhao Biani doesn't dare to sit and talk to me like this.
It seems your balls are bigger than mine. Yemo said coldly. The middle-aged man heard Yemo talk about Zhao Biani and immediately stood up anxiously. He was only a fighter for Zhao Biani. Recently, due to Nanchang and Metal River both declining, their Western Sand had the chance to come to mainland to expand their interests. However, he didn't expect this young man to know Zhao Biani. He had to be careful. You are Yi Qianbei. I, Wan Bei Shuaishi, I've been followed Zhao boss.
This middle-aged man finally recognized Yemo.
When Yemo killed as he smiled and caught a bullet with his bare hands. Even Metal River had to carefully stay with him. His big boss took it as an honor to have spoken with Yemo. How could he not know about Yemo? He never even wanted to mess with Yemo. His teeth were already shivering. Shuaishi knew that it was only a piece of cake if Yemo wanted to kill him. He no longer dared to sit on top and quickly ran over, bowing down to Yemo. But he soon understood who the source of the trouble was. Shuaishi walked in front of Shuailu and gave him a few slaps while kicking Shuailu out many meters. Shuailu sat on the ground looking at his boss in shock. He had been quite heavily applauded by his big boss. Why did his boss hit him without asking him? Was this because of this Yemo? Big boss called him Qianbei. What was this? Wang Yanming and the friends were more shocked.
They didn't expect things to be so comedic. They thought they would lose a layer of skin at least if not die, but immediately, the boss was so respectful to Yemo, Shuaishi quickly bowed to Yemo and said, "Yi Qianbei, please sit." Until Yemo sat at the very top did Shuaishi breathe smoothly. He also said politely to Wang Yanming and her friends, "You are my honorable guests. Please sit," invited to sit and enjoy tea. Other than Yemo, who was still calm, Lu Jia and his friends were confused. But they also knew that this was all because of Yemo. Wang Yanming couldn't understand Yemo even more. How did he make these people so polite? Shuaishi seated them before roaring to Shuai Lu, "Piss off. Break Baldy's leg. You face the wall and repent in kneeling. How dare you attack Yi Qianbei? I think you don't want to live." Shuai Lu was full of wronged feeling, thinking, how would I know he was Yi Qianbei? When he first came in, you also said the young people these days were quite bold, but now you changed so fast. Even though he was thinking that, he didn't dare to say it. Yemo waved his hand and said, "Okay, this thing ends here, but I don't want it happens again. Otherwise, I don't mind squashing this department. Yes, yes. Yi Qianbei, don't worry. We came here to do proper business." Shuaishi quickly said. He felt his back was full of sweat. He didn't think Yemo was bluffing. Even if Yemo said he would squash Western Sand, he would still not dare to doubt it. He heard that even Metal River and Nanchang were destroyed by Yemo. Although Western Sand was growing rapidly, they were far from being able to match against Nanchang and Metal River. Yemo wouldn't care if these people were doing proper business or not. It was irrelevant to him. If it wasn't for Wang Yanming and her friends, he wouldn't even come today. "Yi Qianbei, I have an important message to report to you." Shuaishi knew that Yemo's impression of him wasn't too good already. He needed to get on Yemo's good side. "Oh, what is it?" Yemo knew Shuaishi's intentions, but he didn't mind. He didn't have the time to care about these people. Since this was done, he was prepared to leave. Shuaishi put on a smile and walked beside Yemo. "Zhenbei should know about the blood coral, right? I heard it's very useful for ancient martial artists. Xiao family was exterminated due to it, but not long ago, a small henchman of mine heard about it at a bar." "What?" Yemo sprung up, but he immediately stopped Shuaishi's words and turned to Wang Yanming and them. "You guys can go back first. There's no more trouble here. No one would dare to go for you in the future." Yes, don't worry. I'll get someone to drive you guys back." Shuaishi heard Yemo's words and immediately said politely to Wang Yanming and them. Chapter 290, Found the Clue. After Wang Yanming and her friends left, Yemo asked, "Tell me, what news did you hear about the blood coral?" Shuaishi rejoiced. He originally just wanted to suck up to Yemo and didn't expect Yi Qianbei to be so interested in this news. He quickly said, "Yesterday, an underling of mine was drinking at Luwang Bar and heard the conversation between two people." Then, Shuaishi looked at Yemo. Seeing that he was listening intently, he decided to reward that underling who got the news. In his excitement, Shuaishi continued, "One of the two was a woman. She told the other person that person was too strong. If the blood coral was related to that person, then she wouldn't intervene. She also said she didn't want to continue this mission. Even if this mission was done and she could be promoted to the Earth Department, she didn't want to do it anymore. She said that person wasn't someone she could kill. That man said that the organization would hunt her if she left mid-mission." Then, that woman sunk into silence and didn't say anything. Earth Department? Yemo thought of the girl called Dong Chang whom he marked with his spirit sense. She should be from the Earth Fiend, a human-level killer. Was that woman her? But why would she be here? And if it really was Dong Qing, how could a human-level killer from the Earth Fiend leave such a big clue? Allowing a small hoodlum to get this news, Yemo thought of this and frowned. Shuaishi saw this and his elated mood began to sunk. He didn't know why Yemo would frown at this news, and just when he was getting nervous, Yemo asked, "How did your man get this news?" "So that was it," Shuaishi quickly said. "Wang Kangua just said he heard the news, but he didn't say how. I'll call him over immediately." Then, Shuaishi saw that Yemo didn't react, so he called outside, "Get Wang Songgui to come here immediately." Wang Songgui came here very fast. It was just a few minutes and he was already here. Seeing Shuaishi, he quickly put on a smile and said, "Big boss, you need me for something?" Shuaishi nodded and said, "This is Yi Qianbei. He has something to ask you. You need to reply carefully." If you're not, don't blame me then. Seeing his boss' serious eyes, Wang Songgui quickly nodded and said, yes, Yi Qianbei, please ask, you heard about the blood coral from the Lu Wang bar? Yi Mo asked. Wang Kongui gasped a breath of relief. He thought it was going to be something else. He quickly said, yes, Qianbei, I heard about it in the Lu Wang bar. At the time I was drinking and there were two people talking in the room next door and I heard everything clearly. Yi Mo sneered and knocked the table. You are lying. If you keep lying, don't blame me for what's going to happen next. Shuaishi stood up and slapped Wang Songgui. You don't want to fucking live. How dare you lie to Yi Qianbei, ah. Wang Songgui was slapped rolling away but he didn't dare to wipe the blood from his mouth. He didn't get how this Yi Qianbei knew he was lying, but that wasn't important anymore. What was important was that if he kept lying, then perhaps his boss would really kill him. Wang Songgui knelt and begged, Big boss, have mercy. Everything I said is real. I just didn't hear it from next door. I know a manager of the bar and last time when it was renovating, I put two extremely hidden cameras in the wall. I wanted to use it to sneakily record some things and use them to blackmail people. Yesterday, one man and woman got in the room. I thought something was going to happen but they searched the room for a long time and didn't find anything so they said those words. Big boss, Qianbei, everything I said is real, Yi Mo nodded. It seemed that this Wang Songgui had some capabilities. However, no matter how good he was, how could Dongchang not discover the camera he installed? If Dongqing only had such skills, then the so-called Earth Fiend killer was only so-so. Then what happened? Yi Mo continued asking. Wang Songgui didn't dare to hide anything and replied. In the next hour or so, the two didn't speak and just drew with paper. They didn't even touch each other's hands and left. I didn't get anything valuable. Yi Mo was speechless. Wang Songgui thought bet action was the only valuable thing. If there was no bet action, then it was all useless. This guy was an unique one. Just when Wang Songgui didn't know what the Qianbei was going to do with him, Yi Mo said, okay, bring me to that bar and see. Then show me that recording. Yes, I'll call my friend immediately and tell him to bring the recording. Wang Songgui was very cunning. He knew that this Yi Qianbei wasn't talking about those adult movies and wanted to know the content of the two's conversation. Lu Wang bar was probably the biggest bar around. When Yi Mo came in, he found that this bar was indeed recently renovated. No wonder Wang Songgui could install cameras inside. Led by Wang Songgui, Yi Mo went into the room with the cameras installed. He looked at the place where the cameras were installed and couldn't help to applaud for Wang Songgui's cunning. If he didn't have spirit sense, the cameras would be very hard to find. Wang Songgui put the camera on the wallpaper. Not only was it small but the camera lens was the black seed of the flower. There were so many flower seeds on the wallpaper. Who would compare them one by one? This guy was a natural. Wang Songgui and his friends both looked shady but because the recording was from last night, it hadn't been wiped. Yi Mo turned on the computer and checked the recording. The woman who appeared was Dongqing indeed. There was another handsome youth, middle build and short hair. This youth had a worried look. The two searched the room. From the lens, it could be seen that both were thinking about other things so the search was careless. What they said was exactly as what Shuaishi had said. But then, they didn't talk. They were drawing something on paper. The image was covered by Dongqing's back and Yi Mo couldn't see clearly. Until they left, most of the time, they were drawing on the paper and didn't talk anymore. When they packed the paper away, Yi Mo saw there was a coral that protruded at the side of the sea. He seemed to have seen this coral before not long ago when he came from the sea. He got some leads and stood up saying to Shuaishi, good, lucky I had you this time. You did very well. Next time I see Zhao Biani, I will tell him. I still have things now so I'll be going first. Shuaishi's eyes were full of joy and he quickly said more polite words until sending Yi Mo out. Until, he saw Yi Mo's back disappeared, he still seemed like he couldn't believe it. He could come to Sanya completely because he had been with Zhao Biani for so many years and was given a chance. But now, it was different, he actually unintentionally got on the good side of Yi Qianbei. He would be rising into the heavens in front of Zhao Boss. The more he thought the more Shuaishi was excited and turned around to his henchmen and said, you guys must treat those friends of Yi Qianbei well. If any one of you dares to be rude to them, then don't blame me. It was more than 10 at night. Yi Mo was fast and came to the beach in 20 minutes.
He found there was a big coral there indeed. Yemo jumped and landed on the coral. There was nothing on it and no people, but Yemo was happy. He felt the spirit sense marker he left. He left this on Dongcheng before. With his current power, as long as Dongqing was within 5 kilometers, he would be able to feel it, and now, Yemo felt that spirit sense marker was in the sea and it was about to leave his spirit sense range. Yemo didn't dare to wait and took out a wooden board. He stood on it and rapidly made way towards his spirit sense marker. It was only a few minutes and a white yacht appeared in front of Yemo. Yemo went over quickly and found there was an old man in his 50s on guard. The yacht was parked there and not moving. Yemo got on the boat and scanned in. There were only 2 people inside. They were Dongqing and the youth he saw. Dongcheng, is there really someone this strong? I've heard of the hidden sect masters, but someone you described is too absurd. This time, the authority even sent torrents. He's Earth rank yellow level modder. Perhaps, we can gamble once. Plus, last time at the race, how can you be sure it was Yemo who did things? Plus, do you really think he can change the bomb under your eyes? That youth seemed to have thought for a while before saying hesitantly. Dongqing's face was pale and she shook her head. Chengqing, you haven't been in touch with him. You don't understand how strong he is. Now that I think about it, I'm actually quite scared. I'm sure he did it right under my eyes, but I wasn't able to see it. Chapter 291, troubled with what to do. Pausing for a moment, Dongqing continued, when he was talking to me, I had this feeling of my heart skipping beats. Then, when Wu Feng pressed the button, the car that exploded was his own. I was sure that if I didn't leave at the time, I would be in his hands now. And what? Chengqing immediately asked. Dongqing hesitated before saying, I suspect he has left a mark on my body. But afterwards, I kept washing myself and changing clothes, but that feeling of being marked is still there. I'm not sure if I'm being too suspicious or not, but my sixth sense is usually correct. If it wasn't for my sixth sense, I would have died at the mission in Hong Kong last time. Yemo listened and commended. This Dongqing really was a natural assassin. He could leave his spirit sense on an Earth-level master like Jingxi without being found, but this Dongqing was able to guess it, although she wasn't sure, but this instinct was amazing. Dongqing didn't even have a level in ancient martial arts. She was just a hitman. Chengqing dasted for a while before saying, You're thinking too much. How can there be such a mark in the world? Plus, he just held your hands. Although it was quite long, who knows if Yemo was lustful or not? Perhaps he just wanted to grab your hands. He couldn't use your hands to mark you. If he really could, then it would be too magical. Dongqing shook her head and said, Not right. He probably didn't want to grab my hands. Tang Beiwei was much prettier than me. He might grab her hands rather than mine. Tang Beiwei is his sister. Of course he can't do anything to her. Chengqing immediately rebuked, Mimi? How do you know she is his sister? Have you done DNA testing? Plus, one of them is Tang and the other is Yi. I can't be sure. When I was investigating him in Ninghai, I saw him stay in the same bedroom with her for a night. And, Yemo doesn't look like someone lustful. Dongqing immediately shook her head, as though to support her opinion. Dongqing said, if he really was lustful, according to the data I have, he had contacted with Yun Bing and his fiancée Ning Qingxue, both of them are way prettier than me. How can he want me? Chengqing nodded, you're right, Yemo isn't someone we can offend, but is our upper leader someone we can offend? If we run, it's still death and a very gruesome death. Dongqing sighed, if I were to choose, I would rather offend our superior in suicide. That Yemo is too scary. I investigated him. Nanqing, Metal River. Although these two organizations aren't destroyed by him, they are both declining due to him. I suspect even the Song family's downfall was due to him. Recently, the amphibian gang was exterminated. I suspect it to be connected to him as well because we got the blood coral at the Sharp Sea corner. What about Xiao family, is it also him? Chengqing immediately asked. Dongqing remained silent for a while before saying, I originally thought it was him, but after I got the new mission, I thought about it carefully. He probably didn't rob the blood coral. It might quite possibly be the Cha family. That's why I was desperate to go. I had the premonition that if I stayed with them,
My life won't be mine, Cha family? How can that be?
When they collaborated with us, they never said they wanted the blood coral.
Didn't they just say to kill Emo?
Cheng Cheng asked in surprise. Dongqing shook her head and said, I don't know. If our hirer to kill Xiao Gang is the Cha family, then everything can be explained. But our hirer is the Yun family, and then in the end, the Cha family asked for cooperation to kill Emo.
I don't understand them.
This time I didn't listen to the superior's order to stay at the Cha family and ran away. I'm probably already being suspected by the authority, because I suspect the authorities cooperated with Cha family on the blood coral.
They wanted to lure Emo when I was just the bait.
I don't know what's behind this, but I know if I went to the Cha family I wouldn't be alive. Perhaps the authority already knew I had been marked by Emo and that's why they wanted me to go to the Cha family, so even if I know where the blood coral is, I wouldn't take this mission. Although I still don't understand a lot of things, I'm sure that regardless if Emo is connected to the blood coral, if I go, I'm dead for sure. Hearing about this, Emo rejoiced. This Dong Cheng knew where the blood coral was indeed. However, what he didn't expect was that it was the Yun family who hired the assassins to kill Xiao Gang, and the Earth Fiend was targeting him because he killed one of their assassins.
However, why did the Cha family want to attack him?
Before the race, he had no enmity with the Cha family. This Dong Qing's sixth sense was so strong. Emo guessed that the Earth Fiend might really know that he marked Dong Qing and so was prepared to sacrifice her just to kill him. Other than him killing Earth Fiend assassins, there must be another reason. Otherwise, Earth Fiend wouldn't let their people be sacrificial pawns. Sai, you should keep tracking Emo. As long as you follow him, you don't need to do anything. Cheng Cheng sighed. After long, Cheng Cheng sighed, what are you going to do then?
If Emo is really that strong, are you going to leave the organization?
That is a very tragic path to death.
Dying by yourself is better having your entire family die. Emo always kill entire families. He's too cruel.
I'd rather die in his secret place myself than let him find my family and kill them as well. Dong Cheng said helplessly. Cheng Cheng sneered, however. Dong Cheng, I've been at Earth Fiend longer than you.
I know a lot of things you don't.
I don't know if Emo kills entire families, but I'm sure if you betray Earth Fiend, you will have your entire family killed as well.
Those people are a bunch of maniacs.
They are unreasonable. 5 years ago when I just got to Earth Fiend, a Qianbei of mine, he was a human-level purple killer. He was only one step away from Earth-level killer, but because he was trapped by his mission and went back a few days later, his entire family was killed.
Our superior will really kill entire families, you just don't know, huh? Dong Cheng never heard that her organization would kill entire families. This was too horrifying.
She only guessed Emo killed entire families, but thinking about this, she worried her decision. Emo knew there was no point in eavesdropping anymore, so he walked out and said plainly, if you work with me, not only will I not let Earth Fiend kill your family, I will even save you, ha! Both Dong Cheng and Cheng Cheng shot up.
Emo appeared too suddenly and they weren't prepared at all.
Still, they reacted fast and put their hands at the waists at the same time.
Obviously.
They had their weapons at their waists. It's you?
Emo, how did you come over?
Dong Cheng immediately recognized who walked in. She slumped the hand at her waist. She knew that her killing blow was completely useless to Emo. Hearing Dong Cheng's words, Cheng Cheng was astonished.
He finally understood the terror of Emo.
This was deep in the sea and he didn't see any ship come near. He even let Fu Bo on guard, but a live person just suddenly appeared in the ship and his clothes were dry. It was as though he just appeared from next door. Even the most powerful Earth Fiend killer didn't have such power.
No wonder Dong Cheng would fear Emo so much. He did have reasons for people to fear him.
Emo sat down and poured a cup of tea for himself before saying slowly, Dong Cheng, now isn't the time for you to ask me how I got here.
I have my ways.
You wanted to kill me with the tricks you planted under the car.
If I want to kill you now, it wouldn't even bother me at all, and I have 100 reasons to kill you. I haven't killed you yet because I want to see if you know what's good for you.
If you seek death, then I have no choice. Dong Cheng let out a long exhale as though putting everything down. The worry on her face disappeared.
Sometimes, people are like this.
They keep worrying before things happen, but once it really did happen, they would feel it's no use worrying, might as well face it.
Yi Qianbei, I know you're very strong. You can kill us like ants. Earthfiend isn't an organization that we can betray easily.
To be honest, I have no good feeling towards Earthfiend at all.
We were forcibly taken into training. Only because we have nowhere to go.
We want to achieve higher in Earthfiend.
Now that I offended you, you can kill me, but I just don't want you to attack my family.
Dongqing seemed to realize there was death either way. Yimo smiled plainly and grabbed Dongqing's wrist. He quickly sliced a wound on it, and before Dongqing could react, Yimo let go of her hand.
He pinched a small red goo in his hand. Is this the reason why you don't dare to betray Earthfiend? I've taken it from your body.
You can talk now. Dongqing had her eyes wide open in shock and said horrifyingly after a while, how do you know that there's a control goo in my body?
How could you force it out?
You dare to hold it with your hand.
Aren't you afraid it will go in your body? Yimo sneered. This little bug can be called goo? Don't make me laugh. Chapter 292. Frightening means, Yimo sneered, this sort of bug can be called goo?
Don't make me laugh. He thought about the bug monk who reigned dominance in the cultivation realm for a time. He had all sorts of bugs on him. Each goo he raised was 1 to 2 meters long, and the largest one was more than 10 meters.
This small thing wasn't even a fly in the cultivation realm.
Cheng also amazed at the goo in Yimo's hand. This was the first time he saw it out of the body. He knew that everyone who joined Earthfiend must accept a goo from the Earthfiend Goo King. If you leave or betray, this goo will be triggered and the goo bug will devour the heart of that person. It was helpless. He also heard the older generation say that if you had the Earthfiend goo planted in you, you belonged to Earthfiend for the rest of your life. Other than the Goo King, no one else could take the goo from the body. But now, he saw Yimo take the goo out of Dongqing's body in 2 seconds and held it between his fingers, not fearing of it getting inside his body.
Yimo was this strong. Cheng, who was planning to attack Yimo, lost the intention to do so completely.
He felt he had no chance on this youth at all. Although his sixth sense wasn't as strong as Dongqing's, he could feel that if he attacked, he would be killed immediately. Yimo felt something wasn't right. Although this goo was like a fly to him, there was a dense life force coming from it, and Dongqing seemed quite withered after he took the goo out.
Her face even seemed a little waxy. What was this? Yi Qianbei, you can remove the goo from my body? I. Cheng immediately realized this was a rare opportunity after his initial shock.
He also had goo in his body.
If it was taken out, then wouldn't he be able to go anywhere he liked?
He didn't have a family that the Earthfiend could exact revenge on. Yimo knew his intentions, of course, and looked at him plainly. I can take it out of your body, but you need to answer my questions truthfully.
If you hide anything, I can still search your soul. The last bit was a lie.
He wasn't in Foundation establishment yet. If he wanted to search soul, he could only control Chengqing's mind and make him say it himself. However, the bad thing was that the information would be very incomplete. I'm willing, as long as Qianbei helped me remove the goo, I'm willing to answer any questions.
Chengqing didn't have any hesitations at all.
Okay. Yimo reached out his hand and sliced on Chengqing's arm. Although he took a little longer, but it was less than 5 seconds and a yellow goo bug appeared on Chengqing's arm. Yimo held the bug and found there was more life force on it, and Chengqing was more withered than Dongqing. He was so weak that he almost fell to the ground. The color was different and the amount of essence blood was also different. Was this related? Yimo squeezed and the red goo was crushed. A faint yellow flame rose from the tip of his finger and burnt that goo to crisp. However, he didn't crush the yellow bug and still had it on his finger. Dongqing and Chengqing were shocked. They had seen many powerful people in the organization. Some of them even having special abilities, but they had never seen someone as strong as Yimo. Yimo didn't say anything. He felt this goo was eerie. What was this? Do you know why the colors in your goos are different? Yimo felt it was similar to the body-devouring goo in the cultivation realm, but it also seemed a little different. He wasn't sure, so he asked. Chengqing and Dongqing glanced at each other and shook their heads. I don't know, but the goo you took out is about the same color as our status. I'm still a human red killer while Chengqing is a human yellow killer. The color of the goo matches our level. There are so many levels to a human level killer?
Yemo murmured to himself, but he still didn't understand.
Then, he asked, since you can't even see what colors your goos are, how do you rank up? Chang Ching said, each person who enters Earth Fiend will have a goo planted by the Goo King. Usually, those who just got in have red color, then orange.
Now, I just rose to yellow. The highest level of human level is purple. We have people who test us. If we pass, we will be given this badge. Then, Chang Ching took out a yellow badge. It had 2 sharp daggers and there was a head on it. It seemed quite eerie. Then, Chang Ching continued, the Earth-level killers also have 7 colors, but their badge doesn't have the human head. It's Earth instead. Yemo took the badge and studied it for a while but didn't find anything. It seemed like a normal badge.
Seeing that Yemo was studying the badge, Dongqing also took out her badge and gave it to Yemo. Other than the color difference, everything else was the same. Yemo held the badge and asked, that is the heaven-level badge, a piece of the sky with 2 daggers? Chang Ching shook his head, but I don't know.
I've never seen a heaven-level badge. I have a bro called Yuan Pang.
He's Earth-level killer. He failed a mission before the ascension to heaven level. But I heard that once you reached heaven level, you will have your goobod taken out and become an elder of the Earth Fiend. You can also choose to leave Earth Fiend and live your own life, so everyone wants to hurry up and become a heaven-level killer. Yemo immediately asked, are there people who become heaven-level killer? Chang Ching nodded and said, almost every year, there are people who become heaven-level killer. And after they became heaven-level, they pretty much all chose to leave Earth Fiend.
If I reach heaven level, I will also quit. Yemo had understood everything by now. He sneered, change a life? What a joke. I originally didn't know what's up with the goo, but now I know something and I've seen these sort of things too much. This goo looks like a body-devouring goo I've seen before. Of course, these goos are countless times worse than those. Body-devouring goo?
Dong Chang repeated and her face went pale. She had a body-devouring goo inside her body.
Just the name was disgusting enough. Yemo still sneered, that's right. It's similar to the body-devouring goo.
It's a parasite in the host and devours the essence blood of the host. It can also devour life force, so once the host kills someone, the victim will have their life force devoured by the body-devouring goo. Then, it will use the host's blood essence to nourish itself.
So the more you kill, the more lively it is, Chenbei. So you mean that we're using our own blood essence to feed the body-devouring goo? After we kill people, the life force of the dead is also eaten by the goo?
Chang Ching's face went pale. He couldn't accept such thing, indeed. Yemo nodded and continued, the person who planted the goo in you has nefarious intentions. 1 is to stop you from betrayal, of course, but the main reason is for the goo to get more essence blood and life force. The more focused you are when killing, the better it is for the goo. Yemo looked at the 2 who were pale and said, this goo only just started in your body and you guys are already so withered when I took it out. And, this goo is still struggling in my hands, wanting to eat more of your essence blood. It can be seen, the leaving Earth Fiend once you reach heaven level is a lie. If I'm not wrong, then the heaven level killers have ripe body devouring goo. Once it is taken out, the host will immediately become extremely weak. Then, the goo would immediately devour the host, eating their life force and essence blood clean. Dong Chang and Chang Ching's faces were pale. After a long, Dong Ching said shakily, why are they doing this? Each heaven level killer is a genius among killers. Why are they killing their own men? Although they already believed what Yemo said to be is true, this was too absurd. Yemo sneered, that's because the goo is ripe and the goo farmer can harvest. The person who planted the goo in you is using the life force and blood essence of the ripe body devouring goo to cultivate some sort of thing. This guy is strong indeed. Yemo had to approve of this goo farmer's calculations and plan. This was pretty much farming a bunch of pills that can cultivate. When he needed them, he could take them. Although these goos are far from the body-devouring goos, but their properties were pretty much the same. Being able to find such a goo and someone who could control them so well on Earth was quite astounding, so that's how it is. Chang Ching gasped a long breath. Obviously, he already believed Yemo's words. Chang Ching, do you know something? Dong Ching immediately asked. Chang Ching's face looked black and said, I finally understand why Yuan Peng brother died. The last time he went to do a mission, he was already an Earth Purple level killer and that mission wasn't very hard, but he wasn't able to finish it. Now I know, he must have been harvested by the Goo King.
Chapter 293, Scheme for the Blood Coral. Emo frowned but didn't say anything. If this was the truth, then that Goo farmer must not be underestimated.
Earth Fiend had been around for so many years. This guy had devoured countless blood essences and life forces. Next time when he went to annihilate the Earth Fiend, he needed to be careful of this guy, but now, he didn't have the mood to care about that. Thinking about this, he waved his hand and said, "Let's put that aside now. Tell me where the blood coral is first." Dongqing came back to her sense in hearing Emo's question. She quickly replied, "After I left the race, I thought of running as far as possible because I didn't dare to betray the organization. So I contacted them and they gave me a new mission. That is for me to return to the Cha family immediately. At that time, I guessed that the blood coral might quite possibly be at the Cha family. Just when I was hesitating, Chengqing came and found me." Chengqing quickly nodded and said, "The uppers sent me to help with Dongqing, but I knew it was surveillance. Because when Dongqing left Huzhong, she didn't report and made up a story afterwards. The uppers probably don't know that I knew Dongqing. When I was young, I was raised by Dongqing's parents for a while. Later, we realized we were in the same killer organization, so we pretended we didn't know each other well. The organization does not allow us to contact each other, much less have a good connection."
Emo nodded. Dongqing's subconscious actions were right. Her sixth sense was very accurate. It seemed that the Earth Fiend did intend for her to be a sacrificial pawn, sending her to the Cha family. The intention was to lure him to the Cha family. The other reason was probably to prevent Dongqing from falling in his hands first and leaking information about the Earth Fiend. What GMO was confused was that how did the Earth Fiend people know he marked Dongqing? And how did they know he would follow her? Were they just guessing? GMO looked at Dongqing and said, "Not bad, you can guess your uppers are using you as a sacrificial pawn." Then let me ask again. Has the Cha family seen Chengqing? Do they know him? Chengqing answered, "They don't know me for sure. I've never been to the Cha family.
Most of my missions are in the Macau and Hong Kong region." Emo nodded and said, "That's good, and where is your HQ?" "The mainland, Hong Kong, and Macau killers gather annually at the Hong Kong Pu Temple. As for other countries, I don't know, but I know that other than the HQ at Hong Kong, there are at least 3 other HQs.
I just don't know the exact locations." Chengqing replied immediately, "Hong Kong Pu Temple? Emo went there last time and annihilated the Detang there too." He didn't expect the Earth Fiend to be at such a chaotic place. "Okay, in that case, Chengqing, you leave first. Tomorrow, I will go with you and Dongqing to the Cha family." Emo immediately took out a plan of action. This was the best way because he can get the blood coral simple and easy. "You want to pretend to be Earth Fiend?" Chengqing looked at Emo in shock. After half a beat he continued, "There are many strong people in Earth Fiend. If they really want Dongqing to be a sacrificial pawn, there will definitely be stronger people there." "Are you really going to go, sacrificial pawn?" Emo sneered, "I'll show them who is the real sacrificial pawn." "Yi Qianbei, can I ask you why you killed the Goo from Dongqing but still have my one on your hand?" "I feel not safe." Chengqing stared at the yellow bug. As long as this bug wasn't dead, he wouldn't feel safe. Emo didn't answer. He knew it wasn't easy to grow these gus. Other than what he told the two, the body-devouring goo also had another special property. That was once the host died, it could fly back to the goo farmer and kept being used again. And, the essence blood wouldn't disappear. The reason Emo kept this was to make a spirit sense mark on it and let the goo fly back to keep a lead. In case in the future, he couldn't find the Goo King. He had made up his mind. Once he got the blood coral, he would find a place with good spirit chi and breakthrough. The first thing he would do after that was to go find trouble with the Earth Fiend. Of course, he wouldn't tell this to Chengqing. If he was captured by the Earth Fiend again, then his plan would be spoiled. Dongqing really wanted to ask if Emo marked her body, but seeing that Emo didn't answer Chengqing's question, she didn't dare to ask. Emo turned to Dongqing and said, "Dongqing, if you are willing to take me to Cha family, I can pretend your attacks on me never happened. I will also teach you ancient martial arts, letting you have the power to protect yourself." "I agree." Almost immediately, Dongqing agreed. First, there was nothing she could do in Yemo's hands. Secondly, she knew about ancient martial arts. Those who could reach earth level were all ancient martial artists.
She knew the cultivation method for it was very valuable.
If she didn't accept it, she would be an idiot. Cheng Cheng looked at Dong Qing in envy, but he knew he couldn't replace Dong Qing and go with Emo. Dong Qing saw Cheng Qing's envy and asked Emo, "Zhenbei, if I get this, can I teach it to Cheng Qing?" "Of course." Emo agreed without hesitation. That wasn't even a problem to him. He got these from killing anyways. It was very precious to Dong Qing and her friend, but it was trash in his eyes. Seeing Dong Qing agree, Emo immediately said, "I'll be waiting for you in the airport tomorrow. As for Cheng Qing, I suggest you throw away everything Earth Fiend gave you, shave your hair as well." I think you know this, Dong Qing was a woman, so Emo didn't search her body, but he searched Cheng Qing's body. Other than the goo, there were no other marks. From this, it could be seen that there shouldn't be other marks on Dong Qing as well. So, he only needed to remind Cheng Qing. Then, Emo walked out of the boat and disappeared into the sea. Dong Qing and Cheng Qing were completely shocked. They stared at the endless night sky and the dark ocean water, so strong. After Emo was a long way away, Cheng Qing said with fright, "No wonder you say he's a scary person. This isn't just scary. This is terrifying. I've never seen someone so strong. He's out of this world." Sigh.
Dong Qing also felt relieved. My sixth sense is right indeed.
He isn't someone we can mess with. If I listened to the organization, I would have probably been a body tomorrow.
And we would never know we were fed as food for bugs. Compared to Emo, our organization is scarier. Cheng Qing nodded and said, "There's actually such a gruesome cultivation method.
That Goo King really is an animal.
But he messed with Emo, he would have his days of regret." Dong Qing, your sixth sense is also very scary. Dong Qing remained silent and didn't say anything.
After a while, she said, "I believe what he said is true, but don't worry. When I get the ancient martial arts cultivation method, I'll also make a copy for you.
And you should leave Sanya immediately. Bring my sister and her husband into Jing City and wait for me there.
Once things here are done, we will go to Jing City."
I have a feeling that Emo wouldn't let Earth Fiend go. Since the Earth Fiend messed with him, it's their bad luck. As long as we stay hidden in Jing City until the Earth Fiend is gone, then we can live a proper life. Cheng Qing nodded and said, "Okay, but after I bring your sister and her husband away, I need to leave Jing City. I have a few friends in Earth Fiend. I want to tell them if they see Emo, they should beg for mercy. Your goobug is now gone.
You must not go to Hong Kong." Dong Qing immediately said. Cheng Qing replied solemnly, "I know.
You should also be careful when you go with Yi Qianbei to the Cha family." When Emo got to Sanya Airport, Dong Qing had been waiting him for a long time. Seeing Emo come over, she quickly greeted him and gave him a plane ticket. If they wanted to go to the Cha family, they had to plane to Luochang first and then catch train to Liangpu City. Emo was originally planning to rob it himself, but he was afraid the blood coral wasn't there. Now that he went with Dong Qing, perhaps he could get it straight away and then start a carnage. Even if the thing wasn't there, they would tell Dong Qing where it is. They wanted to ambush him, then don't blame him for what's about to come. Now Emo had a new view of Earth Fiend. Originally, it was just a mere hitman organization. Even if it was international, he wouldn't care. He only needed to wear a defense artifact and he could prevent all sorts of assassinations, but now, it was different with a goo cultivator. What if this guy exceeded Earth level? Plus, even if this guy was still Earth level, what threatened people in the cultivation realm the most was goo keepers. The bug monk at the time, no one dared to mess with him. When he was in Golden Pill state, he was already invincible in the same state. There was no other reason, his bugs were too many, and Emo suspected that the Goo King also wanted the blood coral. He was already strong with the goo. If he got the blood coral, then even Emo was a bit worried. Chapter 294, Seen Through. Liangpu City was originally just a small city, but it had been developing rapidly in the past decade. It had already become a medium-sized city and still had room for improvement. Although a lot of ancient martial artists knew about the Jiang Nansha family, even some people from the hidden sects knew about them, they weren't famous in Liangpu. The only famous thing was those old houses of the Cha family. The only reason many people knew about the Cha family was due to those old houses.
the houses weren't worth much when the city was just a small city, but when Liangpu became a medium-sized city and had rails connected to Luoxang, the housing prices rose rapidly. It's said that the Cha family houses were worth countless times more. And the houses were at the golden place in Liangpu, so they were worth more. Due to the rise in Liangpu land and the Cha family houses were at optimum place, it attracted a lot of land developers. There were a lot of developers who wanted this land, but the only one who had the capability was the Honghua Corporation. There was no land the Honghua Corporation couldn't get. So when the Honghua Corporation was checking out the Cha family houses, many people were waiting for the Cha family to move, but what everyone didn't expect was that when this was just brought up, the Honghua Corporation cancelled the plan in half a month. There was no other reason but all of the authorities of the corporation disappearing in one night. Even most of their families disappeared. This created a huge uproar, and after government investigation, it was because the Honghua Corporation had been tax avoiding and corrupt that they feared apprehension and left the country in one night with their wealth. Whether this is true or not, no one dared to make a move on the Cha family houses again. When Dong Cheng and Yi Mo arrived at the Cha family, they received a warm greeting by the leader of the family, Cha Rulong, at least superficially. When Yi Mo first stepped foot in the building, he felt a strong yin qi, or perhaps earthine fiend qi was more accurate. It wasn't a good idea to live in houses with such a strong aggressive qi, but what made Yi Mo more bewildered was that although the Cha family was big, he didn't see much family members there. There were only a few servants, and most of them looked emaciated and tawny. They were obviously affected by the fiend qi here. It seemed the Cha family didn't live here, and the houses were only a place that the Cha family cultivated. To be exact, the Cha family didn't want to leave the fiend qi behind. It seemed that the Cha family's ancient martial arts cultivation was related to Earth Fiend. They obviously weren't good people. The backyard of the houses was barricaded, and foreigners were not allowed in. But Yi Mo scanned his spirit sense and knew that there were no people there other than some ancient martial arts cultivators. Mrs. Dong, last time, you left without saying goodbye. I really didn't know who you were. I apologize for that now. Cha Rulong said with a face of guilt, but his guilt was gone immediately. Then, he turned to Yi Mo and said, You must be Mr. Cheng Qing. Please, come inside. Then, Cha Rulong's smile grew more hospitable. Cha Rulong looked like he was in 50s. His face was white without a beard. He was at yellow level middle stage and seemed to have a solid foundation. Yi Mo looked at Cha Rulong's expression. Although it immediately returned to a hospitable smile, he still saw the shock when Cha Rulong saw him. Although he changed his face slightly, it wasn't something special. Yi Mo was sure that Cha Rulong wouldn't be able to tell, since Cha Rulong shouldn't be able to tell that he was masqueraded, but was still shocked when he saw him. The only explanation was that Cha Rulong recognized he wasn't Cheng Qing. Or, it meant that he had seen Cheng Qing before, or his picture. Yi Mo didn't expect the Earth Fiend to be so meticulous. They even sent Cheng Qing's picture over to Cha Rulong. The only explanation for this was that either the killer was being abandoned by the organization or the hirer was very intimate with the hitman organization. It seemed that Cheng Qing and Dong Qing's relationship was already known by their organization. Pity these two thought the organization didn't know their relationship. Indeed, I'm Cheng Qing. Even though Cha Rulong recognized he wasn't Cheng Qing, he might as well play along with the act. Cha Rulong had a face full of smile. I'm Cha Rulong. It's an honor that you two can come to our Cha family. As Cha Rulong spoke, he already led Yi Mo and Dong Qing into the guest quarters. As soon as Yi Mo came in, he scanned the whole place with his spirit sense. When he and Dong Qing first came in, there was 2 people at the door. Inside, there were 3 people. Other than Cha Rulong, there were 2 normal martial artists. Yi Mo noticed them. They weren't killers, but when Yi Mo scanned his spirit sense underground, he immediately understood what was going on. The ground was hollow. There were 2 people each hiding under the left and right guest chairs. Yi Mo noticed that they weren't ordinary killers. They were probably Earth rank killers. TL note, the Earth rank for killers does not mean they have Earth level power. It's just a status within the Hitman organization. Yi Mo scanned his spirit sense out and soon found another Earth level killer hidden at the roof. There was also another killer underground. This wasn't the first time Yi Mo was in this situation. This was far from being able to threaten him. They actually sent out so many killers to him. This Earth Fiend really didn't underestimate him. Did they already know he was acting as Chung Cheng? That was impossible.
Even Sha Rulong only realized he wasn't Chung Cheng when Sha Rulong saw him. The only explanation was that they were sure he would follow Dong Cheng here to rob the blood coral. These hitmen would attack when he attacked. Now that Sha Rulong saw he wasn't Chung Cheng, he only needed to think a little and would know he was Yimo. Even though he changed his face, Yimo was sure he would be recognized as they probably had seen his picture, but since the Cha family found out, perhaps they would attack immediately.
Yimo stopped in the guest quarters and didn't sit down.
If he sat down, the hitman would attack immediately and he wouldn't see the blood coral. Yimo didn't understand why the Earth Fiend would use so much power to kill him when he just killed 2 of their hitmen. But if they think a mere few assassins could kill him, they underestimate him too much. Dong Cheng was rather vigilant. Seeing Yimo not sitting down, she also stayed by Yimo's side and didn't walk forward. "Please have a seat, you two." Seeing the two didn't sit down, Cha Rulong invited once again. Yimo smiled. "Mr. Cha, we're here to help. Although the blood coral is very important for the Cha family, it's also very important to us." "Is the blood coral still here?" Yimo knew he shouldn't be saying this, but since they already knew who he was, there's no point for him to hide. It was important to see the blood coral first. As soon as Yimo said this, Dong Cheng immediately understood. Yimo's words obviously made them doubt. Their status didn't have the right to ask about the blood coral, but Yimo asked about it. With Yimo's cunning, he wouldn't make such a mistake. The only reason was that Yimo knew their identities were exposed. Although Dong Cheng didn't know how, she was on the same string as Yimo, so she immediately said, "That's right. We have been contacted by our uppers to protect the blood coral, so we need to confirm if the blood coral is still here." Yimo nodded to himself. This Dong Cheng was really smart, knowing what he meant. Now that they said this, they might actually be able to see the blood coral. "Okay, please have a seat. I'll get people to bring the blood coral for your examination immediately." Cha Rulong then said to the person behind him, "Bring the blood coral here immediately." They didn't seem to worry at all of being known as the culprit behind the Chow family massacre, nor did they doubt Yimo. "Please have a seat, you two." Cha Rulong said to Yimo and Dong Cheng once again. Yimo smiled and just sat down to the chair next to him. Cha Rulong saw Yimo's actions and rejoiced, but Yimo didn't seem to see it at all. The moment he sat down, his flying sword already pierced into the ground along the foot of the chair. Before the killer could move, Yimo's flying sword severed his head. The goo bug inside his body didn't even get a chance to escape. Then, Yimo controlled his flying sword and killed the hitman underneath Dong Cheng. Just when Yimo and Dong Cheng sat down, these 2 killers were already killed. Even so, Yimo's flying sword didn't stop. He continued to control the flying sword and killed the killer at the door rapidly, and then rose up into the roof and killed another hitman there. For killers were killed in such a short time by Yimo. Yimo sneered, "In the wake of absolute power, all ambushes are useless." But when Yimo took back his flying sword, his face was a little pale. After all, he killed 4 in a row very rapidly. It was tough on his chi controlling the flying sword. Chapter 295, Danger. But this also made Yimo alert. Although he was a cultivator and had the natural advantage, faced against large sums of people, he would be in danger if he used up his chi. Yimo also knew that his spirit chi would be consumed a lot due to the positions of the 4 killers. If they were just in front of him, he wouldn't use so much spirit chi, but that was no excuse. Cha Rulong saw Yimo and Dong Cheng sit down and was overjoyed. He laughed. "Come help them pour tea." In the agreed code, if Cha Rulong said these 4 words, the killers would attack and he would help them from the side, but after he said the code word, there was nothing. At that moment, Cha Rulong's face sunk. What was this? Was he really from Earth Fiend? That's not right. The person impersonating as Chung Cheng looked really like Yimo. Of course Yimo knew what Cha Rulong was thinking about, but his spirit sense stayed on the guy going to get the blood coral. After he went into the backyard, he kept walking and disappeared out of spirit sense range. Cha Rulong was uneasy, and seeing Yimo look at him he was more worried. Just when Yimo thought the blood coral was no longer at the Cha family and was taken away by the Earth Fiend people, that man who went to get the blood coral appeared. He was followed by 2 ancient martial artists next to him. The strongest was black level middle stage. Yimo saw that man carry a big jade box and immediately rejoiced in his heart. He didn't expect the blood coral to be really at the Cha family. Good thing he came in time and didn't try to rob immediately. If he did, he would frighten them and perhaps it would be transferred away. Soon, the 3 people had arrived at the guest lounge. Yemo didn't wait for the man to give it to Cha Rulong and just took in. Yemo opened the jade box and it was a blood-red coral indeed. It was preserved quite well. He finally felt relieved. Although it wasn't very smooth, but it still landed in his hands, seeing the blood coral somehow really land in Yemo's hands. Cha Rulong's face was worse. He even suspected that the Earth Fiend was involved. Then, Yemo packed the blood coral away. He wouldn't take it out again. Where did you put the blood coral? Cha Rulong dazed for a moment and realized that big jade box was gone. There was no way you can put away such a big box without being seen. Cha Rulong immediately began to worry. Yemo said plainly, I came to get the blood coral. Since you've already given it to me, it means that you did well. I'm going, see ya. Then, he got up and was going to walk outside. Dongqing quickly followed. Stop. Cha Rulong was desperate and yelled. Yemo looked coldly at Cha Rulong. Mr. Cha, what is it? Although you sent people to assassinate me, but I'll let you go on account of the blood coral. If you are still going against me, then don't blame me for helping Chao Gang get his revenge. You know. Cha Rulong finally realized that from the start to the beginning, Yemo already knew he recognized him. The Earth Fiend people still didn't attack. Cha Rulong suspected he was tricked. Thinking about this, Cha Rulong pressed a bell hidden in the table. It was a mere few minutes and Yemo's spirit sense scanned those scouts all rushed into the guest lounge. Soon, Yemo and Dongqing were surrounded by more than 20 people. 5 of them were actually yellow level and 2 were black level. In a modern city, this power was enough to wipe everything. Dongqing was originally wondering where Yemo put that big blood coral away, but seeing that so many masters had surrounded them, her face went pale. She was dumb. She was no match for any one of them, even when it was an ambush. Much less there were more than 20 here. Bring out the blood coral and I can let you go. Cha Rulong was already suspecting if the Earth Fiend betrayed them. The 4 killers still hadn't moved, but they all had their faces covered and he didn't know any of them. Although he was certain he could kill Yemo, but he didn't know where Yemo put the blood coral away. Before he saw the blood coral, he wouldn't attack. Yemo looked at Cha Rulong and said, I'm curious. Why did the Goo King of Earth Fiend leave the blood coral with you and even send people to help you? Oh, you don't need to wait for those 4 killers. I've already killed them. When did you kill them? Cha Rulong asked subconsciously. Yemo sneered but didn't reply. Cha Rulong finally realized that he guessed wrong. Earth Fiend didn't conspire with Yemo. Yemo just killed the 4 killers. Show me the blood coral or put it on the table and I will tell you why. Cha Rulong's face was very bad. Then, he had a cruel look on it. If you don't tell me, even if you can escape from our Cha family, but I will kill all of your family. If we can kill the Chao family, we can annihilate your Yi family. And there is Ning Qingxue, right? I will make sure she dies very happy. Yemo's eyes went cold. He wasn't planning to kill them all, but Cha Rulong successfully challenged his bottom line. Looking at Yemo's cold eyes, Cha Rulong felt his body shake as though he did something stupid. Yemo said coldly, Mr. Cha, you've successfully pissed me off. Very well, I will slaughter you Cha family clean today. What a joke. That black-level martial artist who guarded the blood coral scanned at Yemo and then said to Cha Rulong, Leader, no matter where he hid the blood coral, it can't be outside this room. As long as we kill him, we can find it. Why bother talking to him? Then, he stared at Yemo, not hiding the killing intent in his eyes at all. Cha Rulong's eyes flashed. He thought that person was right. No matter how strong Yemo was, they only needed to kill him today. He nodded and said, Go at once and kill him. I don't believe this blood coral can be outside this house. The people heard Cha Rulong's words and charged together. They were all cultivating related in Fiend Shi. Before they even got close, there was a bleak windy feeling. Dongqing was invaded by this qi and shivering. She couldn't even stand properly, but Dongqing immediately found that their attacks couldn't seem to reach her body as though it was blocked by something. Yemo took out the long sword he took from Bienpa. Swiping around, blood splashed. It was only a few minutes and those 21 people attacking Yemo only had that black-level warrior remaining. However, one of his arm was cut off. At this moment, he was frozen. He had never expected a black-level master like himself with so many other people would almost be completely wiped out in only a few minutes while attacking a young man who had no inner chi flow. Cha Rulong looked at the room full of bloodied bodies and his face was white as paper. He knew Emo was strong but didn't expect him to be so strong to this extent.
What sort of being did he get as an enemy for the Cha family?
He thought his Cha family wasn't something that the Song family could compare, but in fact, he was wrong.
He regretted now, but there was no regret in the world. What power level are you?
Are you Earth level, Master? That black level martial artist said, fear flash across his eyes as he asked in trepidation. Cha Rulong and him both didn't realize how the long sword appeared in Yemo's hands. When Yemo packed it away, they both realized it just vanished into thin air. Dong Qing was dazed until now. Seeing the bodies and blood everywhere, she could no longer hold the fear in her heart and ran to the side vomiting. She also killed people, but it was assassination. When had she ever seen such a bloody carnage? Yemo didn't bother with Dong Qing and looked coldly at Cha Rulong. Answer my two questions.
First, why is your family assassinating me? Second, why would the Earth Fiend keep the blood coral at your family?
If you don't tell me, I will find the rest of the Cha family and kill them all. After being dazed for a long time, Cha Rulong suddenly laughed. Go kill them.
I'll wait for you to kill the rest of them. Go, ha 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 ha, he went mad?
Yemo punched Cha Rulong in the forehead and then turned around and killed the black level warrior with a wind blade and then continued to ask the two questions. Cha Rulong's expression was dazed, but he quickly answered Yemo's questions. Oh, Feng wants to kill you. He took the Song family's treasure, Jade Woman plate, and came to our family.
One of his conditions was to kill Yemo.
The second was for us to introduce him to a hidden sect. I introduced him to Earth Fiend and gave the Jade Woman plate to Earth Fiend.
My purpose is to get the blood coral.
Yemo asked again, since your Cha family got the blood coral and Ofong gave you the Jade Woman plate, why are you using it to trade with the Earth Fiend for the blood coral? Because the Yin family is very dumb. They asked the Earth Fiend to attack Chao Gang and let the Earth Fiend know about the blood coral. The Earth Fiend promised not to leak the blood coral news to the hidden sects and promised not to rob it.
The payment is the Jade Woman plate.
Cha Rulong replied dumbly, so that was it.
Yemo immediately understood.
As long as the hidden sects didn't attack, then no one can take the blood coral from them. If the Cha family didn't sacrifice the Jade Woman plate, they wouldn't be able to protect the blood coral at all.
Where are you Cha family people hiding?
Although Yemo wasn't really going to kill them all, he still needed to know where they were. Cha Rulong answered, our Cha family doesn't have female members because we're positioned at the Yin Fiend place.
Our martial arts can only be cultivated by male.
Once we have an offspring, the mother would be invaded by the Yin Fiend Chi and unable to survive. Yemo was speechless. This Cha family was this sort of a family. Wait.
Yemo suddenly thought of a key problem.
He should be in danger now. Chapter 296, leaked. Looking at Dong Cheng, who was still vomiting, Yemo casually killed Cha Rulong with a wind blade and dumped him with the rest of the Cha family people. Then, he threw out tens of fireballs and burnt the entire house to dust. Huh, you. Dong Cheng happened to turn around now and saw the fireball Yemo made. She was truly shocked.
This was out of her comprehension. Who was he? Dong Qing looked dumbly at Yemo.
She finally believed that there were unimaginable masters in this world. Yemo looked at the dazed Dong Qing and took out an ancient martial arts booklet in a porcelain vase and gave them to Dong Qing. This is taken from a black level peak stage master, and these pills are to assist in cultivation. These are now yours for showing me the way. Without these pills, you might not get anywhere even in decades considering your age. But with these pills, that will be different. These medical pills are far from real pills, but they can let you reach black stage within 5 years, and one thing is, we're both really in danger now.
I believe you have realized that as a hitman.
It's best if you leave as soon as possible. Then, Yemo thought and gave 2 fireball charms to Dong Qing. These are 2 charms.
They can save your life. In time of danger, just throw them at the enemy and say Lin.
As for other things, I won't help you. Go now. It's all up to you if you can escape from Earth Fiend.
I think your organization is already starting to suspect you. You should know in your heart too.
I think your organization already know about your relationship with Changqing.
Dongqing finally reacted and bowed to Yemo. Thank you, ye brother, for saving my life.
If I don't die, I will pay you back. Yemo waved his hand. No need for that, plus, it's not even certain if you can escape from Earth Fiend. They will hunt us fully soon.
It's completely your fate if you can run away. Hurry up and go now.
I still have some businesses. Dong Qing bowed again and quickly left Cha family and disappeared. Seeing her disappear, he knew that since Dong Qing was so smart and her sixth sense was so accurate, she would quite possibly escape from Earth Fiend. If she still couldn't escape, then he couldn't really help her. He did what he could. The reason Emo knew he was in danger was because he knew that the Cha family gave the Jade Woman plate to Earth Fiend as a deal. Perhaps the Earth Fiend wouldn't disclose the Cha family got the blood coral, but they would if they knew he got it. Perhaps at this moment, the Earth Fiend already knew something happened to the Cha family and had dispatched large numbers of hitmen while spreading the news of the blood coral wide. Although Earth Fiend was an international organization, they were connected to the hidden sects and could notify the hidden sects about the blood coral. In the eyes of ancient martial arts cultivators, the blood coral was much more important than the blue flower blue leaf grass Emo got last time. It's said that the blood coral could be made into soup that allowed Earth level to reach Great Heaven level. However, the Chow family and others didn't even know how valuable it was and tried to use it to ascend to yellow level. It was such a waste of something so valuable. If it was just some hidden sect martial artists coming to rob it, Emo wouldn't care, but it involved too much. Once too many people came, Emo wasn't sure if he could escape. His flying sword wasn't invincible. Once people knew his fighting style, they only needed 2 to 3 Earth levels to control his flying sword and have 2 more Earth levels surround him. Then, he would be dead for sure. Even if they didn't control his flying sword, they only needed to gang up on him and his spirit chi wouldn't be enough. Once he used up too much spirit chi, it would be the time he died. Emo knew that without a flying sword, his real power was only about the same as an Earth-level elementary stage. The reason he could easily kill Earth-level and subjugate Zhang Zhihui was completely because he had a flying sword and spirit sense which the ancient martial artists didn't know about. The gap between Dao cultivation and ancient martial arts grew bigger the later. It got until eventually, ancient martial artists were just insects in the eyes of cultivators. But in the early stages, Dao cultivators were no match for ancient martial artists. Emo was in this early stage. He hasn't even become a Dao cultivator completely. If Emo wasn't involved in martial arts a little and his power level was decent, he would have been long dead. Emo knew the Earth Fiend did things fast, and now that he was probably exposed, there was probably a lot of hidden sect masters rushing towards Liangpu, but he couldn't leave now. This Yin Fiend place was too precious. A Yin Fiend place like this definitely had the Yin Fiend bead. He wouldn't pass by such thing. Although he had no use for it now, this Yin Fiend bead was very useful for ghost cultivators and making artifacts. Yin Fiend bead was worth a city and was rare even in the cultivation realm, much less on Earth. In the cultivation realm, the Yin Fiend bead was worth much more than a blood coral. Plus, this bead was very harmful to ordinary people. It would benefit others and himself if he took it. If he didn't take it now, perhaps someone would recognize it, and by the next time he came, it would be gone. Emo believed it would only take him an hour or 2 to take the Yin Fiend bead. He didn't believe he would be surrounded in 1 or 2 hours in Liangpu. Far away in a luxurious private mansion in Hong Kong, a man in blue pajamas with a face of bleakness sat in a grandiose lounge with a hand holding a yellow bug. If Chung Ching saw this, he would immediately understand this bug was the one Emo took off him, but it somehow got here. It seemed the bug flew a long distance and was quite fatigued. An almost nude maid brought in a plate of fruit and milk and walked over lightly. She walked in front of the man and knelt, carrying the plate with her head and saying in a soft voice, "Master, please have some breakfast." The bleak man picked up the fruit plate and put it aside. The kneeling girl looked up in surprise. This had never happened before. Even when the master needed their service, it wouldn't be at breakfast time. This man dropped the bug and the bug quickly burrowed inside the woman's body. The woman screamed and fell on the ground. Soon, the blood from her face was all gone and she became a pale body in a few moments. But immediately, a man came and carried the body away. The goo bug flew back in the man's hands. However, the bug wasn't in a withered state anymore and became lively. The blue-clothed man got up and said bleakly, "Chung Chung was killed and no news got back. The thing in Liangpu must have gone out of control. This Emo really exceeds my expectations. I wonder how a goo would be like after feeding it someone like him. Let Sha-1 contact the hidden sections. Tell them about the blood coral. Earth Fiend will fully cooperate with them. I just want Emo, dead or alive, yes." Someone in the corner replied and left immediately. "Humph, this Cha family is really useless and they call themselves semi-hidden family.
They can't even keep a mere blood coral. I just told them to keep for a week and they can't even do that.
The blue-clothed man snorted. If Sha Rulong knew about this, perhaps he would crawl out from the ground and say it was their Cha family who robbed the blood coral and gave the earth fiend the jade woman plate in order to shut their mouths. Even so, this man still said the blood coral was placed in the Cha family temporarily. Perhaps Cha Rulong never expected this to happen. The hidden sects stayed hidden, but if they came out, they would fight for interest. With the foundation of the Cha family, they would be feeding an organization like Earth Fiend free benefits if they tried to scheme with them. Even if EMO didn't take their blood coral, it would eventually become the Earth Fiends. Why did the semi-hidden family fall? It was because their brains were rusting and still wanted to live in a busy city. If the Cha family didn't have a Yin Fiend place, they would have been long annihilated. Or if someone knew about the Yin Fiend bead's worth, the Cha family would have been long devoured as well. News of the blood coral spread amongst the hidden sections. Sometimes, as long as the news got out, it spread very fast.
Countless hidden sect masters rushed towards Liangpu, this small city.
The U Association auction couldn't attract everyone, but the appearance of the blood coral almost got all the hidden sect masters coming. Now, the hidden sect martial artists hadn't had someone reach Great Heaven State in almost a few hundred years, except for the inner hidden sections. The real inner hidden sects rarely appeared before the world, so the people outside didn't know if they had Great Heaven level masters. But the outer hidden sects and the semi-hidden sects, the latest Great Heaven State person would have to be traced back to the beginning of the Ming Dynasty, the old Taoist Zhang Sanfeng. TL note, Zhang Sanfeng is the creator of Tai Chi, chapter 297. Hunt, EMO didn't know about these ancient martial arts cultivators who swarmed to his direction with rapid speed. Although he knew that once the blood coral was known to the world, it would cause a frenzy amongst the hidden sects, he didn't expect it to be to this extent. Almost all hidden sects who got news of this swarmed here without hesitation. A treasure that granted ascension to Great Heaven State was a fortune. Great Heaven State meant increased lifespan. If you can't reach Great Heaven State, even if you're the peak of Earth level, your lifespan won't increase. And, not only did Great Heaven State grant you extra life, once you reach the state, then all of the hidden sects would bow down to you. It's said that in the inner hidden sects, there were many Great Heaven State masters, but this was a legend. No one had seen the inner hidden sect Great Heaven masters come out and show off. Or perhaps, those who wanted to show off wouldn't even be able to become Great Heaven State. But those who could reach Great Heaven State didn't have time to show off. They were pursuing a higher state. At this moment, EMO was already tens of meters underground of the backyard of the Cha family. He was only stage 3 Chi gathering and couldn't completely control Earth maneuver. It could only be used when he was in the tertiary stages of Chi gathering. But although he couldn't use that technique, he had a way to save time. There was a deep well in the backyard of the Cha family. EMO went in it and started digging. The backyard of the Cha family was already bleak. The bottom of the well was even colder and full of Yin Chi. Ordinary people wouldn't even want to go in. Even though EMO was a cultivator, he felt it was quite scary at the bottom. The well was very deep, almost 40 to 50 meters. There wasn't much water inside. EMO stopped at the surface of the water. The water was only 5 to 6 meters deep. EMO scanned his spirit sense in it. It was a small well, but there were multiple bones. They were all women. Thinking about what Cha Rulong said, EMO couldn't help feel sorry for these women who went in the Cha family. Their sole function was to reproduce. As long as they raised the kids, their function was over. One could imagine that the women either jumped themselves or were forced down here. This was an unimaginable family. EMO chose a place on the wall of the well and started digging. Soon, the earth covered the bones. Although EMO couldn't completely use earth maneuver, he could half use it while digging. After an hour alter, EMO was already 100 m deep. After 100 meters, EMO felt the Yin Chi was getting increasingly stronger. EMO knew he was getting closer and closer to the Yin Fiend bead. So he dug faster and faster. Another hour later, EMO felt light and he came in a space that was like an underground room. EMO rejoiced. He knew this was where the Yin Fiend bead was. This was because when the Yin Fiend bead grew, it would keep pushing away the earth around it until eventually forming a space. This space was the region of the Yin Fiend bead. The larger this space was, the higher the quality of the Yin Fiend bead. The space in front of him was a few cubic meters, meaning that this fiend bead was definitely extreme quality, just when EMO was about to enter the space. This fiend bead felt it. It immediately started flying as though wanting to run away from where EMO came from. However, EMO knew the properties of the fiend bead. How could he let something that was in his hands escape? Soon, he enveloped the fiend bead with his spirit chi. A ping pong ball-sized black bead landed in his hands. The intense fiend chi emitted over. EMO praised. Was this fiend bead? Although he had heard about it, this was the first time he held it in his hand. He really earned big this time. EMO knew that he had wasted a few hours already with this bead, so he had to leave quickly. He casually took out a jade box to put it in and inscribed a few seals on it before putting it in his ring. Once he packed it away, the intense fiend chi started to dissipate. EMO used wind control to quickly go up the well and leave. At this moment, more than 10 figures had landed outside the Cha family houses and had set up a perimeter. As soon as EMO came up, he noticed the situation outside and cursed. He didn't waste a single bit of time after getting this fiend bead. He had only spent 2 hours, but these people were already here. They were really fast and even got the government involved. This is such an intense fiend place. Since this is a fiend place, there must be a fiend bead. This trip was really worth it. An old man in his 60s stood and said. His face was full of joy and surprise. EMO was shocked. These people here were all martial artists. How did they know about the fiend bead? It seemed there were masters here too. What should he do? He didn't dare to use his spirit sense to scan this old man. He was sure his power was the strongest he had seen, even stronger than Zhang Zhihui. Even though this old man wasn't great heaven state, he wasn't far from it. If he was stopped by this guy and stalled for time, he would be in danger. EMO calculated and got this conclusion. If he didn't leave now, it would only get harder and harder later. This was only the first group, and there would be more people thinking about this. EMO didn't hesitate and used invisibility to climb out of the well and controlled his chi waves while carefully walking out. However, EMO underestimated an Earth-level peak stage master. He only walked a few meters and that old man noticed something was up. He looked at where EMO was standing and frowned while raised the sword in his hands. It should be him. Catch him. He has invisibility artifact. At this moment, not only that old man, but the other people also noticed EMO. A man next to the wall with black level power stabbed to EMO without hesitation. At this moment, EMO no longer held back and grabbed out his flying sword. 2 slices, he didn't let the sword fly. The first swing cut the man's long sword in half and the second sword pierced into his throat. This wasn't a time to show mercy. EMO knew that if he was stopped, no one would have mercy on him. The more he killed now, the greater his hopes of escaping were. Although it was a short moment, EMO had been stopped again. Seeing EMO kill one, the old man grunted, "Kill him. He's chosen the demonic path," killing immediately. Then, he raised his long sword and pierced at EMO. The tip of the sword had an inch-long sword ray. Gong martial uncle can use sword ray. That's so amazing. People immediately gasped. EMO sneered. Although he knew it was hard for martial arts cultivators to cultivate sword ray, but this was nothing in EMO's eyes. EMO threw out his flying sword and with a purple ray, it sliced towards the old man's long sword. The long sword was knocked and not only did the sword ray disappear but the half-inch at the tip was also sliced off. It actually broke my falling rainbow sword? Nice sword. The moment the long sword was broken, the old man's eyes were full of disbelief. But he wasn't mad and instead, he was joyful. His eyes was filled with fervor. A magical sword that can break the falling rainbow sword. Even fish intestine sword in Ganjiang Moxie would only be so. I must get this sword. He didn't hide his love for EMO's sword at all. Although EMO's sword flew out of his hand, he believed EMO threw it. He never expected EMO to control it. The old man actually dumped his sword and closed his hands wanting to catch EMO's flying sword. You're asking to die. EMO sneered. This old fart wanted his sword and actually used his hands to catch it. What a hillbilly. He probably didn't even know what spirit control was. He spirit controlled the flying sword. Unless the old man's spirit sense was multiple levels stronger than his, then the old man wouldn't be able to control his sword at all. Slush.
Yemo's sword sliced the old man's hand off like tofu and went into his chest without a moment of pause. Yemo breathed easy. He knew the reason that he won so easily was because this old man didn't know what a flying sword was. The other people saw this and it wouldn't be so easy to kill them again, Gong martial uncle. The other men immediately realized something was wrong. Their martial uncle Gong was pierced and it seemed to be fatal. His sword is weird. It can attack on itself. Don't worry about he. Hurry up and attack him. This old man used his other hand and all the chi in his body to control Yemo's flying sword. Everyone noticed that Yemo's sword was different and took out their weapons to attack Yemo without hesitation. Yemo's flying sword was originally going to go attack other people after killing this old man, but it was grabbed by the old man and this would delay a few seconds. This time was enough for others to attack Yemo. Yemo's heart sunk. This scenario occurred indeed. He used his spirit sense. The flying sword passed through the old man's chest like a comet, spun around and attacked towards the swords that attack him. Chapter 298, Escape. Earth level martial artists were much stronger and faster than black level. Yemo could easily kill black level, but he was having trouble with the surrounded attacks of earth levels. Other than the old man he killed, there were 2 earth levels out of the 5 attacking him and they were both intermediate stage. Although Yemo had summoned back his flying sword, he was still a step slower. The flying sword stopped the 3 but couldn't stop the other 2. Yemo used a wind blade on the black level while punching the back of the sword of an earth level. This was just a moment. The earth level struck back by Yemo retreated a few steps and happened to see Yemo kill that black level with wind blade. Although he didn't know what projectile Yemo used, but it was obviously very strong, Yemo breathed again and didn't hesitate. He didn't hold back at all, using multiple wind blades while hurling his flying sword quickly at the earth level he struck back. The moment that earth level was struck back, he felt Yemo's inner chi wasn't much stronger than his, but his flying sword in that invisible projectile was very strong. Seeing the flying sword come over again, he felt a sliver of fear at the bottom of his heart. He quickly called, "Stop, do you really want to kill everyone? We're from the Hilu sect, one of the 6 big sects of the hidden sections. You offend us and there will be nowhere you can run. You won't even have a place to bury you." As he spoke, he dodged the flying sword again. Yemo's guess was right. Once they knew the properties of the flying sword, it would take longer to kill earth levels. Yemo used windblade to kill 2 more, and the remaining one was also earth level. Those 2 earth levels obviously knew Yemo's flying sword's properties and started to stick together to deal with Yemo. Yemo had used up a lot of spirit chi and his flying sword was getting slower and he couldn't do anything to them. At this moment, Yemo's heart was burning with desperation. He had to kill these 2 very rapidly and run. Otherwise, more and more people would come and his chance of escape would grow less. If it wasn't that the hidden sect was too threatening, perhaps the police outside would have come in already. His spirit chi depleted rapidly and if he didn't waste 2 hours underground, perhaps he would have lasted longer, but now, although the 2 earth levels were having trouble with his flying sword, he couldn't kill them. This made him desperate. "Stop. Take back your flying sword. If you continue, my sect swears to annihilate your family." The other earth level didn't know Yemo was low on spirit chi, he only knew that if he continued like this, they would be killed. Although his face was pale, Yemo still sneered and said, "I'm not afraid of threats." "Die." Then, Yemo spat out a mouth of essence blood. His flying sword accelerated and made a sharp turn, slicing through their necks. Blood spewed like a fountain and the 2 earth levels died. Yemo stumbled. He burned his essence blood to kill these 2 and was at the end of his strength. Although the after effects of burning essence blood was great, if he didn't do that, then perhaps he would be the one to die soon. Yemo stumbled forward. He knew if he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to. He scanned his spirit sense out 100 meters and another few cars came. They didn't look like normal men. Yemo quickly picked up the weapons on the ground and resisted the pain of his meridians and threw out a few fireballs burning the bodies. It would be worth it delaying the Hilu sect knowing their men died. But at the same time, a sense of danger surged from behind his heart. Yemo was unable to make the appropriate dodge because he already dried up his spirit chi. The punch struck right into the back of his heart and Yemo spat out blood again. He looked back and it was that old man whom he killed first. He had a vicious smile on his mouth. This old thing had a flying sword pierce his heart but still wasn't dead completely. His life was really tough.
Yemo didn't think and threw back a few fireballs, using up almost the rest of his spirit chi. He didn't even dare to look to see if those bodies were burnt. He struggled and climbed over the wall. Although Yemo's invisibility were useless in front of ancient martial arts masters, but it was enough for ordinary people locking down the estate. "I smell blood," police said strangely. The person beside him immediately made a quiet sign. "This thing isn't ordinary. We should just listen to orders from above. Don't say what you're not meant to say." Yemo was shocked. Although he went invisible, he still couldn't hide the bloody scent from his body, but luckily, these two cops didn't intend on doing anything. He was very tired but still quickly disappeared. As soon as Yemo left, another 7 or 8 martial arts charged into the backyard. "Martial brother, the Hilu sect people came first, right? How come I don't see them?" A nice-looking girl walked around and said with a frowned face, "Did they chase out already?" The middle-aged man who was the martial brother didn't talk, but another youth continued. That middle-aged man closed his eyes and didn't reply. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said, "It's possible, but outside has been locked down by the government. If people went over, there would be news, but there was none. Do you guys smell this burning smell? There does seem to be such smell. There's some blood here." That youth was very meticulous and quickly found the blood drops on the ground. The middle-aged man squat down and looked. "Search this place and the well immediately." Yemo really wanted to run out of Liangpu, but he knew that he was in a weaker state than a normal person. In order to avoid the blood smell on him, Yemo went to a shopping mall and changed his clothes. Then, he hid in the back of a uta and didn't dare to move. This was because he saw more and more masters rushing into Liangpu. There were even helicopters above his head. A young man wearing earrings came in and carried a box of wine with him. He opened the back door and was prepared to put the wine in. Yemo used his invisibility skill and rushed in to hide. As soon as Yemo went in, this youth was about to close the back compartment of the car. Yemo felt a fit of dizziness and was about to fall asleep. The car started moving. Yemo knew he couldn't fall asleep now. Although he was very fatigued, he knew that the car had been moving for a while and stopped at a highway toll station. There were people checking at the station, but Yemo didn't worry. Although his spirit chi was almost gone, he could still go past the checkpoint. He was scared that these people was also going to flip around the things inside the car. His invisibility could only last a few seconds, but Yemo soon found that he was worrying too much. This young man obviously had his ways. He just yelled a few sentences and the workers there let him go. They didn't even open the back of the car. Yemo felt relieved. It seemed that no matter how strong the hidden sects were, they couldn't control some things. It was obvious that the people working there felt it wasn't a good thing to annoy the youth. They would rather pretend they didn't hear the orders of their superiors than offend this youth who could bring trouble to them at any time. If they didn't do what they were told, they would be fine as no one said anything. But if they annoyed this young master, perhaps they would lose their jobs tomorrow. Yemo actually felt gratitude towards this youth. If it wasn't for this guy, it would be really hard for him to escape Liangpu. Perhaps it was completely in chaos already in Liangpu. The car was on the highway out of Liangpu and Yemo was completely relaxed. The blood coral mattered much more than the blue flower blue leaf grass to these ancient martial artists because blood coral could let them ascend great heaven state. But in Yemo's heart, the blood coral was far less valuable than a mature blue flower blue leaf grass. He could use the blood coral now, but his blue flower blue leaf grass was still immature, so at the current stage, blood coral was still more valuable to Yemo. Yemo started to sleep after relaxing. He had heavy internal injuries and his spirit chi was also depleted. The next time he woke up, he found the car was parked outside a bar. It was dark already. He probably slept for 7 or 8 hours. Yemo scanned his spirit sense around and didn't find anyone suspicious. He packed away the box of wine. Although this kid saved his life, he really didn't have much money now. This wine wasn't bad, he would borrow it for a drink first. Yemo pushed open the door from the back. He ran his spirit chi and there was no reaction. If he didn't sleep, perhaps it would be hard for him to even get up now. That last punch from that old man was too heavy. Chapter 299, Finding a New Residence. Yemo stood at the door of the boisterous bar and looked at his ring. There was still around 10k cash. He only had one idea now, and that was to find a safe place to recover and start concocting pills. Originally, if he wasn't exposed, that small yard in Ninghai would be the best, but now
Emo didn't dare to go there at all. Going there would be running right into a trap.
he could only find a place no one knew to hide and concoct pills. The blood coral in his hands was enough to make 3 cauldrons of pills, but GMO didn't dare to be careless at all. With his current skills, these 3 cauldrons of pills might all be no good. So, he had to find a quiet place, a place that was full of spirit chi. He even needed to wait for a full recovery first, but now, he only had that much money on him, and looking at this place he had never came before, Emo felt quite lost without his power. Big brother, do you need help? A woman with a half-naked breast walked in front of Emo and asked while crossing her arms on her chest. Her eyes were full of seduction. Although her look was ordinary, under the dim light and covered by cheap perfume, she was kind of sexually attractive. Emo barely made a smile and shook his head. No need. Then, he turned to leave, but this woman hadn't given up and stopped him and even said worriedly, "Big brother, I'm really clean.
I don't have any diseases."
If you don't believe me, you can wear a condom. Emo frowned and looked at this woman with thick makeup and said again, "I know, but I really don't want to.
I'm still busy.
Goodbye." This woman looked at Emo as disappointment and sullenness flashed across her eyes. Although she had to take part in this business, if possible, she still wanted customers who were decent. That young man dressed ordinarily, but his calm temperament made her really want to do business with him. She could even lower the price a little bit. But this youth didn't want her, even he looked not rich. Emo sighed. There were women like her everywhere. Not like the brothels in Luoyu, they just came out in streets to get customers.
He didn't look down on such women.
If possible, he believed no one would want to do this career. The woman suddenly bit her mouth and ran up to stop Emo. "Big brother, I see that you're not very familiar with here.
You were looking around.
I can help you and satisfy any requests you have.
My price isn't high."
Emo looked dazedly at this woman and thought that he did want to find a quiet place to stay. It was going to cost money for an agent, so he might as well let this woman earn some. It would be a little help to her. Plus, if he wanted an agent, he would have to wait till tomorrow and risk exposing himself. Thinking about this, Emo nodded and said, "Okay, I don't have a place to live now. I want to find a quiet and clean place to live.
If you can help me find such a house, I'm willing to pay you. But I'm also poor and don't have much with me. If possible, I will come wait for you here tomorrow." Emo really didn't have much money.
He only had a little more than 10K.
In a city like this, living expenses would be at least 3K a month. The woman shook her head. "Big brother, it's fine.
I charge little. If you don't have enough money, you can give it to me later after you settle down. You can also look at houses with me tonight.
If you agree, then you can move in tomorrow. My place is very close. It's only 2 minutes." Emo immediately had a good impression of this woman.
They say prostitutes are heartless and actors are disloyal. This prostitute could say such words, meaning that she longed for friendship and trust. If he could find a place to move in tomorrow, he could start doing his own things earlier.
Plus, Emo didn't want to go find a house in the middle of the day.
It could be said that this woman's suggestion was just what he wanted. It was possible that this might be a setup, but he really didn't mind. Although he couldn't attack, he didn't mind using some fireball charms. Not far away from the bar parked a normal car.
In it, 2 policemen stared at Emo and that woman.
They saw the 2 leave the bar and they quickly followed. "After this is done, our mission for this month is over.
Next month, I really don't want to capture these people anymore. It's disgusting to look at. All they talk about is money. This is completely a disgusting money and meat trade."
The young policewoman said to that policeman. That policeman laughed. "You'll understand in the future.
People love apprehending sex trade the most.
Not only is it safe, but it improves your track record fast while getting good pay. Plus, we all love, stop being disgusting." That policewoman stopped the man's words. Although she wasn't in the police department for long, she knew what her male colleagues was thinking about. They were no better than that man. After a while, she muttered to herself, "I want to enter the major crime squad." The policewoman meant her words. Usually, it was policemen who swept for sex trade.
There were rarely any policewomen.
She wanted to enter the major crime squad, but she had no experience. So she had no right to enter. Thus, she came here for experience. After this month, it would be over. However, there was one point that her colleague was right about. Sweeping for sex trade was a highly efficient way of earning good records. If it was before EMO was injured, he would have noticed someone follow him with his spirit sense. But now, he was too heavily injured and his spirit chi was almost depleted.
He didn't dare to scan around his spirit sense.
Plus, he just arrived at a new city, and he didn't believe there would be someone to follow him. I have a good friend who is doing properties in Huiyin City.
I can get a lot of info on properties, so don't worry about it. I can find a place you like. The woman was afraid EMO wouldn't believe her, so she kept reassuring to EMO. EMO didn't really want to talk.
For him, it was enough to find a suitable place to live. He didn't care where the woman got her info from. Seeing EMO not talk, the woman thought EMO didn't believe her, so she quickly said, "We also need to change places frequently, so we also need housing information." EMO dazed. Why did they keep changing places? But before EMO spoke, the woman continued, "We're here.
My few friends and I all live here. There's internet inside. I'll show you and you'll know." EMO followed this woman to a room on the second floor.
The woman closed the door and walked in to open the computer while saying, "You sit for a while.
We can get the housing information for you immediately." EMO was very happy with the way this woman did things. It was better the faster for EMO. "I found it. Come look which one suits you." The woman was very fast. EMO stood up, but he didn't walk to the computer.
Instead, he opened the door suddenly. He sneered to the two police officers outside the door, "You guys really are the servants of the citizens, standing outside to watch for us for free." That young policewoman blushed and immediately switched to a disgusted expression, sneering, "Stop acting innocent. I suspect you to be involved in sex trade. Fuck off. If you dare to say anything, I'll report you immediately."
"Which I did. You see me in sex trade?"
"Oh, did you send yourself here to me for sex trade?"
"Sorry. I'm not interested in you. I will count to 3. If you still stay here, I will report you immediately. If you don't believe me, you can try." EMO felt unlucky.
These people were so bored that they did such pointless things. If he wasn't afraid of things getting big, he would have kicked over already. "You." This policewoman's face was pale with anger and was about to attack. EMO was waiting for her to attack. If she did, he would teach her a lesson immediately. Although he didn't have spirit chi, he could still take on 2 cops. "Zhang Feng, let's go."
That policeman looked once at EMO and pulled the policewoman away. But before they left, she said to EMO, "Don't fall in my hands next time."
"Very well, indeed, don't fall in my hands next time." EMO sneered. This policewoman was quite angered by EMO, but she knew she had no evidence. Today, she really didn't understand what happened.
From past experience, sex traders usually got in bed straight away. Who would wait for a while and open the door? "Even if we didn't catch him, there's no need to be afraid of him."
"Why are we going?" The Zhang Feng was still unhappy. This policeman was obviously more experienced than Zhang Feng. He said helplessly, "It's our wrong to be standing at their door without catching him. If he sued, it would be us to suffer. For ordinary people, I wouldn't let you go, but did you see that man? Not only were his eyes cold, but he wasn't afraid at all. That meant that he had power behind him to support him.
We're just little policemen. Anything can bring us down."
But since this person already has an authority background, he still comes for prostitutes on the streets, no class at all. The woman who was looking at houses saw the 2 policemen and was immediately scared pale, but she didn't expect EMO to actually frighten off the 2 policemen. "Hurry up and find a room. It's best if I can move in tonight." EMO hurried. Chapter 300, Cheap Apartment. "The housing info is here, you can come and have a look."
At this moment, the woman reacted and started to feel reverence towards EMO.
People in their profession feared police investigation the most, and this youth in front of her actually yelled the police away. He must not be an ordinary person. EMO walked in front of the computer and saw there were large amounts of housing info.
He clicked open one of them.
There were pictures and descriptions. Most of these houses were quite cheap, and a lot of them were in densely populated areas.
EMO frowned.
He wasn't happy with these houses, however, lucky that there were a lot of options. Guillermo looked down and soon found one that was very suitable for him, Lakeside Villa. This real estate was very large and didn't seem to have been completely constructed. There was an open space all around and there were only two isolated buildings far apart from each other in it. Other than the two, the rest of the places were empty space with weeds. In such a busy city, he didn't expect there to be such a large patch of empty land. Looking at the images, he knew that it wasn't empty for a day or two. But since the construction hadn't been finished, there should be construction equipment nearby, but there was none. This made GMO feel very strange. The two buildings were both 12 stories high and one of them didn't seem to be finished as well. The completed one was the building on the left, and in front it, there was a man-made lake. It was very quiet and good for cultivation, plus, the rent price was very cheap there. It was less than $2,000 a month. Only levels 1 to 8 had been completely decorated. And EMO found that there were a lot of empty rooms. I'll take this one. Since level 9 isn't open, I'll live at level 8. Room 802. EMO pointed at the room he wanted and said to the woman, "Huh? You want to live at Lakeside Villa?" The woman looked troubled at EMO. EMO immediately asked, "What's wrong? Has the place been rented out already? It clearly says there are a lot of empty rooms." "What's wrong? No, it's not that." The woman quickly waved her hand. "It's because the left building isn't clean and there were often stories of haunting. After a few owners moved in, their families died. Then, they just had to move out. They couldn't even sell it out. This resulted in the construction of the second building unable to be finished. Those who live in this house are all outsiders. Some don't know the buildings are haunted and some just want rooms for the cheap price. However, many people who have lived in there for a long time would experience all sorts of problems. Now, there are less and less people living in there, haunted?" EMO repeated but soon said, "I will live there. If you can help me get it ready tonight, this 1K is yours." Then, EMO took out 1K and put it on the table. He wasn't even afraid of ghost cultivators. Why would he be scared of haunting building? EMO originally thought there was no ghost in this world, but he met one at Shinnongjia. Although he wasn't sure if it was a ghost, those spirits that formed naturally were way too weak to him. He could kill countless with one fireball. And, he had spirit sense, so he wasn't worried about not seeing them. Since it was haunted, it meant less people came here and that would be better for him. Ha! The woman looked at the 1K on the table and was immediately touched. She only earned 1 to 200 a night taking in customers. She originally just wanted 200, but EMO just took out 1K. It could be seen that he wasn't poor and was quite generous. "Okay, I'll contact them immediately." The woman nodded without hesitation. She already said what she needed to say. Since EMO still wanted to go in, there was nothing she could do. EMO nodded and said, "I need to remind you. I like peace. If I know that you have been going around telling everyone I moved there, then don't blame me for what will happen." The woman quickly nodded. She wouldn't want to offend someone like EMO at all. He had to admit that this woman was quite fast. It had only been an hour or so and she already contacted her friend and took EMO to the place. He handed in 4 months of rent with 1 month being bond. It could be seen that the owner also really wanted to rent the place out, fearing that a day late would result in otherwise. Despite so, EMO was quite thankful of the woman who found him this place. She could tell him the bad sides of the building, meaning that in the depth of her heart. She was quite kind. Lakeside Villa was just as what EMO saw in the picture. It was a large open ground with a man-made lake. Although the surrounding was busy, but this place was quite quiet. EMO closed the door and studied his place. The living room was very large and there were 3 bedrooms, 1 kitchen and 1 washroom. Everything was furbished with matching furnitures. There just wasn't quilt. There was dust due to long time of desolation. EMO waved his hand using a cleaning magic and made the house clean. All of a sudden, he came to the main bedroom and stood on the balcony. There were green and red lights out and the view was rather open. However, such a good apartment couldn't be sold due to haunting. EMO shook his head, but apparently the haunting was on the 9th floor, so everything above it had been shut. After sitting down and resting, EMO scanned his spirit sense out. He wasn't the only one living in this building. Those living on level 1 and 2 were elderly, and the two levels apparently had been moderated to a seniors' care center. The third level was a dining hall. In the fourth level lived two families. By the looks of them, they did businesses. There was only a small office on the fifth floor, but there was no one there. The seventh and sixth floor were empty. In the eighth floor, he was the only residents who just moved in today. No one lived here before. Each level could fit two families. Guillermo scanned his spirit sense but didn't find anything unclean. He ate a few recovery pills and spent the night meditating and managed to recover a little. That old man's last punch was so hard that he probably needed a month to fully recover. He paid 3 months' rent. The first month, he would recover, the second month concoct pills, and the third month start going for chi gathering middle stage. A night passed and Guillermo stood up refreshed. Although the inner wounds affected his mobilization of chi, but his body didn't have any major problems. The rest of the recovery was only a matter of time. Guillermo checked his wallet. He only had around 2K left. However, that was enough for him. He didn't dare to make any calls now before he had the ability to protect himself. He wouldn't trust anyone. Who knew if Han Zixin would be listening to his call? Plus, he never even did what he promised Han Zixin. Guillermo walked down the stairs, and after going by the fourth level, two men were dragging a big bag. Guillermo scanned. There were clothes and things inside. It seemed they were doing clothing business. The two men were dragging the bag, and Guillermo, who suddenly came downstairs, scared them. They looked at Guillermo, not even daring to talk. Guillermo laughed helplessly and said, "Don't worry, I moved in upstairs last night. I used the elevator, so you guys don't know. We'll be neighbors from now on." He knew what the two were afraid of. There were too many tales about this building, and there had been no one living upstairs before. And now, one suddenly coming down, they had no reason not to be scared, but hearing Guillermo's words, the two were overjoyed. To them, the more people living here, the better. After a simple conversation, Guillermo knew that they were doing clothing business and were actually from two families. The chubby man was called Han Sitsai, the slimmer man was called Kai Jinyu. They both came from Zhejiang to do business here. When they first moved in, they didn't know about the situation here either, but when they knew it, they had lived here fine for a few months. They liked the good environment here and the cheap price, so they didn't move away. Guillermo ate something and then bought some daily commodities before going back to his home. His main goal now was to recover. This place was quiet indeed. People from downstairs never came up. Even the two people from the fifth floor in the office never came up, and they always finished work on time, and never did any overtimes. They usually left at 5 p.m. People downstairs gradually knew that a young man lived on the 8th floor. Although they didn't know why he had such guts, no one came and said anything to him. They only knew that the young man would get up very early to exercise outside and then eat breakfast before coming back. He would stay at home then until the next day. Then he would come out early again. Guillermo liked this environment a lot. A week later, his wounds were considerably better. With this speed, perhaps he could recover in less than a month. This was the 9th day Guillermo had moved in, and just after he finished cultivating and was prepared to sit on the balcony, he suddenly heard this knocking sound on the floorboard above. It had a rhythm to it and stopped after a few knocks before sounding again. Guillermo immediately stood up. He knew there was no one above, and even the stairs were shut. The elevator also stopped no more higher than the 8th floor. In that case, where did the sound come from?